If hell exists, it is right here, right now. Young people are kneeling, leaning on each other. One of them is pierced by enemy arrows. The wounded young man says that this is the only way he can repay the prince for everything he has done for him. He asks Kiri to hold on. Kiri tells the prince to hold his sword tighter and not give up. He hands the blade to the prince. The young man with the sword in his hand, having just lost his comrade, raised his head and shouted loudly. He was surrounded by enemies. Once upon a time, a country called Karis, founded by dragons and humans, demanded a treasure from the young man's homeland, the temporary Axis. However, Secretia refused, and this marked the beginning of a bloody war. This was not only the beginning of the war, it was the end for the young warrior's country. This was Bern Secreta, the younger brother of King Secreta. Although the prince understood that everything was over and death was waiting for him with open arms, he had no intention of giving up. The young man said that he would not give up and that his enemies would not stop him so easily. Bern believed that this was because he was Secretia's loyal sword. The enemies approached him in tight formation. It was the magical alliance of Kairis, Vulcan. The man responsible for this war was the Mad King of Kiris' plans. It was these people who turned Prince Bern's homeland into a burning hell. The men approached the prince, and one of them said he was glad to meet him. His name was Arson, the supreme magician of Vulcan. Arson asked the warrior his name. The young man replied that he had forgotten his name. He was just a sword serving his king. Bern decided to attack his opponent. Arsen said he would remember him, Prince Secreta. He used his magical abilities and directed them against the prince. At that moment, Bern's entire life flashed before his eyes. Bern Secreta also saw the destruction of his homeland. It was a very sad sight. Finally, the light before the young man's eyes faded. The young man opened his eyes to the words, "Your Highness, it's time to wake up." What did it all mean? The young man saw strangers standing before him. They asked him if he had slept well. The young man could not understand where he was. The strangers told him that His Highness had to hurry. Prince Plans had already left. He looked at his hand. It was unharmed. The young man exclaimed that his hand had been injured. The girl screamed in horror, telling His Highness not to say such terrible things. The servants were in a panic. How could His Highness have hurt his hand? Perhaps the prince had had a nightmare. The young man heard the name of a man whom he hated with all his heart. A whole hand, a servant he had never seen before, and even memories that had never belonged to him. All of this overwhelmed the hero's mind. The young man asked the servant if they could tell him who he was. The servant said that His Majesty's name was Kallian Rain Kairos. The hero thought that it all seemed like a dream. He was called the third prince of Kairos. It was a real nightmare. A memory flashed through his mind. The last seconds before his death, he saw Arson before him. The hero asked what was going on. The servant looked at His Highness in fear. The young man asked what day it was. They replied, the 28th. The young man asked what year it was. The servant replied, 522. But what was wrong with His Highness? The hero thought that this could not be. That meant there were still 10 years before the war began. In 10 years, war would break out because of the temporary Axis. Once upon a time, this artifact, which was rumored to be able to turn back time, suddenly appeared in the palace of Secretia. Word of it quickly spread throughout the world. The main hegemonic power on the continent, the Empire of Karis, also wanted to possess it. Karis demanded that the Axis be handed over. However, this was deemed impossible. No matter how powerful Karis was, the time Axis was the property of Secretia. Such a powerful artifact must not fall into the hands of the enemy under any circumstances. Upon receiving a categorical refusal, the Kairos Empire immediately started a war. The king, with tears in his eyes, held Prince Bern by the hand and begged him not to go. Everyone who went to war had died. He could not lose Bern as well. However, Bern was adamant. On that day, Chase's brother witnessed Bern's death with his own eyes. If only they could return to the days before the artifact appeared. An interesting thought occurred to the young man. He must take advantage of this opportunity. The young man thought, what if Chase used the Axis and turned back time? In that case, this was truly his last chance to prevent the collapse of Secreta. The servant turned to His Highness. She understood that it was difficult for him to attend breakfast, but there was almost no time left. The young man suddenly apologized for keeping them waiting and added that he would get ready immediately. The hero thought, even if he has to live as Prince Karis, he will seize this opportunity at all costs. The doors to the dining room swung open, and the servant announced that the third prince of Kiris had arrived. Breakfast was already in full swing. The servant apologized to our hero. The girl did not know that Prince Randall would arrive first. It was Prince Randall Selkiris, the first prince. All three princes were half-brothers. The first prince was related by blood to the Holy Land of Tencel. According to the king's orders, the brothers had breakfast together every morning. However, judging by the memories that remained in the hero's mind, Kalyan remained invisible at the table. He apologized for being late. The young man noted that he had been ignored. No one paid any attention to his arrival. Kalyan assumed that the first prince had only one brother. His Highness, the second Prince Plans, entered the room. Kalyan looked at this young man and was surprised. What kind of prince was he? How could he allow himself to appear at the table looking like that? Kalyan thought, could this really be the Mad King? The hero decided that Plank's appearance clearly indicated that he had problems with his head, in a different sense. Judging by Kalyan's memories, the first prince did not dare to provoke the second. This was because the current queen was Plants' mother. Her power was so great that no one in the palace dared to challenge her. The hero had no idea how he would survive in this place, surrounded by such people. Plank said that this was very ignorant. This prince is just as worthless as his mother. Kalyan reminded himself that he had to be patient. He couldn't let the opportunity that Chase had given him slip away. However, right now he could barely suppress the emotion stuck in his throat. Plans Run Kairos, the man who had destroyed his country, was standing right in front of him. The protagonist could barely restrain himself from breaking free. Plank, enraged, shouted at Kalyan for daring to look at him that way. The eldest brother slammed his fist on the table and demanded that they stop. All three brothers exchanged silent glances. Plank said he'd had enough and got ready to leave the dining room. He added that just looking at the red-eyed brat had ruined his appetite. The older brother advised Kalyan to be cautious. Randall reminded him that His Majesty's birthday was coming up soon, and that Kalyan knew they didn't need any extra trouble. Kalyan was surprised. Did his brother really mean that it was his fault? Wasn't it that lunatic who had just left who had caused all this? Jan asked Kalyan if he was okay, if he was hurt. The assistant said he would wipe him down, as His Majesty had been splashed. The hero thought that despite being ignored by everyone, it was nice to know that there was someone nearby who cared about him as if he were his own brother. Kalyan patted the servant on the shoulder and said he was grateful to Jan for his concern. Jan was surprised. Usually in such situations, His Highness's eyes would fill with bitter tears. Why was he smiling now? The ancient dragon Cispanian was the first queen consort of Kairos. It is known that in human form she has jet black hair and blood-red eyes that burn with a sacred fire. Despite being the only prince of Kalyan to inherit her distinctive features, his power was extremely insignificant. The third prince always tried to hide his eyes. He thought he shouldn't upset his brother. The culprit behind this obsession was Prince Plans. The hero felt a little awkward about peeking into someone else's memories. The protagonist couldn't understand how someone could hide their face just because they were afraid of their brother. The third prince's life was very unhappy. Jan asked His Highness if he had any requests. Kalyan said it was time to return. Jan noticed that His Highness was behaving strangely today. Perhaps he had been inspired by the knightly romance he had read the night before. The third prince was born to a common concubine. He was a weak, timid, and fearful young man, lacking the power and strength to protect himself. Such was the hero's current situation. Prince Kalyan asked John how old he was. John replied that His Highness would be celebrating his 15th birthday in 4 months. The protagonist knew that Prince Kalyan would be destroyed. This would happen during a failed attempt to poison Queen Silic. Kalyan would hang himself before his punishment was carried out. That was his fate. However, almost no one would believe this legend. The hero thought that mercenaries would soon approach him. Kalyan rushed to the window. John asked His Highness not to hurry, as he might trip and fall. The hero could not sit idly by, knowing what had happened to his real body. Kalyan ordered Jan to bring him a pair of scissors. John obeyed and asked what they were for. Kalyan replied that he wanted to change something. The hero thought if fate exists, then he would forge his own path. The servants exclaimed in surprise at what His Highness was doing. Prince Plans would be furious. Kalyan said that everything would be fine and asked them not to worry. He would take care of everything. The second prince saw his younger brother and said that he had completely lost his mind. Jan was terrified. Was this what taking care of everything meant? The second prince called out to his younger brother, calling him red-eyed. The hero reminded his brother that his name was Kalyan. The young man was completely calm. Plank said that was indeed his name. The second prince grabbed a knife from the table and swung it at Kalyan. Everyone present was frightened. Jan cried out in surprise, but our hero remained completely calm. Kalyan managed to catch the knife flying toward him with his hand. The knife was flying very fast, so his palm was cut. Blood flowed from his hand. Plank said that his hand had accidentally jerked. The second prince sarcastically remarked that his brother Kalyan had hurt himself. What should they do now? Kalyan calmly told his brother not to worry. No matter what happened, he would be fine. Prince Kalyan went to his room. The servants helped treat the wound. Jan suggested that His Highness call a healer. Kalyan refused, saying it was only a small cut. Kalyan asked the servant why Jan had not tried to dodge the knife. Jan had seen the knife flying straight at him. Why had he stood there? Kalyan said that Jan could have easily dodged the flying knife. Jan replied that he didn't know how Prince Plans would react and was afraid that he would redirect his anger toward his master. Kalyan said that the sight of blood made him feel sick. He needed to go wash up and collect his thoughts. Jan must not let anyone into the room. During the second prince's attack, our hero unconsciously tried to use his aura for protection. However, at that very moment, a sharp pain pierced his heart. The young man decided to recreate the situation to check Kalyan's physical condition and understand what was wrong with him. The protagonist felt 3 magical seals around his heart. Our hero was surprised. Could Kalyan be a wizard? Several days passed and the wound still hadn't healed. Yang was worried about what to do, but Kalyan said it was normal. The man in the room said he was ready. It was the royal tailor, Satin Slake. He looked at the third prince with alarm. Kalyan wondered what was going on. Slake apologized and said he had unconsciously remembered Lady Freya. The tailor apologized again. Our hero was tired of this reaction. Kalyan, who had long suffered from his resemblance to his mother, whom he had never seen, found it unbearable to look at his own face. He even ordered all mirrors to be removed from his chambers. The prince said that he was aware of his resemblance to his mother. The tailor could continue with his work. Slake said that they would need to take measurements first. The tailor said that His Highness should eat better. Young people at this age usually look bigger. Kalyan objected that he ate normally and his diet was always balanced. Kalyan looked at himself in the mirror and thought that, in fact, there was cause for concern. The royal family of Karis was descended from dragons, or more precisely, from 8 heroes who had once sealed away an ancient evil. They were the descendants of Sispanians and Hatsars. The royal dynasty of Kairos possessed healing powers and magical talents, gifts bestowed upon them by the Sispanians. In other words, Kalyan's wound should have healed long ago, but he still felt pain when trying to use mana. Kalyan thought he needed someone who understood the properties of mana well. The tailor said he had prepared outfits for the prince that were perfect for His Majesty's birthday. Our hero thought about the great wizard Elon Manasil. He had to meet him. Elon Manasil was one of the 3 great wizards of the continent who had reached the 7th circle. He was a role model for an entire generation. The story of how Elon Manasil was invited to King Karis' birthday party, but for some unknown reason was not allowed to attend, spread even to neighboring countries, including Secreta. 10 years later, that same humiliated wizard proved his worth to everyone by becoming the only archmage of the 8th circle on the continent. Kalyan thought that no one could know more about mana than he did. Our hero hoped that with his help, he could solve his problem. Kalyan could only guess at the real reason, but magicians were not well regarded in Karis. Therefore, there was no guarantee that Manasil would even listen to him. In all likelihood, the palace of Karis was filled with knights. This was due to the influence of the Brisson family, to which Plance's mother belonged. In order to keep the Brisson family in check in the future, our hero needed the power of wizards. The young man thought that if he could win Elon over to his side, he could prevent the war that Plans would unleash. Our hero believed that he had to deal with this problem somehow. Kalyan gradually began to get used to it. The wound had almost healed. From that day on, Plans ignored Kalyan's existence, so everything went smoothly. Jan said that the master had a riding lesson in the morning and dinner with Her Majesty and Viscount Brisson in the afternoon. The assistant reported that the Viscount was there to discuss the upcoming banquet for the king's birthday with Her Majesty. Kalyan thought that sooner or later he would have to face this man anyway. John asked if His Highness was going to practice today. The prince replied that he intended to run a few laps around the lake. Kalyan told the servants not to worry, nothing would happen. Our hero approached the training ground. Kalyan stopped after his run and leaned against a tree, breathing heavily. A maid caught up with the prince and asked how His Highness was feeling. It was Merlin Fiat, the second daughter of the captain of the outer fortress guard and the prince's maid. Merlin said that on the first day he had run 4.5 laps, and on the second day, 4 laps. The girl added that today His Highness had not yet completed the 3rd lap. Kalyan said that training was only making him lose his stamina. Merlin Fiat suggested calling a healer if the prince was unwell. Kalyan replied that he was fine. The young man understood that the healer would immediately discover the magic circles. Even Yang did not know that Kalyan was a wizard. In that case, his life would be in danger if he acted rashly. Kalyan repeated that he was fine, just a little tired and in need of some rest. The young men heard a loud cry. Someone was shouting that they must not look away and must keep their eyes on the blade, without losing concentration. The prince turned toward the loud voice. The knights on the sports field began their training. The commander was giving orders. The commander of the knights ordered his subordinates to act decisively so as not to get hurt in battle. Our hero was reminded of something. Merlin noticed that this was Paul's knight's training ground. Kalyan said it looked fun. The maid was surprised, as His Highness had never been interested in fencing before. The young man replied that he had become interested in it now. Merlin reminded him who Paul's knights were. The prince said he knew. They were the king's guards. More precisely, they were the knights of the Burisum family, who had taken over the palace and were holding the king's power in check. The commander of Paul's knights told the young people to leave the training ground. The officer added that his soldiers did not like it when someone watched them during training. Merlin Fiat shouted at the officer to behave himself. He was standing before the 3rd prince of Kairos. The officer asked sarcastically if this was really the prince himself. The commander of the knights said that he thought a rat had crept up on them. Merlin was even more indignant. How dare a knight say such a thing? The officer said he had only thought it. Why was the maid reacting so strongly? The commander of the knights remembered how he had first asked what the 3rd prince was doing there. They were following Her Majesty's orders, and the prince was getting in the way of their mission. Kalyan then stepped back and said he would leave immediately. The knight thought that this prince was just a weak boy. The knight was surprised at where the prince had gotten such a frightening aura. Kalyan told the commander that he wanted to clarify something. Our hero strode decisively toward the officer. The 3rd prince asked the commander of the knights what his assignment was. 2 subordinates approached the commander and asked what had happened. The knights were surprised. Wasn't that the 3rd prince? Why was he bothering them? After all, everyone ignored that prince. The commander said that they were currently training, so he had no time to deal with the prince. It would be better if His Highness went about his business. Kalyan asked the commander again what his assignment was. The officer replied that his task was to increase the power of the royal guard in order to protect the country and the ruling dynasty. The 3rd prince agreed, strength for protection. The young man grabbed a tree branch. The protagonist broke the branch and asked why, in that case, the officer was not fulfilling his duties properly. Kalyan, with the branch in his hand, moved even closer to the officer. The commander said that he wanted to increase the power of the royal guard, but that these exercises were completely useless. The 3rd prince swung the broken branch at the officer. The commander thought that if he didn't stop the prince, he might get hurt. The knight drew his sword and blocked His Highness's blow. The commander of the knights thought he was only defending himself against a small wooden stick. Kalyan twisted the stick and threw the knight's sword to the ground. All those watching were surprised. The 3rd prince said that he had never held a sword in his hands, and that this officer could not read his actions. This was very disappointing. The knight couldn't stop wondering where the 3rd prince got such a terrifying aura. Our hero said that a man who defends the country and the royal family throws insulting words at the prince and then injures him with a sword. Kalyan asked if he could consider this treason. The commander of the knights could not believe that the 3rd prince was standing before him. The officer fell to his knees before His Highness and begged for forgiveness, admitting that he had not been thinking clearly. The commander added that he had never even considered treason. His subordinates, who had been watching their commander, were shocked. The officer was furious. How dare this insignificant prince disgrace him? He would never forgive such humiliation. Jan asked His Highness where he had gotten the horse, since he had said he was just going for a ride by the lake. Kalyan said that he had taken the horse. Its name was Raven. Jan asked where the prince was and where he had gotten the animal. After the conflict with the commander of the knights was settled, our hero asked what was wrong with the horse. The knight explained that Prince Plans had been trying to tame it, but so far without success. This horse had a very fierce temper. John was puzzled as to how His Highness could so easily take something that belonged to Prince Plans. Kalyan explained that the horse was a stray. Whoever tamed it was its owner. Besides, there was no need to reveal where the horse had come from. Jan asked what would happen if Prince Plans found out. Kalyan repeated that everything would be fine. Kalyan grabbed his injured hand. Jan and Merlin were alarmed. What was wrong with His Highness's hand? Our hero thought that his body was not ready for such exertion. Jan asked if the prince had overdone his training. Kalyan replied that he felt rested and hadn't had so much fun in a long time. A man was watching our hero from behind a column. He thought that if he continued to stand there, he would definitely be late for dinner. The young man listened to the report of the observer who had been watching the third prince. The young man said that he found it interesting. Even worms start to wriggle when you step on them. It all fits together. Even if someone like the third prince starts to kick, it won't change his essence at all. It would be boring to just push him down and destroy him. So everything is fine. For now, we should just observe. Surrounded by his brothers, our hero thought that it would be impossible to adapt to this atmosphere, even if he had to go through it every day. Kalyan looked at the second prince and wondered why he was so quiet today. The third prince suggested that the Queen and Viscount Brisson were delayed because of him. Plank had no control over his facial expression, like a child. Our hero caught a whiff of perfume and realized that she had finally arrived, the true ruler of this kingdom. Celestia Brisson, the second queen of Caries and the current queen. After the previous queen died of illness, Celestia took her place. She borrowed the power of her family, the Brisson, and took control of the royal knights. Most of the nobility also supported the Brisson family, so Celestia's power grew with each passing day. The third prince, Kalyan, who had no influence, became a laughingstock even to a simple commander. Viscount Bryson said that in that case they would do the same to Commander Fable. Celestia added that they would pay him adequate compensation. The queen said that in the future, she did not need to be informed about such trifles. Celestia was surprised. Should she really pay attention to such trivialities? The queen looked at the third prince and said that he had grown a lot recently. Kalyan replied that he hadn't grown that much, but he would certainly grow taller in the future. The Viscount said that he hardly recognized the young man. Kalyan showed his face. It was nice to see. He should have had his hair cut much earlier. Viscount Renan Brisson, the second son of the Marquis of Brisson, said that since the third prince was still growing, he would certainly grow taller. The queen tapped the table with her fan, signaling her brother to be quiet. The Viscount added that he was terribly hungry, so the food could be brought in quickly. Kalyan thought that the owner of the Bryson shopping center was terribly slow-witted. The queen asked Plans why he hadn't told her. The young man asked what they were talking about. Celestia explained that his horse was not obeying him. The second prince explained that the horse had always been useless. Plank rose from the table and said he wanted to leave. 3 weeks passed. The city was celebrating the king's birthday. Everyone was trying to prepare for the event perfectly. The townspeople noticed a congratulatory delegation from the elves. Their carts were filled with gifts for the king. The festive banquet promised to be exquisite. The 3 princes must have also been busy preparing for such a momentous occasion. The tailor, as always, was taking measurements for the third prince's new suit. He looked at His Highness with surprise. Prince Kalyan's nose was bleeding. The young man was just as surprised as the tailor. The servants rushed to their master. What was happening to the prince? Yang shouted for someone to bring a handkerchief immediately. The prince said he felt fine. Our hero declared that he had simply been sleeping poorly lately. The bleeding had already stopped. The tailor apologized for his boldness and said that he saw the problem in a completely different light. The man noted that His Highness had lost even more weight. 3 weeks ago, he had not been so thin. Kalyan was surprised. Was it really that bad? Maybe it was because of his active sports activities? The protagonist had indeed been working out diligently, but his endurance had only gotten worse. Even at night, when his body was resting, our hero felt weak and tired. Considering the pain he still felt when trying to use his mana, it could be assumed that there was some kind of problem with his heart. The tailor said that the prince should not be so careless with his health. Has His Highness been examined by a doctor? Kalyan replied that it was not that bad. Why should he see a doctor for a little nosebleed? Jan told the prince that it was all because he had been picking his nose the day before. The servant admitted that it must be difficult for the prince to talk about something so personal. Jan assured the tailor that the prince was eating well and exercising. The nosebleed was probably due to his habit, so there was no need to worry. Left alone, Jan asked the prince if he was really all right, because he looked unwell. Kalyan thought the worse the condition of this body, the stronger the feeling that he was about to lose consciousness. After explaining that he could use magic and that it was all due to problems with mana, Yang decided to destroy his image in this way. The tailor said he would alter the clothes to fit the new measurements, but the problem was the limited time. Yang noted that the prince had other things to do, so there was enough time before the event. The tailor was glad to have some time to spare. In that case, he would first alter the clothes for the afternoon event. The protagonist thought that at this rate, the whole palace would find out about the state of his heart. Therefore, he must meet with Elon Manisil at any cost today. Due to urgent matters, the joint breakfast was canceled, so individual meetings would be arranged with each prince. Kalyan was surprised. They didn't have time to meet all together, but they were expected to see each other one by one. Wouldn't it be better to gather together? However, the audiences were still scheduled separately. The third prince entered the king's office. The man did not pay any attention to him. It was King Kairos, Romain Ru Run Kairos. Kalyan bowed and greeted his majesty. However, the king still did not notice our hero. The young man thought that the king was ignoring him. Despite his limited knowledge of Carisian etiquette, our hero understood that this was rude. The king told the young man to sit down. Kalyan congratulated the king on his 38th birthday. Romain thanked him and asked how his son was doing. His majesty said that the young man looked well. Kalyan remembered the tailor's words that the prince needed to be examined by a doctor. Even servants who had no business with him knew how quickly he was wasting away. Now, our hero understood why the king wanted to see each of them separately, despite his busy schedule. If the king met with all his sons at once, he would have to concentrate on the conversation. Therefore, individual meetings were the best option for him. Even spending time with his sons who had come to wish him a happy birthday was considered a waste of time by the king. The more our hero learned about this family, the more repulsive aspects he discovered. The king was a father who did not care about his own children. The first prince was indifferent to everything going on around him. The second prince, Plans, didn't know the rules of etiquette. There was also the queen, who had enough power to even look down on the king. The protagonist thought that one of them was trying to destroy him, but who could it be? The celebration was about to begin. The third prince looked at his family and wondered who could have sent an assassin to kill him. The townspeople noticed that the third prince, who had appeared in public, had completely changed. Kalyan was no longer the same person he had been before. Compared to him, the second prince, Plans, looked completely drunk. The townspeople assumed that the second prince would not change and that there was no point in making a fuss. However, something had changed, something intangible, and everyone could feel it. The townspeople noticed that Kalyan, the third prince of Kairos, had entered the palace. Those present in the palace whispered that the rumors were true. The prince with black hair and red eyes resembled Sisphanian. He had cut off the bangs that covered his face and even wore a red brooch on his chest. Most likely, this statement meant that he no longer intended to hide. Jan asked the third prince why everyone was looking at his clothes. It was because Prince Kalyan looked stunning in them. A tailor would have been delighted to see this in person. Kalyan said that people were looking because they were wondering how someone like the third prince could go out in public wearing such decorations. Kalyan asked Jan if his family also lived in Kairos. The servant replied that his younger sister and father had returned to their hometown, while the rest of his family had remained in the capital. Kalyan asked when they would arrive at the royal palace. Jan replied that they would come if they received an invitation. The servant also asked when he should bring Raven to the garden. Jan suggested that the prince did not want to answer that question. Everyone has topics they prefer not to discuss. Our hero suggested waiting for the right moment. Kalyan explained that he would like to see someone. The young man was looking for someone in the crowd. Kalyan asked Jan if he knew why this ballroom was called Siegfried's Hall. Jan replied that it was named after the first patriarch and one of the 8 heroes of the two-sided war, Duke Kitros Hon Siegfried. The Siegfrieds were the only ducal family in Kairos. Despite their considerable influence, they had remained loyal to the royal family for over 500 years, striving to protect the territory of Tisphania. Kalyan was deeply impressed by this story. Jan asked who his master wanted to meet. The man with the red beard said, "Siegfried's Summer Night is a timeless classic." It was Duke Slayman von Siegfried. The Duke was cheerful and confident. Kalyan thought that this was a family with a long history of loyalty. Our hero liked this type of people. The third prince decided to test the Duke's perceptiveness. The Duke immediately sensed our hero's mana. As expected, Siegfried quickly found the third prince in the crowd, as he had released too much mana. The Duke was one of the 5 sword masters of the continent. He couldn't help but notice our hero. Kalyan turned his back and told Yang to act as if he hadn't noticed anything. The king raised his glass and thanked everyone for their congratulations. He wished those present a pleasant evening. Everyone raised their glasses to King Kairos. Kalyan and Yang climbed down the rope into the garden so that no one would notice them. The third prince mounted his horse and said that he had expected nothing less from the clever and gentle raven. Yang noticed that when the prince was not around, the horse behaved completely differently. Jan added that he had seen how quick it was to catch on. There was no point in arguing with first impressions. The servant said that they only needed to get to the main gate. At the main gate, the guard said that this man could not enter without an invitation. The writer said that he had come a long way to take part in the celebrations. The guards replied that it was impossible to enter without an invitation. Kalyan looked at the man who was being denied entry to the palace and thought that he was already there. Ellen Manisil asked if the guards were sure they didn't want to let him in just because of some invitation. The chief guard said that an invitation was necessary in any case. Manisil said that it seemed that Karis judged the class of his guests by their appearance, and that was very sad. Kalyan thought it was strange to divide people based on their clothes. However, it seemed that Manisil was deliberately picking on them, as if looking for a reason not to go to Karis. Elon Manisil said that in that case he would simply return. The protagonist couldn't let this man leave so easily. Jan declared that by order of the king, no one was to be allowed to leave during the celebrations. Kalyan ordered Jan to do everything possible to stop the soldiers. Our hero spurred his horse and ordered Raven to rush forward. The guards shouted for the prince to stop. Leaving the gates was forbidden by the king's orders. The guards were ordered to saddle their horses as the prince had left the palace grounds. Jan was at a loss. He didn't know what to do. Jan tried to focus. He was Prince Kalyan's servant and had a duty to protect his master at all costs. Jan shouted to the knights to stop immediately. The young man said that Duke Siegfried had allowed the third prince to leave. The knights were surprised. Who was he to use the duke's name so freely? The young man let down his hair and introduced himself as Shiroyan Siegfried, the eldest son of Duke Siegfried. Jan told his father that this was no reason to laugh. The duke apologized, admitting that he could not believe his son was capable of such a thing. The duke declared that he saw before him the son who had left his family when he was still a child. The duke added that it had been a good decision. Jan objected that it would certainly affect the duke's relationship with the king. The duke replied that the king would not ask. Roman thinks too much. If the child receives help from Siegfried, he will be put in a position where he will be forced to doubt the good intentions of this family. If they are not punished in any way for this help, it will mean recognition of the friendly relations between their family and the prince. Brisson will definitely see this as a problem. The duke added that the situation would be hushed up as if nothing had happened, regardless of the reasons for such an act. Ellen Manisil, without turning around, suggested that the young man was not going to criticize him for not inviting him. Manisil turned around and asked why the third prince of Kairos was pursuing him. Our hero had heard that upon reaching the seventh circle, one's age regressed. Looking at this man, one could believe that it was true. Kalyan said it was already very late. Was the guest really going to return? Manisil replied that while trying to open the closed door, he realized that the threshold was still too high. Kalyan was surprised. Was Manisil really going to communicate with him using only metaphors? Our hero explained that he was asking because the Sir had been trying to break down the closed door when it was open. Where had he put the invitation that had been kindly left for him? Manisil said he had been busy fighting the wind and had forgotten to wipe the dust off the threshold. Kalyan did not expect the guard to make a mistake while trying to keep guests out. Manisil thought that this guy wasn't apologizing, but criticizing him. Was it honesty or shamelessness? The prince was intriguing. When they first met, he had the look of an ordinary boy. Manisil grabbed the prince by the arm and asked for forgiveness. At that moment, the third prince clutched his chest. He felt an unbearable pain in his heart. Manisil's power was flowing into his body. Ellen said that even completely closed doors did not protect against the wind. Kalyan realized that Manisil had already noticed the state of his body. The third prince admitted that the guest was absolutely right. From a certain point on, he could no longer use mana. In Kairos, magicians were treated badly, even though they were descendants of dragons. The great magician himself had come to this family with the intention of exposing them as fools for letting him slip through their fingers. However, Manisil was not sure if this meeting with the young prince could be called fate. Manisil asked why Prince Kalyan wanted to see him. The protagonist thought that this man would understand even if he lied. The prince said he wanted to have that name. He felt that his life would soon be in danger. Manasil knew about the situation the third prince was in, surrounded by enemies. Ellen Manasil activated the magic of silence. The interlocutors found themselves under a protective dome. Kalyan understood without words that he was facing a mage of the seventh circle. Elon asked if the third prince's goal was to prevent this from happening or to try to get rid of the root of the problem. Kalyan replied that for now, it was simply to prevent it from happening. The young man added that he also wanted to eliminate the source of the problem. The protagonist added that even if it meant taking the throne, he would do it. Manasil was surprised that the throne was just a tool for the young man to achieve his ultimate goal. Was he really hearing this from a prince with a dying body? This was the prince who reminded him so much of Sisphania, the prince who needed him to achieve his goals. Manasil told the young man to give him another invitation in that case. The man wanted to see what this prince was capable of. Our hero bowed and said that Kellyan Rankiris greets his mentor. The man said that he, Elon Manasil, accepted His Highness's invitation and would save him. Yan asked his father if he was sure that no one in the royal palace knew about him. Duke Siegfried replied that he had already taken care of everything. There was no need to worry so much. Jan remarked that if he were recognized, he would not be able to remain near His Highness. The Duke said that although Jan was his son, he was not very loyal. Jan asked his father how Leah was doing. The Duke replied that she was doing an excellent job as the head of the family that Yan had left her. His father added that if Yan wanted to stop playing the servant of some young man, the family would welcome him home with open arms. The man suggested that in any case, it would be a long time before they saw each other again. Yang said they would see each other in 3 months. His father asked if Yang was really considering leaving his role as a servant. The Duke repeated the question. Was his son really going to leave his position as this boy's servant? Jan said that he would soon be 15 years old. Duke Siegfried reminded his son that their family had the nickname Elephants of Kairos. Even though they hadn't looked toward the throne in a long time, they were still strong. Siegfried added that they were called Kings of Beasts because even predators dared not touch them. The Duke added that the surname that Jan had so disparaged was actually very powerful. His father added that Jan could do whatever he wanted. However, he had acted in such a way that they had to worry about him. Jan said that Duke Siegfried could go home. John bowed and said he would take his leave until they met again, then return to the palace. Siegfried thought that his son had useless stubbornness. The Duke remembered seeing the third prince in the palace and wondered when the young man had grown up. Siegfried was also curious about what the third prince was really up to. Passers-by were surprised when they saw the image of that very coat of arms on the carriage. The carriage bore 7 red flowers and a silver wand. A woman heard that his contract with Riberan had expired. The man was surprised. In that case, how did he end up in Kairos? If it weren't for his relationship with King Riberan, he would have already left. The woman added that it must be because of that servant. The man was surprised. Could it be true? Could Manasil's son have been poisoned? Passers-by saw Elon Manasil get out of the carriage. The mage thought that his new student had done something extremely kind. The third prince said that at this time, the mentor should go to the open door. His Highness intended to confront the Brisson family. It would not be easy. Manasil thought that the third prince had waited for the right moment to show him to the nobles and shake things up. The butler said he was surprised by the sudden visit of the wizard Manasil. His Majesty was expecting Mr. Manasil. The king asked if Sir Manasil had decided to stay in Kairos. The magician confirmed this assumption. He really needed a place to stay. The king had already considered that to oppose Celestia, he would need powers similar to that possessed by Elon Manasil. But who could have known that he would be the first to offer to stay here? What was he up to? The mage said that, to be honest, he had seen a black cat with red eyes in the square last night. The cat was quite clever, so he thought it would be worth teaching the animal a few tricks. However, he had nowhere to stay. The king asked what the magician wanted to teach the cat. Manasil replied that he wanted to teach it magic and more. He also planned to create a comfortable environment for the cat. The guest said that he would need the help of the owner of the house for some cleaning. The king asked if Manasil could handle it. The magician replied that if he had decided to make Prince Kalyan his apprentice, Brisson would not be able to stop him. Besides, it was impossible to spend the whole day practicing magic. So if the board teacher wanted to help His Highness in any way, they would not be able to stop him either. Manasil told the king that all these thoughts were a true invitation from Prince Kalyan. In response, the king agreed to give the magician a place. His Highness said that for some reason he was interested in something. He had heard that there was nothing special about this child. Manasil was surprised. What did nothing special mean? His health alone was already a peculiarity, so much so that it was difficult to find anything within the norm. The king added that the boy was also full of fear. Therefore, it was difficult to believe that a child who was afraid of even horses could have pursued a magician. Manhwa was surprised. Why was the king only repeating what he had heard from others? The king remarked that if there was anything remarkable about Kalyan, he would already know about it. Manhwa asked the king if he knew the height of the third prince. The king remained silent in response. The mage was sure that he would not get an answer to this question from His Majesty. Manhwa said that sometimes attention can be poison, and indifference can be medicine. The mage added that in this case he understood perfectly well that busyness was only an excuse. The king said that he was willing to chalk Sir Manhwa's inappropriate behavior up to concern for his student. It was ridiculous to have to explain this, but he valued the princes highly. The king added that this was especially true of the third prince, Kalyan, as he was his favorite. His Majesty said that the conversation was over. The king approached the door, but the magician blocked it. Manhwa said he was tired of empty talk. The king was indignant. How dare Manhwa behave this way? Who gave him permission to use magic in the royal palace? The magician continued. His lips were dry, his breathing was labored, and his skin had a bluish tint. His nails had a purple tint. The third prince's clothes had been hastily mended. Considering that the ceremonial attire had been ready a month ago, it could be assumed that Kalyan had lost a lot of weight during that time. The young man cannot get out of bed without opening his eyes and feels weak. The king could not believe it. Manhwa continued. If His Majesty continued to remain aloof, he might irretrievably lose his third prince. The maid told Yan that it was almost noon and the prince had not yet drunk his morning tea. Yan replied to the maid that he would take the tea and make sure the prince did not choke. Yan entered the room and saw that the prince was still asleep. Yesterday had been too much for him. Manhwa, who was standing next to Jan, asked if the prince was still asleep. Yin was startled and asked how Sir Manhwa had gotten there. The magician had come without permission and must leave the room. Manhwa asked the young man if he knew him. Manhwa added that Jan had been in Riberan several years ago. Did he really think that no one would recognize him just because he had grown up? The mage called Yang Little Elephant. Yang remembered his father's words and thought that he had been recognized, and very quickly at that. At that moment, the third prince woke up and asked Jan how long he had been asleep. Jan replied to his master that he had a guest. Kalyan finally saw that his teacher was indeed in his room. Manhwa handed his student a small bag. Kalyan asked what it was. Inside were pills. The magician told the young man to take one every day without fail. Kalyan asked if it was medicine. Manhwa said that the prince currently had two problems. First, the prince was unable to control his mana. Second, the young man's body was rapidly wasting away. Kalyan was surprised. He hadn't said anything yet, but the teacher seemed to see right through him. Manhwa asked if the prince had the power of blessing. Kalyan confirmed this. It gave him the ability to heal and an affinity for magic. The young man added that he felt as if his healing power had disappeared somewhere, and that he might have a heart problem. The mage asked if the prince had ever thought about the strange combination of healing powers and magic. Kalyan replied that he had thought about the possibility that the blessing strengthened his heart. After all, the heart is the source of both mana and life. Manhwa acknowledged that the power of the blessing did indeed strengthen the heart, and that power had not disappeared. The prince had no heart problems, and his mana was not blocked. Kalyan was surprised. What was happening to him then? The teacher asked if he had considered that the blessing of Siphanian had not disappeared, but had simply reached its limit. Something had affected the power of the blessing, so it was no longer able to heal even the slightest wounds. The prince thought with alarm, could it be poison? Manhwa noted that if it weren't for the blessing, the third prince would have died long ago. Treating such a dangerous poison puts a heavy strain on the heart. Thus, the healing powers were working at their limit. Against this backdrop, any attempt to use mana would be rejected by the body. Kalyan was initially destroyed, but he had been poisoned before our hero entered his body. The young man understood that this was not something that could be planned spontaneously. Then why did they destroy a child who would have died anyway? Manhwa thought that such a thirst for blood was uncharacteristic of a 14-year-old child. The mage wondered, who is the third prince really? Kalyan asked his teacher if it was an antidote. The mage said he had acted in haste, but he was sure the pills would work. Kalyan wondered what would happen if he took both the poison and the antidote at the same time. Manhwa said that if the prince continued to take the poison, the antidote would only delay the effect. Kalyan remarked that this was enough. The teacher was surprised. Was Kalyan really going to take everything together? Perhaps he had a suspicion? The third prince said he had one theory. The young man stated that the source of the poison could be the tea he drinks every morning. He does this in front of everyone, so it is easy to see that he has consumed the drink. Since no one else drinks this tea, the poisoners believe this to be the safest option. Most likely, Kalyan noticed changes in his body and one day refused to drink the poison tea. Perhaps that is why everything ended well. Kalyan thought that the situation had changed when the poison entered his body. Now he doesn't know how they will decide to get rid of him. The third prince said that until they find out who is behind it all, they must keep it a secret. The teacher asked if that was really the only reason. Kalyan replied that if it turned out that the problem was in the morning tea, then Yang and the other servants would be at risk. The criminal was probably doing this regularly and was confident that he would not be caught. Manisil said he understood everything now. The mage thought that the baby elephant would be fine. Elon asked what the third prince was going to do now. The man laughed and said that Baron was a fool. To lure out someone else's trump card, you first had to throw away your own. At moments like this, Manisil remembered his father. Kalyan said that he wanted his teacher to accompany him outside the palace tomorrow evening. The queen entered the second prince's room and said that he was still asleep. It seemed that he was already late for his afternoon preparations. The queen flew into a rage when she smelled alcohol on Planka. Why hadn't her son learned his lesson even after being forbidden to drink at an open ceremony? Plank asked the queen what she was doing there and suggested she leave. The queen declared that Kalyan had taken a mentor, the seventh circle mage Ellen Manisil. The nobles are already wavering. Plans must ensure that all her efforts invested in him are not wasted. His mother told Plans to get dressed immediately. Many eyes would be on him today, and it would be better if he did not disappoint her. Plank crushed a glass in his hand in anger and cut his finger. The servants were frightened, and blood appeared on His Highness's hand. The prince shouted for everyone to leave the room. Plank was very angry with his younger brother. The townspeople greeted His Majesty King Romain and offered him their birthday congratulations. All three princes accompanied the king on horseback. The townspeople watched the royal procession with interest. The father told his son that the darkest one was Prince Kalyan. After all, his son wanted to see him, didn't he? Joanne looked at the prince and asked how he was feeling. How fortunate that he looked better than yesterday. Kalyan replied that he had rested well. The young man thought it was all thanks to the antidote. He was indeed breathing easier, and the pain in his chest had lessened. The third prince declared that he would be able to participate in all the events in good condition. That was enough for him. Suddenly, something caught Kalyan's attention. The protagonist saw a man in the crowd hiding his face under a hood. This man seemed familiar to him. Our hero remembered the last moments of the battle, when the wounded knight told him to raise his sword. For a moment, Kalyan's gaze met that of the man. The third prince recognized him. Could it be Kiri? It was definitely him. But what was Kiri doing in Kairos? Yan was surprised. Why had the horse suddenly become skittish? Kalyan ordered Raven to go ahead. Our hero assumed that the horse was behaving this way because there was someone ahead. Kalyan asked the horse, Raven must have sensed something too, right? Kalyan said they couldn't go there now. Kiri just had to wait for him. Melfir Pollen, owner of the Pollen Shopping Center, said that it was a great honor for him to serve His Majesty. Poland bowed and said that they had prepared a performance that the king would enjoy. Kalyan realized that he was standing before Baron Melfir, who had prepared the horse show in place of the Brisson family. Thanks to this, he avoided a pointless hassle. However, at that moment, our hero was concerned about something else. If his memory served him correctly, Randall would be injured during this show. After that, Baron Pollen would be hanged. Baron Pollen invited the royal family to follow him. He had prepared special seats. Kalyan looked at the huge chandeliers hanging from the ceiling and thought that this was the place. Our hero found this rather strange. Shouldn't the knights have checked everything thoroughly, given the nature of the event, which the king himself would be attending? As part of this event, the Fable Knight Corps was assigned to provide security. Kalyan thought that Pollen should be given a chance to survive. The third prince approached the Baron and said that the chandelier above his head was bothering him and needed to be checked. The Baron was puzzled and looked at the chandelier in surprise. What was wrong with it? The horse show began. The audience watched the movements of the riders and animals with interest. Baron Pollen thought that the day had finally come when he was lucky enough to sit next to His Majesty. Since he had prepared so much for this show, he couldn't miss such an opportunity. The Baron looked back and glanced at the third prince. Melfir remembered the chandelier His Highness had mentioned. The Baron realized that he had not checked the ceiling. Melfear Pollen personally climbed up and was horrified to discover that the rope holding the chandelier had been cut. The Baron felt a cold sweat break out on his back. If it hadn't been for the third prince's advice, everything would have ended tragically. It was too scary to even imagine. However, how did Prince Kalyan realize that there was a problem? Our hero thought that Melfear Pollen had not stayed with the king and came to a useful conclusion. He is also decisive and knows that one must look ahead, not chase after momentary gains. But why did the Brisson family turn against the Baron to such an extent that they prepared such a commotion? Plank looked at his younger brother and told him to know his place. The show's host told the audience to calm down. It wasn't over yet. Plank said he felt disgusting, and the pitiful and dirty blood of the third prince was rising in his throat. The king heard these words, turned around, and the princes fell silent. They looked at his majesty. Kalyan was surprised to hear these words. The young man did not know what Plans was up to, but he did not expect the second prince to be of any use. The king asked Celicia how much longer she would sink to the bottom. The queen was angry with her son, for she had warned him many times. The courtiers began to spread rumors. Had they heard how the second prince could say such a thing in the presence of his majesty Roman? The king thought that after this, he could no longer support Prince Plans. Wouldn't Kalyan be a better candidate for a crown prince? Besides, he had the support of Elon Manisil. It was time to make a decision. The presentation was over. Randall avoided an unpleasant incident. Romain did not pay enough attention to the incident involving Plank. However, despite everything going according to Kalyan's plan, the queen remained too calm, assuming that the plan had been devised by Celestia. Our hero assumed that today's incident had come as a surprise to the queen. The interlocutor asked the magician if he thought the accident in Kairos was just an attack on the royal family. Manisil suggested that perhaps someone from outside was behind the attempt to harm the prince. His companion replied that if it were that simple, it would not be interesting. The chess game continued. The interlocutor remarked that Manisil was losing. Did he remember how much he owed? The magician replied that he had everything calculated. The man suggested giving him a hint. Wasn't this accident a little too obvious? It was as if the instigators wanted to be exposed for attacking the royal family. If the owner of the second most powerful trading house in Kairos were to be eliminated, the person who would benefit most from this would be Renan Brisson, the owner of the most influential trading house in Kairos. Kalyan asked his assistant what the most profitable business of the Pollen family was. Yan replied that it was most likely the Pollen diamond mine. Kalyan thought he was right. If Pollen disappeared from the scene, the Brisson trading house would gain enormous influence in the diamond market. The man thought that Renan had done a good job of thinking things through. He wanted to understand the situation as much as he wanted to protect Pollen. However, Kalyan wanted to be paid for saving his life. The third prince told Yang to cancel all his plans after the performance. Yang tried to object, since most of the nobles would be at the ball after the show. Kalyan told his assistant that he was too upset by what he had heard earlier. The third prince added that this was why he could not attend the ball. The king, alone in his office, was upset. What was going on around him? Manisil said that if the king continued to remain aloof, he would lose everything irretrievably. After all, words like those spoken by the second prince were not spoken lightly. His Highness was informed that the queen had arrived. The maid said she would bring fresh tea. Celicia wondered if someone else had been there before her. She had not heard anything about it. The king asked what had brought Celestia to him. Celestia said that the House of Brisson would take full responsibility for today's incident. The king couldn't believe that the queen was willing to give in because of Plank's mistake. Apparently, her son's reputation was more important to her than anything else. At the same time, she didn't lose any of her boldness. Celestia remarked that today's spectacle had been quite impressive. Baron Pollen deserved an award for organizing such a wonderful celebration. Romain suggested that the queen had already decided how she would reward him. Celestia replied that His Majesty was right. She planned to grant him the exclusive right of the House of Brisson to supply the royal stables. The king was surprised. Was she really going to give up such a lucrative niche? Everything was happening just as Elon had predicted. The queen knew that she would have to sacrifice something to mitigate the damage caused by the second prince. Manisil kept talking until she was desperate enough to recall the knights stationed in the palace. The queen will come with an offer that she believes will ensure an equal exchange. As soon as that happens, we must show her that the king is willing to turn a blind eye to what has happened. Romance said that he and Plank would go to the ballroom together that evening. The queen said that the second prince would be overjoyed. It was announced in the ballroom that His Majesty the King and His Highness Prince Plans had arrived. As agreed, the king and the second prince entered the ballroom side by side. Baron Pollen was granted the promised exclusive right to supply. Everyone in the hall knew that this was Celestia's maneuver to save her son's reputation. It was hard to believe that the House of Brisson had taken such a blow. It became clear how the queen had paid for the second prince's freedom. Prince Callian now had enough power to pressure the queen into action. It was time to reassess his value. The third prince said that they were ready to change sides without shame or conscience. Yang asked his master what they should do with all these gifts. Our hero was pleased to see that Planck and the House of Brisson were losing their influence. However, he would prefer not to gather defectors to his side. The third prince told Jan to send everything back, except for the gifts from the Mages Association and Baron Pollen. Callian reminded him not to forget to make a list of the senders. Jan found a gift from Baron Pollen. The third prince was surprised. Was the Baron's gift really a necklace for a horse? Callian noted that it was a terribly specific gift. It must have been Jan's doing. What did the assistant tell the Baron? Jan replied that he had hinted to the Baron about the third prince's love for his horse. Our hero said that it was quite unexpected. A decoration for a horse, not for its owner. Callian thought that the Baron was testing him. If he accepted the gift, he would be agreeing to receive gold for his rescue, and then next time, he would receive jewels, which would be the Baron's final payment. Our hero thought that the Baron was in a hurry. He was mistaken if he thought he could buy his freedom with simple jewelry. Callian told Jan to find out how much the necklace was worth and give Baron Pollen the required amount. Callian told his assistant that the reward for uniqueness should definitely be given to this gift and pointed to the flower. Jan noted that this gift came from the Association of Magicians. Could such a creation really be a gift? The assistant said that a note had been attached to the gift. This plant is very rare, and the note contains care instructions. He noticed that the plant was twitching. It was a magical flower that spread bioluminescent pollen before dying. The flower was popular among herbologists. Yang wondered if it should be returned. Callian replied that the flower would remain there. Callian thought he had an idea and accidentally knocked over the cup of tea. The cup tipped over and the tea spilled, even getting on the flower. Yin was upset. It was a gift. Maybe it would be okay? Callian wanted to check if the tea was poison. The prince told the maid to leave the flower where it was. Our hero liked this flower. The third prince thanked the teacher for taking time out of his busy schedule. Elon said he couldn't refuse when the prince was risking his life. Callian asked the teacher to take him outside the palace. Our hero found himself outside the palace for the first time, but said it was a lovely and long-awaited walk. Callian noted that he really hadn't walked outside the palace in a long time. Did His Majesty really approve of Manisil's departure? The magician said that the king would find out about it right away from a note that had been sent to him. Callian remarked that he was not surprised at all. Leaving the palace, our hero told his assistant that he would return at dawn. Manisil asked if the apprentice was taking the antidote regularly. Callian confirmed this and added that he had already taken his dose that morning and now felt much better. So much better that the person who had been poisoning him was now in a panic. Everything would fall into place when the enemy swallowed the bait. The teacher said he applauded the prince's resourcefulness. Perhaps the third prince didn't need him at all. Callian replied that this was not true. Our hero declared that he would not have succeeded without the gift that had been sent to him. Manisil said that he would part with the prince here. However, the young man should have allowed him to stay, but he would do as the prince wished. Callian knew that his teacher would understand. Elon said that there was a representative office of the Mages Association on Tenasha Street. The teacher added that the prince could find him there as soon as he finished his business. Callian said they would meet there, and the companions parted ways, riding off in opposite directions. Work was in full swing at the smithy. The third prince had placed his order there. Callian received a sword so as not to be left without a weapon. Our hero decided that this weapon would suit him. The young man intended to use this sword until his order was ready. Callian decided that all he had to do now was obtain the necessary information. Secreta maintains a spy network across the continent to gather information from other countries. However, these spies are not just information gatherers. Each agent undergoes years of rigorous training to become a professional assassin. The people who created this network of assassins are none other than our hero's father, King Devlin. The second man was Baron, our hero in the past. The young man walked down Tanisha Street and approached an establishment with the sign Dovecote. Our hero knew very well how dangerous they could be, as he was the one who trained them. The young man understood that he was now Prince Carys. If they realized that someone like him was near their base, he could forget about returning safely. Black hair and red eyes are very noticeable, so it's best not to attract attention. Kalyan entered the room. It was much more spacious than it had seemed from the outside. The owner of the dovecote asked if the young man was looking for a pigeon. The young man said that the birds had yet to wake up. The owner replied that they just like to sleep. The visitor suggested that these pigeons might have traveled a long way. Maybe that was why they were still sleeping. Kalyan said that here the tired birds could rest their wings. The shopkeeper asked the young man why he had come here. Our hero replied that he was interested in bird feed. The man admitted that the young man had come to the right place. The owner of the dovecote suddenly pulled out a dagger and held it to our hero's neck. The man said that he hadn't sold any pigeons lately. The protagonist understood that this was no ordinary man. It would be difficult to deal with him in the body of the third prince. The protagonist moved the blade away from his neck with his fingers and said that the bird had left its nest and gone in search of food. So, of course, the shopkeeper couldn't sell it. The man looked at this visitor with surprise. He also realized that this was no ordinary bird buyer. In this place, birds are secret agents who gather information. The Secret Service keeps the identities of its agents secret, even from each other. This way, even if one person is exposed, nothing will point to the Secret Service. The owner of the pigeon loft asked the visitor whose bird it was. Kalyan decided to use his father's name and pretend to be a secret agent of the Secretia. The young man replied that he was Nebulada's bird. Our hero added that he would now become the first prince of Karis. The young man asked for some food for the bird, which had just left its nest so that he could use Secretia's secret agent to steal information about Karis. The man told the visitor to follow him and pointed to the stairs. Kalyan thought, so there was a hidden place like this here. The owner assumed that the young man was new so he could remember his name as they would meet again. The man said his name was White Eagle. Our hero introduced himself as Red Swan. The White Eagle asked what kind of food the young man needed. One item and one piece of information. The White Eagle said, the cost is 8 plorins, payment up front. Kalyan was surprised. White Eagle had named his price before he had even said what specific item and information he needed. Was he trying to trick him into lowering his guard? White Eagle explained that the price was fixed. After a while, the owner of the dovecote brought the requested food. It contained the desired item and the necessary information. After studying the information, our hero asked if everything was correct. The White Eagle replied that, given the size of the area requested, this was the only suitable place. The Red Swan said that this was useful information for him. As he was leaving, the owner of the dovecote told the young man to be careful. There were cruel rules there. Our hero thought that no matter how cruel the place was, the White Eagle was much more dangerous. Kalyan saw people in the square and was surprised. What was going on in the middle of the night? It would not be a good idea to attract attention. According to the map, he had to cross the bridge, so he had to act quickly. One of the people present blocked our hero's way. Kalyan was indignant. What was going on? Why had they suddenly blocked his path? The man apologized, saying that the deceased was on his way to his final resting place. So if the young man was not in too much of a hurry, he was asked to wait a little. Kalyan realized that this was a funeral ceremony and dismounted. Our hero saw no need to interfere with the deceased and said he would wait. Every country has its own traditions for saying goodbye to the dead. In Kairos, there is a legend that if a living person crosses a bridge while red flowers are floating down the river, the deceased will lose their way. In Secreta, a special flower called Sinistar is planted over the grave. During the day it blooms white, and at night it blooms blue. Sinistar symbolizes the impossibility of two people meeting. This tradition is meant to show that the paths of the living and the dead should not cross. The young man wondered if his brother had planted this flower on his grave, or had time turned back to before that. Kalyan thought that perhaps he was the deceased who had lost his way. The man thanked him for waiting. Now the traveler could continue on his way. Our hero thought that he was now only the third of the princes of Kairos. He jumped back onto his horse and said that the dead should rest in peace. He promised to pray for their souls. One of those present looked back at the departing rider. The man asked why Arsene was distracted and not listening. Arsene took off his hood and said that he had simply thought that the horseman was a good man. Our hero thought that on the way to this place, he had seen many signs with the name Sisfanian, Deep Sleep Sisfanian, Rest Sisfanian, Lunch Sisfanian. The third prince approached a building with a sign that read, Deep Smell of Alcohol Sisfanian. The young man wondered if that was too much. So all the stories from the secret agents when he was Baron weren't made up. That name was literally everywhere. The security guard at the entrance said he would take the young man to a free seat. Kalyan said he needed to go to the 4th floor of the building. Upon hearing this, the security guard said he would escort the visitor immediately. The man led our hero to the right place and wished him a pleasant stay. Kalyan looked at a special device attached to a coat rack. The young man requested only a small piece of information from the White Eagle. The information concerned the location of illegal activities in Karis. Kalyan turned the device, and a passage to another room appeared in the wall in front of him. The code phrase about going to the 4th floor of a 2-story building meant that the events were not taking place above. There was a hidden space leading to a secret basement. The information our hero needed was not something simple, like underground gambling. Even deeper and further away was a ring for illegal fights with betting. Excited spectators placed bets and cheered loudly for their favorites. The referee announced that the fight was over. Today, Bloody Gerard was once again declared the winner. Those in attendance who had bet on white would soon receive their winnings. The smell of blood in the room did not fade for a second. The third prince, Incognito, arrived at the place he was interested in. This place was devoid of any traces of humanity. Everything here was horribly disgusting. A man approached Kalyan and said that there was an entrance fee. The man called out to a girl and told her to take this guy to room 27. The girl grabbed the young man by the arm, and Kalyan realized that she wanted him to follow her. This girl couldn't speak. Our hero noticed with surprise that the girl's ears had been cut off. It didn't seem like she was wearing those clothes by choice. Kalyan looked at the girls and realized that they had tracking devices around their necks. So this girl couldn't escape. The girl gestured that the visitor should place a bet. Kalyan thought he should play along to get what he wanted. You couldn't call it rules because they were simple. The visitor bets money, people fight. If the bettor wins, the amount doubles. Our hero repeated this cycle 10 times in a row. After a while, the 3 pralinas turned into 1,500. Kalyan understood that he had come here not only to get rich. The referee announced the final match of the day. It was a special fight with a 4-way win. Those betting on white were betting on Cyan's Bloody Hammer. The opponent of this fighter today was the invincible guy. Kalyan saw the person he had come here for. In the past, this guy was kept where he earned his living fighting. That was until his sister died. He said he wanted to introduce today's opponent. The protagonist asked the young man if he wanted to become a knight. The young man replied that he wanted to become a sword, His Majesty's sword. That was the monster-eyed Kiri. Kalyan bet all the money he had won today on black. Those around him were extremely surprised. How was that possible? After earning so much to bet everything on that guy? Those present assumed that this red-eyed man was a complete madman. The referee told the audience that the second fighter's current win rate was 0%. Although he had never won before, he hoped to redeem himself in this rematch. The man at the next table told Kalyan that the young man had made a very large bet. Such extravagance was unnecessary. The man said this out of pity, advising him to bet on the other fighter. He added that this fighter had never won a single match. Kalyan said to check carefully all the chips he had bet on black. The man warned that if the young man lost all the chips he had worked so hard to earn, it would be his responsibility alone. Bloody Hammer. Xiong was truly cruel. The audience demanded that Xiong deal with his opponent properly. If he finished him off, the bet would increase tenfold. Kiri ignored the shouts and watched closely as the girl took bets from our hero. The spectators said that the new player would lose all his money, blinded by his greed. Sion said that his opponent wouldn't last long this time. The referee announced that today's main match was about to begin. The gong sounded. Bloody Hammer immediately rushed at his opponent and began to strike him with powerful blows. Kiri did not respond, but only blocked them. Bloody Hammer kicked him in the chest and Kiri flew far backward. The spectators shouted for Xiong to finish off this weakling. Kalyan watched Kiri's movements closely. The young man thought that without his sword, Kiri was seriously losing. His opponent was beating him up. Why was Kiri doing this? He was capable of defeating such an opponent. Bloody Hammer said that this guy was too slow for him. Kiri exposed his shoulder, blocked his opponent's blows, and continued to stay on his feet. Bloody Hammer increased the speed of his attacks and shouted that this time his opponent would not get away. Kalyan jumped up from behind the table and shouted at Kiri not to expose his shoulders next time. During the next attack by the Bloody Hammer, Kiri dodged, and his opponent's fist struck empty air. Kiri responded with a crushing blow to the chest. It was unexpected, and Sion began to breathe rapidly. His opponent stopped and missed a punch to the jaw, losing several teeth in the process. The audience was puzzled. What had just happened? In the middle of the ring lay Bloody Hammer Sion, unconscious. The referee announced that the monster-eyed Kiri had defeated Bloody Hammer. Kiri earned his first victory. Many spectators said they had lost a fortune. Kalian and Kiri's eyes met. The young men studied each other closely. The manager approached our hero and said that someone was looking for him. The boss of the establishment said that this guy turned out to be quite talented. With 3 pralinas in his pocket, he earned almost 6,000. The man added that he was worried about whether it was worth giving such a huge sum to such a young guy. Kalian replied that he had expected the owner of the establishment to at least try to make a deal with him. However, he turned out to be much more stupid than he looked. The man became angry. Who did this boy think he was, behaving like this? He should take off his hood and show everyone his face. Kalian asked his interlocutor if he was sure he could handle it if he took off his hood. After all, a lot of trouble could come his way. The man asked what could happen in that case. One of the assistants said he wanted to see that precious face. How cool could he be if he kept hiding it? Kalian drew his sword and plunged it into his opponent's arm. The man screamed in pain. The boss and everyone present were outraged. The young man said that he thought the only thing they had was common sense. The boss thought he had invited a madman who wasn't afraid to use a knife. The man said that it was a large sum to pay all at once. Maybe the young man could wait? Our hero, twirling the knife in his hand, said he wouldn't take the money. Kalian added that instead he would take the monster-eyed Kiri. The man disagreed. That fighter had just started bringing him money. The villain thought that if he did so, he would definitely lose his head. This boy was crazy. No matter how skilled he was with a blade, he was alone, and there were clearly more of them. The villain declared that they couldn't give up this fighter. In a moment, the boss found himself with his pants torn. The young man with the sword in his hand asked what would happen if he took his 6,000 florins and his companion with him. Kalian asked if there was any point in continuing the negotiations. The boss sensed the young man's dominant aura and shouted for Kiri to be brought there immediately. Our hero knew he couldn't repeat this trick twice. His body couldn't take it anymore. He had to hold on somehow until the end. The assistant told the boss that they had a problem. Kiri said he wouldn't leave without Hina. The protagonist was surprised because Kiri had said that his sister had chosen death for herself. Kiri then left the fighting ring, feeling the pain of not being able to protect her. Kalian said he would bring Kiri himself. The boss said he would make all the necessary arrangements for these people to leave safely. Kalian said that before that, he needed to collect the entrance fee and all the winnings. Kalian held the reins of his horse. Kiri and Hina followed behind him at a slight distance. Kiri thanked the young man for his help. Kiri asked why he had done it. Kalian threw his cloak over the girl and said there was no need for suspicion. He had no ill intentions. Kiri saw a red-eyed, dark-haired young man and recognized him. The young man bowed his head and apologized to His Highness. He said that he had not recognized the prince and had dared to show distrust. Kalian told Kiri not to bow his head. He was the one who should not be doing that. The protagonist thought that they were brother and sister, half-elves, penniless. It was obvious what kind of life they had led. In his previous life, Kiri had been unable to protect his younger sister. The habit of exposing one's shoulder during battle was typical of novices practicing fencing. The prince asked the young man if he wanted to become a knight. Kiri replied that he wanted to become a sword that would protect everything, not just a knight. The third prince handed Kiri a sword and said that he could not become a knight right away. First, he had to play the role of his shield. As he left, our hero said that if Kiri still wanted to learn the art of sword fighting, he should find him. Kiri asked why the prince was giving them such a valuable thing. Our hero replied that it was because he needed a good sword. Kalian thought that this was all he could do to repay Kiri. Tainansha Street, the Mages Association, Elon Manisil's office. Manisil was burning unnecessary papers. How could the third prince have guessed that the chandelier would fall? The door opened and Kalian appeared in the doorway. The young man greeted the master and said he had come. Elon looked closely at his student and asked if he had been in a fight. Manisil also asked where the prince had done all his clothes. Kalian replied that he hadn't actually been in a fight. The teacher suggested that the prince's negotiations had been rather difficult. Kalian admitted to the master that it had been a rather long day. The young man said that he had received the Kiri and had also set a trap to catch the person behind the poison tea. Everything was going according to plan. However, our hero felt uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because he had done so much in such a short time. The protagonist saw a teapot and cups floating in the air in front of his teacher. The young man thought that this place finally looked like a magician's office. Ellen asked if the young man had expected to see strange eyes looking in all directions, a boiling pot of unknown ingredients, or something similar. Kalyan nodded in agreement. The prince said that everything here was more ordinary than he had imagined. There was even a dagger without a sheath on the table, and it did not stand out at all against the interior. Kalyan looked closely at the dagger and remembered it. He asked why the weapon was there. The dagger suddenly flew into the air right in front of the prince. The young man saw with alarm that the dagger was hovering in front of his face. The boy realized it was too late to dodge. Elon said that even with such a scarred body, the student was quite fast. Manasil said that it was a magical weapon created by the Sispanians. It copies the shape of another person's hidden weapon. The teacher asked if it might be some kind of warning. Kalyan thought that Elon had not wanted to attack him in the first place. However, our hero had been too hasty and had even activated his aura. Elon said, "Aura is a man who doesn't even know how to hold a sword." His meeting with the prince was magnificent, but he thought there was a possibility, even though stranger things were happening every time. The king said that the prince was afraid of horses, and the courtiers were surprised that the prince had changed completely. When the prince learned that he had been poisoned, he showed a desire to survive, and it was not fear of death. This energy belongs to those who have blood on their hands. Thus it became clear that an accident would occur during horseback riding. Manasil asked if the prince could explain everything to his master. Kalyan considered telling him about the healing magic. It could be an answer to those who doubted his identity. However, the teacher was trying to believe him. The young man said that he was not the real Kalyan, but in fact Baron Sakricha. Manasil asked if this was a time loop, meaning that the real Prince Kalyan had died. The apprentice replied that this was unlikely. It seemed that he was still there. Baron added that he could faintly sense the presence of this guy. Ellen remembered the day when Baron first saw him. At that time, the prince said that he did not want to ascend the throne. Manasil said he wanted to ask again, "What does the young man desire?" Baron replied that he was trying to avoid war. He did not yet know why Planck was known as the axis of time. If the cause was not eliminated, the problem would arise again. Therefore, it was necessary to see for himself. The teacher asked if this was what the prince wanted for himself or for Baron's older brother Chase. Baron was surprised. What did that mean? Elon replied that there was something the prince needed to know. The teacher noted that at the moment, Prince Chase was the only prince of Sakricha. Chase was originally the only son of a concubine, and the queen had no sons. There is no man named Baron here. Our hero was stunned by what he heard. Could it be that he doesn't exist? Not even in Sakricha, not on this earth, nor on any other. The protagonist did not understand why time had reversed. Did something go wrong? When using the time axis, the time and place were incorrect, so he ended up in Kalyan's body. It turned out that Prince Kalyan's body was still alive and well. The young man sensed this vaguely. Just as he had ended up in Kalyan's body, someone else could have ended up in his body. But as long as he was here, the other Baron could not exist. Baron thought that this was no different from stealing another person's life. Manasil said that the current Chase had already consolidated his power as the Crown Prince of Sakricha. Also, the past and present that the prince knew had changed. Perhaps the future would be different as well. The teacher said that the lives of the three princes of Kiris were now at stake. The young man should not worry about the Crown Prince of Sakricha. He had grown up to be worthy. Our hero repeated that the teacher was telling him not to live in the trap of the past. The young man said that he understands his teacher's concern and wants to be honest. What worries Alona will not happen. Our hero declared that he was now here in Kiris on the day he first opened his eyes. He asked his teacher, "Is everything all right?" Even if he's not a real prince, Manasil smiled because he had been wondering what his student was worried about. He also wanted to be honest. From the very beginning, the person with whom he had a relationship as a priest was one and the same person. Kalyan said that now the teacher knew about the axis of time. It seemed like he already knew about it before. Manasil said that around this time a year ago, Prince Chase had asked him for advice about the axis of time. He secretly went to Sakricha, but learned nothing except that it was not made by humans. The mage added that a month ago, they received news from Sakricha that the time axis had disappeared. The prince said that a month ago, he had returned 10 years into the past. Our hero thought that at the same time he returned, the axis of time had disappeared. The young man wondered what the reason for his return could be. The teacher said that this was a question they could not answer, even if they thought hard. But there was someone who should be asked. The prince would soon see for himself. The companions approached the monument to Sisphanius. Kalyan thought that was indeed the case. Soon it would be time for his coming-of-age ceremony. The coming-of-age ceremony of Prince Caris, Rosalita, is a ceremony in which the prince must go to the house of Sisfanian and announce that he has become a full member of the royal family. There he will be able to learn the will of Sisfanian. Manasil said that in order for a student to take part in the coming-of-age ceremony, the most important thing was to stay alive. This meant that the young man had to solve the problem as soon as possible. The seeds that the prince had sown should have already sprouted. The assistant told the prince that he was very worried. The man who said he would come in full height left and said he would arrive at dawn. Kalyan suggested that Yan look at something interesting. Jan wondered why the prince had suddenly gone out onto the terrace, since it was still early morning and cold. What was interesting was the pot he had received as a gift from the Mages Association. It was said to be a popular plant among enthusiasts. After wilting, it leaves behind glowing pollen. Since the plant is rare, its properties have not been well studied. Kalyan deliberately pretended it was an accident and poured the poisoned tea into the pot in front of everyone. After that, they watched the reaction of the servants who worked with the prince. Because there was poison in the tea, which would have killed a normal person in less than a week. Naturally, the plant that absorbed the poison could not survive. However, the gift from the magicians did not wilt and remains alive, as if someone had replaced it on purpose. After the plant was replaced, it couldn't just be thrown away. The pot with the flower had to be kept in the safest place possible. The prince believed that it would lead him to the culprit. Kalyan was sure that the culprit was the palace mistress, Silesia. The prince greeted Jan, who was holding a tray with tea. He asked if his assistant had slept well. Jan put the tea on the table and said that it was a little strange to hear the morning greeting he always said to the prince. Kalyan replied that he had gotten up early today. Jan asked if the sound of rain had woken the prince. Kalyan took a sip of tea. The taste was subtle but different from usual. Silesia had added poison again. The prince asked if Jan had a plan to get all the aristocrats to come here within a week. Jan replied that there would be a meeting of all the aristocrats, including His Majesty the King, next week. After the meeting, there would be a banquet. Our hero thought that this would be an excellent day to try the poison tea, so Celestia should be ready to go mad by then. After drinking the tea, the third prince took out another pill he had received from his teacher. Jan asked what the prince had been taking lately. Kalyan replied that they were bioactive supplements. He explained that his body was somewhat weak and suggested they go to the hall and have breakfast a little earlier today. Yan said he would help His Highness right away. The assistant looked at the empty teacup and caught himself feeling anxious, although he couldn't understand why. After the incident at the horse riding track, the second prince was not in the breakfast hall. Kalyan thought that this was even better. He did not want his plans to be ruined because of plants. The third prince said that the roses would bloom early. The older and younger brothers present at breakfast exchanged silent glances. After that, the first prince rose from the table and left. John asked Kalyan why the prince had suddenly mentioned roses. Our hero replied that he had seen one during his walk. The rose reminded him of his older brother Randall, who used to tend to roses. Kalyan added that it didn't matter. After another run in the forest, the third prince stopped and clutched his heart, breathing heavily. Manasil asked if his condition was getting worse every day and if the young man was used to mistreating his body. Kalyan replied that he really might die if he missed training. The teacher asked where he had come from. Kalyan explained that he had been working with Romain for a while. Manasil asked why the young man had called him. Kalyan said that there were two things he wanted to ask the master. The prince added that he needed two identities. The teacher replied that it was not a very difficult request. The young man added that he wanted to investigate the mysterious circumstances surrounding the deaths of aristocrats, particularly cases involving Brisson, that interested him. Manasil said that this was also not difficult, but that the prince was asking too much of his old teacher. Kalyan noted that the amount of poison seemed to have increased. Elon suggested that the young man had found the culprit. Manasil said he could guess who it was. Kalyan stated that the masters would soon begin to monitor them. It might be hard to do anything to an archmage, but now was the time when the master needed enough strength. Manasil asked if his student was really going to use him as a shield. Kalyan replied, not a shield but a weapon. The protagonist knew better than anyone else the well-honed power of the magicians. It was a squad of white demons created by magicians who had taken his life and his country. Our hero declared that he wanted to create an order of mages. Such a statement was quite unusual for Elon Manasil. The mentor told the prince that mages were different from knights. Did the young man understand that growing up through training was difficult? Kalyan replied that he could answer that question as follows. It is possible. When Romain said he was creating an order of mages, everyone ignored him, even Brisson. It wasn't worth worrying about, and thanks to that, he was able to continue. In the end, he did it. However, shortly after the Order of Magicians was formed, Romain died. He really did everything incognito. The mages fell into the hands of Plans, who inherited the throne. The teacher already knows the outcome. Kalyan noted that this time would not be easy. The young man thought that now the Brisson family would intervene. The prince declared that he planned to use what Celestia had done to make a deal. The mentor asked what exactly the queen had done. Manhwa asked how. Kalyan replied that it was still a secret, but he could only say that it would happen soon. The prince asked Manhwa to share his thoughts with the king, as the mentor was currently considering many things. The young man added that when the queen made a mistake, they would have to gain the upper hand in the negotiations. The maid told the queen that she had increased the number as ordered. Celestia said that the girl must do everything well. The queen added that the voices coming from everywhere were very annoying, and she did not want to worry about it anymore. Celestia told her son that the person who should really be doing the work was already sitting there. Wasn't it inevitable that they were going through difficulties now? Plans told the queen not to stress so much. He had come to tell her that. Celestia replied that it was not up to the second prince. He could do nothing. The queen added that suffering for her son was her inevitable fate. Plank became angry and turned to leave. The queen called it weakness. She added that the young man should make sure he didn't get in her way. The day of arrival at the palace arrived. Hina, as always, was busy with household chores. Her brother noticed that she was in a good mood today. She had been humming all day. Hina said that they would finally arrive at the palace today and be able to meet the prince. The young man asked his sister if she liked the prince. The girl nodded affirmatively. In the palace, a tailor was taking measurements and adjusting a new suit for the third prince. Kalyan told Jan what time the aristocrats' meeting would begin and that they had to get to the banquet within an hour. The prince added that Jan had something to do for him. Finally, the hour arrived. Tea would be served to the weakest prince. The queen noticed that the third prince, Kalyan, had entered. This would be a turning point, marking a change. Yang must deliver two messages, one to the Association of Magicians, the other to his teacher. First, Jan must deliver the first message to the association, then return with the teacher. The third prince, Kalyan, told his assistant not to worry, he would take care of the rest himself. Our hero thought that something similar had happened before, but perhaps these were useless thoughts. The young man was sure that nothing would happen to the prince. At the Mages Association, Iria Seren, the head of the association, told Manhwa that everything was ready. Quite a few people had gathered, although she was only considering official cases. But the fact that it had not been made public seemed suspicious. Manhwa said that in any case, the weak nobles would not be able to interrogate the Brisson family. Otherwise, they could become the next unsolved case. Iria Seren asked how the prince intended to use this information. The door burst open and Jan rushed into the room. He addressed the head of the association. The young man noticed that Manhwa was also there. Jan said that the prince had sent letters to both of them. After reading the message, Elon asked where the banquet was to be held. Ian stated that Manhwa would not be able to attend without an invitation. The mage said that now was not the time to worry about that. The third prince could die. Kalyan informed his teacher that he was going to make a deal with Celestia today, risking his life. The protagonist said that if something went wrong, he was counting on his teacher's help. An hour earlier, at a meeting with the queen, our hero said that there were only two of them there. Kalyan suggested that the queen be honest with each other. Celestia agreed but added that it wouldn't change anything, and loudly slammed her fan on the table. Kalyan said that he had suggested being honest, but not forgetting propriety. The queen wondered what the young man meant. Had he simply decided to argue with her? Celicia said she already regretted showing any interest. As befits someone of such low birth, the third prince was very rude. Kalyan said he wanted to talk about the poison tea and suggested they put an end to it. He was patient, but his throat was already tight with disgust. Celicia said she didn't understand what the prince was talking about. The queen added that the young man was saying strange things. Kalyan just smiled in response. He had expected this outcome and was prepared. Kalyan showed a jar with white cubes and said that he had to take a risk if he wanted to prevent the queen from doing something like this in the future. However, he only had a strong heart, so he would try to risk it. Our hero said that the jar contained a poison that would stop the heart for a short time. Kalyan added that he had received it from the White Eagle. The poison does not react with silver and cannot be detected by magical tests. The prince noted that since he possesses the power of blessing, his heart will continue to beat. The power of blessing can only be used once. While it neutralizes this poison, the other poison he has been drinking until today will spread throughout his body. Kalyan asked the queen who people would suspect first in that case. The queen laughed in response. Did the third prince really think that everything would go as he had planned? Did he really think that this was her first time doing something like this? Who didn't know that she was the one who had sent his mother to her death? Kalyan asked what he should do with the tea. Celestia suggested he drink as much as he could. Our hero said he would take that as a refusal and raise the cup of tea to his lips. Celestia said, "Thank you. Who would dare accuse me?" Even the king treated her with caution. There was nothing that Celestia couldn't get her hands on. The same applied to the queen's position. Celestia simply got rid of the things that were a thorn in her side in order to get what she wanted. Step by step, she got everything. The woman believed that there was only one thing left that she did not yet have. During the banquet, Prince Kalyan drank some wine, then collapsed on the floor and lost consciousness. Blood poured from his mouth. Everyone present was frightened. What had happened to the third prince? Celestia believed that the third prince should become the ladder she could climb. Someone shouted to call the priest immediately. Suspicions arose that the third prince had been poisoned. Could the drink have been poisoned? This happened before His Majesty the King began his meal. When did the prince drink it? So the poison was administered earlier? Who was with the third prince before the banquet began? The voices gradually died down. No one wanted to lose their head. Celestia thought that everything was going as expected. It would be difficult for a few days, but everyone would try to keep quiet. Celestia noticed that, as always, no one dared to accuse her. It was her absolute victory. The king rushed to the third prince, lifted him up, and told Kalyan to wake up immediately. Where was the priest? The king heard Kalyan whisper, "Father." Romain remembered how Kalyan's mother had asked the king to protect their son before she died. Celestia said she couldn't believe something so terrible was happening in the royal palace. She was shocked and no longer intended to stay there. The queen added that she was going to return to the palace of Haisha. Romain said that Celestia was trying to harm his son. Those around him were surprised by this statement. Come to think of it, weren't they the first to arrive at the banquet hall? Could she have used this to plan the poisoning? If it was really the queen, that's enough. Everyone suspected as much. Celestia said she didn't know what Romain was talking about. After all, everyone knows that Kalyan has a chronic illness. The king reminded her that Celestia had said the same thing after Freya's death, when she appeared with all of Breeson's knights. Celestia replied that the king couldn't make her a criminal. Who would say that this boy had always been healthy? No one would believe the king. The queen added that the princes, who have breakfast together every day, could tell him about Kalyan's state of health. Celestia suggested that the king obtain information from the princes. Romain ordered Celestia to be silent. The queen cried out that she was doing this out of concern. The king was making a mountain out of a molehill because of Kalyan, worrying about the health of their son. The king was outraged. How dare she say their son? Shouldn't she only say that for Kalyan's sake? Plank said that Kalyan was fine and had never had any health problems. Celestia was angry with her son because she had warned him not to overdo it. It was reported that the priest had arrived. The priest immediately rushed to the third prince. Celestia declared once again that she was returning to Castle Haisha. Romain ordered the priest to use divine power. Before the priest could touch the young man, a protective dome formed around the prince. Ellen Manisil entered the room. The maid shouted, "Why do you want this young man to die?" The king was surprised. What was Manisil doing? After all, Kalyan needed urgent treatment. Elon replied that there was a circle in the prince's heart. Manisil explained that when a mage's circle and divine power collide, even a lucky person will die. Their heart will stop. The king asked what could be done if divine power could not be used. Was it possible to treat him with magic? Manisil replied that this was also impossible, unless a healer with natural abilities could be found. The king said that another way must be found as soon as possible. Manisil looked at the king in horror. What was happening? The king was kneeling, blood flowing from his mouth. A bottle of wine lay nearby. Manisil lifted the third prince's head. Kalyan opened his eyes and called for his teacher. The magician was surprised. Why did the young man look like that? He never thought he would have to use that spell again. Manisil remembered fragments from the past. He said that it was a spell that relieved pain, ActionToon. Outside, passers-by noticed that manuscripts had been thrown out of the window. The townspeople were urged to listen to the sounds of grief coming from the crypt, demanding the truth about the Bryson family. She had destroyed 37 people. A typhoon struck the Bryson family. Suspicions that the queen poisoned Prince Callian and the crimes of the Bryson family have been revealed. Public opinion is on the verge of exploding. Could the rumors about the Marquis Bryson be true? From now on, it is impossible to have any contact with the Bryson family because the king himself has pointed to the queen as the culprit in the poisoning. The queen is a ruthless criminal. Graffiti appeared on the city walls. Eliminate Queen Cilicia. Manhwa said that Prince Callian said this to create an order of magicians. They must take advantage of the situation now that Cilicia has been cornered. King Romain now understood what the third prince wanted to create. His Majesty agreed. Cilicia saw the third prince and assumed that he was very busy. She did not understand when he had prepared all this. Callian noticed that he couldn't understand what the queen was talking about. After all, thanks to her care, he can now rest a lot. The queen assumed that the third prince would be on the verge of death within a week, but his voice sounds normal. Callian admitted that he had almost died and added that it would be difficult for them to see each other for a long time. Celestia suggested that the hero change everything. Callian remarked that the queen should have said that last week. Now the situation has changed. The young man added that he was ready to hear what the queen had in mind. Callian added that he had no objections to what His Majesty the King had in mind. After listening to Celestia's proposal, the young man smiled and said that she had misunderstood everything. He had never needed the queen's permission in the first place. Did she really have nothing else to offer? Celestia asked what Callian wanted. Callian thought that in the lands ruled by the descendants of Siphonian, the clang of swords should be loud. While he was in this castle, he added that the queen should get rid of Commander Pabel. The protagonist was going to take everything he could from the Bersenos. Cilicia was outraged. What did get rid of mean? The third prince thought that Pabel had been sent to the queen by Marquis Bryson to command the royal guard. Losing him would mean halving Cilicia's power. Callian was going to get rid of Pabel, create an order of magicians, and regret nothing. Jan approached the queen and handed her the prepared documents. It was a written statement with a seal and an oath. Cilicia was outraged again when she saw the document with the seal. The prince said she was right. It was magic that sealed the contract in both their hearts. If the queen broke her oath, her heart would be destroyed, and she would die. The first prince was informed that when Callian awoke, Queen Celestia had visited him. At that moment, the first prince was trimming the rose bushes with a pair of scissors. The young man was certain that he and his younger brother had exchanged glances before he fell. The older brother remembered how Callian had said that roses would soon bloom. Callian had planned to involve him in this game from the very beginning. The young man was curious to see how this rose would bloom, so he considered giving his brother what he wanted just once. Callian was fine. He never thought plans would back down. There had to be something else going on. The eldest prince continued to cut one rose after another. The buds fell straight to the ground. Celestia told Callian to stop. The third prince repeated that if the queen broke her oath, her heart would stop, leading to her death. The young man added that it was inevitable because his trust in the queen was not strong enough. Celestia stood over the table where the contract lay. Callian asked what she would do. The woman took the pen and signed the contract. The third prince said that everything was now ready. He said this because he was afraid that the queen might misunderstand. The young man remarked that he had never had a good relationship with his brothers. That day, plans did it not for him. If Celestia had said a word then, the king's sword would have cut her throat right there. After this meeting, Manhwa told his student that he was surprised that the queen had come here. The mentor suggested that the third prince had a good appetite, which was a sign of his return to life and normal nutrition. If the brother and sister hadn't shown up at the right moment, things could have ended badly. Hina is the girl healer who uses the power of nature. Manhwa said that Callian was on the verge of death. The third prince was surprised that Hina was a healer. Ellen was surprised. Didn't Callian know about this in his past life? The young man replied that at that moment he had no connection with Kiri. When he met Kiri, she was already gone. Manhwa was surprised. Was the prince saying that he had rid his body of poison blindly, relying only on his faith in a blessing? Callian smiled and told his teacher that he was wrong. The mentor handed his student the identity card he had requested. The document was issued in the name of Kiri Byrne. The second document was in the name of Hina Byrne. The mentor said that these people needed a surname for their ID, so he gave them the prince's old name. It didn't seem like Kalyan had met these young people and brought them to just like that. Elon added that it wasn't fake, but a legitimate ID. Romain had made it. Ellen Manisil asked his student what it was like to be the king's favorite son. The young man was surprised. Were there really such rumors? The mage said that the king had caused a scandal in front of the nobility. It was impossible to avoid it. Kalyan asked how he should feel. This is something a person should enjoy to the fullest. Kalyan told Jan to remove the banana peel. John approached the prince and said he was going to stop serving him. The child ran to the far right room on the second floor of the mansion. When he reached the room, he peeked around the corner and said he was already there. The boy smiled and greeted his brother. In the room, his older brother was sitting on the bed. He was sick, and his hands were bandaged. The older brother greeted Shiroyan. Shiryan felt a deep sense of guilt. He asked his brother if he had heard the chirping of cicadas today. Shiroyan said that they were very ugly and noisy. They could be found in the summer. Cicadas made a strange chirping sound. Shiroyan added that they have very funny wings, and the chirping comes from their abdomen. The older brother admitted that cicadas are very strange. Shiryan suggested that his brother go see them, saying he was ready to catch a few. His brother said it wasn't worth it. They seemed very scary to him. He was ready to listen to Shiroyan play the violin. The older brother's condition worsened with each passing day. Shiroyan overheard the adults talking about his brother's health. His father told the doctor that there must be a way to cure him. At that time, Shiroyan did not yet know that you should not offer something to a person who cannot have it. His older brother told Shiroyan not to turn away from him. He had to look him straight in the eyes. Shiroyan must not forget that he was dying. It was very frightening. The entire building and estate were engulfed in flames. A young man stood outside the window. The assistant told the master to run away with his son as far as possible. The fire was getting stronger. And so, on the day before his 15th birthday, the older brother decided to end it all himself. After that day, summer passed, then autumn, and then winter came. Until the chirping of cicadas filled the air, Shiroyan shut himself off from the world. Unable to bear his son's condition, his father forcibly dragged him out of his self-imposed confinement. Shiroyan looked indifferently into the distance, carried in his father's arms. The boy asked who the child was. His father looked in that direction and said that it was the third prince of the kingdom. The prince sat alone near the fountain. The prince and Shiroyan's eyes met. Yen repeated that he was resigning from his position as assistant to the third prince. Kalyan was surprised. What was he talking about? Yan said that even though he was closest to the prince, he didn't know about many things, especially what happened to the prince, because he was the one who put poison in his tea. Yan added that it was his fault. He had turned a blind eye to alarming details and had not been there when danger struck. Yan said with horror that His Highness could have died that day. He admitted that he had not seen the obvious. Kalyan told John to look at him and asked who was standing before him. Yan replied that it was Prince Kalyan. The prince said that he must realize that he was alive and had not died. Kalyan said that Jan had always been by his side. The prince added that his survival was thanks to his assistant, who had not turned away from him. The prince admitted that he knew little about his assistant, but he was sure that Jan would continue to protect him. The third prince told his assistant to stop crying, wipe away his tears, and get up from his knees. Shiroyan told his father that he would never return home because he had found someone who needed his help. Yang declared that he was ready to destroy anyone who harmed the third prince. Kalyan was surprised. What was Yan talking about? Had he really decided to take revenge? Yan replied that nothing was impossible. Yan noted that the prince had suffered greatly because of them. Kalyan said that the elephants should not take any action, or else a war would begin. Yan said he didn't care what blood ran through his veins. He wasn't a son of Siegfried now. Jan realized the prince had said the word elephants, which meant that Kalyan knew all about them. Jan asked when the prince had obtained this information. Kalyan replied that it had happened by chance. Lighting a candle over the water, our hero asked, "So we will disappear completely?" Manisil, standing at a distance, confirmed this. One might have assumed that he could not leave after getting what he wanted, but instead he suddenly and hastily disappeared. Manisil told the young man that he would give him what he wanted. Kalyan asked him to make it happen. If this life was a prison for the child, he too envied this complete freedom. Kalyan added that he would not pretend to know nothing. The young man said he had much to prepare for this to happen. He also wanted to ask his mentor for a favor. Kalyan said he wanted to live his second life properly. Pabel's Night Corps was quickly disbanded and returned to Marquis Brisson. Romain warned of the danger of trusting rumors about the royal family. Elon Manisil announced the creation of an order of mages. 3 months later, the hero had changed in appearance. The servants watching him decided to call Mr. Seton. They needed to inform the tailor that the clothes seemed too small. Roman greeted his third son and said that the young man had grown during his absence and now looked even taller than plants. Manisil said he had something to present, so he arranged a meeting for the prince. The tutor introduced the magician who would accompany the prince to Roselight. The young man said that it was a great honor to meet the prince. His name was Arsene Hertz. Kalyan looked at this man with surprise. The king said that this man was capable of becoming a member of the Order of Magicians. The king added that they would get to know each other better on the way. Kalyan thought that this was very unexpected. Our hero declared that this was a great birthday present for him. Manisil said that the work of the Order of Magicians would not begin soon. It did not even have a name or special personnel. There was still much to be done. The mentor added that this was only the beginning. Elon Manisil suggested that the king choose a name for the order. Surely His Majesty had already thought about it a lot. The king admitted that he had an idea for a name, Vulcan. Manisil suggested that the king had been waiting for this. If he hadn't asked, he could have run into serious trouble. The king was surprised because Mr. Manisil was the first to voice this idea. Kalyan asked Mr. Hertz if he liked the name or if it sounded familiar. Arsene replied that it was an excellent name. Manisil told his student that he had never thought that he had had any relationship with Arsene in the past. Should he do anything? Kalyan replied that there was no need. Kalyan informed his mentor that Mr. Hertz was the one who had destroyed him in his past life. Of course, Arsene was different now than he had been before, because situations change, and he understood that the future he knew might not happen. The third prince admitted that he was a little upset about leaving things as they were. Baron Melfir Pollen entered the room and greeted the third prince. Kalyan responded with a greeting and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The young man invited the Baron to sit down. The Baron apologized for the unexpected visit and admitted that it was difficult for him to talk about it openly. He said it was a great honor for him that the prince had allowed him to meet with him. The prince said he was ready to speak frankly and pay any price for his life. Our hero asked what the Pollen Trade Union did. The Baron replied that some time ago they had started serious diamond trading with Tencel. They had also concluded many agreements with the imperial family. The Baron looked at the prince and noted that he did not yet have a contract that would interest His Highness. Kalyan asked if the Baron could manage something larger than a trade union. Pollen replied that with people and money, there would be no problem. The third prince said that there were both people and money, but there was also Brisson. Pollen was surprised. Wouldn't the third prince also participate? Kalyan replied that it was a silly question. Of course he would participate. The Baron said that in that case, it would be no trouble. Kalyan declared that they planned to create an order of magicians. There was enough money and people to manage the magicians, but the problem was management. Pollen wondered if this was the price of his life. Kalyan said that the Baron had already been paid for his life. Pollen replied that in that case, he was happy to serve. Kalyan thought that everything had worked out. The coming-of-age ceremony at 15, which could have led to his death, had now passed differently. His fate had changed, and there were people he could trust nearby. All that remained was to take the oath of Cisphanian in Roselight. Kalyan wondered why all this had happened. The guests were announced the arrival of the third prince, Kalyan. The young man accepted congratulations and thought that all the preparations were complete. Kalyan saw the second prince and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Plank called out to his younger brother and called him Blood Eyes. Kalyan said that his brother should not speak that way, for his name was Kalyan. Plank replied that his name was not Kalyan. Our hero was surprised and looked at his brother. Plank said that he now rode horses, knew how to wield a sword, and had become cruel. Plank asked the third prince who he was. The protagonist understood that he must not forget. Here he was not Prince Secreta, who had lost his kingdom, just as this man was not the mad king who had destroyed his homeland. The protagonist thought that everything would become clear to him when he learned the truth from the will of Cispania. Kalyan said he didn't understand what Plants was talking about. Manisil noticed that the plant was very receptive. Perhaps it had noticed something. Although it was playing the role of an outcast, it was much more cunning than it appeared. Kalyan was surprised. Was Plans' attitude just for show? Manisil confirmed that this was precisely why Plans' fears were not surprising. The mentor asked what the prince wanted Plans to believe. The third prince has only one name, Kalyan. Is that not so? Our hero thought that giving up the name Burn was easy, but renouncing who he was a completely different task. Manhwa threw the ring to his student and told him to use it when he needed help or needed to think things through. Kalyan wondered if it was an enchanted ring. The magician said that the ring would not work in the castle because the magic of Sispanian was too strong there, but outside the palace, the young man could summon him at any time. The teacher assured him that the prince had nothing to worry about. The people around him were loyal to him. Kalyan said he would see how the situation developed in the future. Urin, commander of the Siegfried Knights, said that it was a great honor for him to serve the prince. The commander informed him that he and his men would escort His Highness to the chambers of Sispanian. The knights, looking at Kalyan, realized who had turned their young lord into a boy on errands. Jan asked the hero if he needed anything else before leaving. Kalyan asked Jan to bring him something to drink. The knights expressed even greater dissatisfaction. Kalyan added that he would also like a cup of warm tea. Jan said he would be right back. The third prince called him a good boy. Siegfried's knights were furious. Manhwa thought that Kalyan could make enemies in no time. The protagonist thought that this was his only chance to gain the favor of Sigmund Khan of Sispania. Thus began Rosalita, the coming-of-age ceremony for princes. The king said that the youngest prince had barely survived the recent incident, and he couldn't help but worry about him. Shouldn't Ilona have gone with him? Manhwa replied that the king should not worry about the third prince. There was much more danger within the palace walls than there ever had been for Kalyan. The king remarked that the mage hadn't changed a bit, and that was not a compliment. Manhwa thought that his anxious father was simply annoying. It was hard to believe that he had once been able to act so detached. Kalyan suggested that Jan was in the palace. Jan wondered why he wasn't answering. The third prince had heard that envoys from the Tensile Empire had arrived, which was why the palace was so lively. Jan said he was ready to entertain his lord. Kalyan replied that Jan had already bored him. All he had done was stare at his face for several days in a row. Yen said he had tried his best. Shiroyan told the knights that this only concerned Prince Kalyan. Lord Manhwa noted that His Highness had absolutely no talent for magic and possessed only basic fencing skills. In other words, the third prince was as delicate as a flower, and the knights had to be extremely careful when accompanying him. The knights were surprised. Had their young lord, the heir to the house of Siegfried, really renounced his birthright for this? Jan said that they would reach Latran in a few hours and that they could stop there. Something in the bushes nearby caught our hero's attention. The knights immediately formed a battle line and prepared to repel a possible attack. Arsene said that whatever it was, it posed no threat. A small elf ran out of the bushes and cried out that he needed help. The elf introduced himself as Shia and said he was hungry. The elf explained that he had been hiding. Kalyan asked what he was doing there. Liv apologized and said he should have told the truth right away. Our hero thought that, judging by the elf's voice, something was clearly wrong here. Kalyan told the knight commander to give the elf something to eat. Kalyan warned the elf that he should have warned them that he had brought a tail with him. A horseman appeared from the forest. The prince ordered everyone to keep a close watch on the situation. Urin stepped forward and asked the stranger who he was. The stranger replied that he was just a simple man tracking a thief and asked if the travelers had seen a strange child wandering around. Urin said that there were no children here and suggested that the stranger go on his way. The stranger declared that he had not come to cross swords with the knights. The man dismounted his horse and added that he needed to find the child and asked for just a minute of their time. Urin repeated that there were no children there. Kalyan asked who exactly the stranger was looking for. The man replied that he was looking for a little elf. Kalyan threw back his cloak and, pointing to the child, asked if this was the elf he was looking for. The protagonist approached the man and told him to listen carefully but not to turn around. The prince asked if the people among the trees were his accomplices. Kalyan advised the man to choose more reliable allies. These people had come here to destroy the child and him. Our hero warned that as soon as those people saw the boy, they would shoot immediately. The man turned around and saw many arrows flying toward him. However, the arrows did not reach their target. They were cut into pieces. Our hero knocked the man to the ground and, drawing his sword, deflected all the arrows in midair. Kalyan reminded him that he had said not to turn around. Siegfried's knights took up battle formation and were ready to defend the prince. The mage also began to protect the VIP. The third prince, Kalyan, found himself under a protective dome. Arsene Hertz used his magical abilities to keep the situation under control. Urin ordered the knights to attack the enemies, but not to go deep into the forest. Kalyan noticed that the attack had stopped. The attackers had apparently decided to retreat. Arsene told the knights to leave the child in his care and follow the prince. The prince did not notice that a stranger had attacked him from behind. Kiri shouted that danger was coming from behind. Kalyan looked back and managed to block the attack with his sword. The prince thrust his arm forward, and the attacker lost his balance and flew far backward. The knights saw the use of magic. Could their prince be a sorcerer? Yan told his highness to stop acting on his own. It was a miracle that the enemy's sword hadn't hit him. Why did the prince rush forward when there were dozens of knights behind him? Yan reminded him that the prince knew only the basics of swordplay and was still a novice sorcerer. The assistant noted that, one way or another, the prince had once again rushed into danger, and that would not end well. The knights were surprised. They had been told that the prince was as gentle as a flower. But what kind of flower could strike down an enemy like that? The stranger was disarmed and lay on the ground. Kalyan grabbed the little elf by the collar and said they needed to talk. The elf declared that he knew nothing, that it was all Luca's fault. He asked if this elf was a thief. The elf mumbled incoherently and cried, repeating that he was not to blame and that it was not him. Kalyan told Arsene to talk to the elf. This child somehow answers questions before they are even asked. Hertz promised to do everything he could. After a while, Arsene reported that the elf lived in the forest of Sirishi, and his name was Siarus Tian Evricha. His mother tree had given him that name, which meant spirit of a neighing horse. He had a friend, Luca, also an elf, who had stolen something from the bandits they had just seen. When they fled, Luca broke away. Sirius got lost and ran toward them. The elf also doesn't understand why he answers questions in advance. Kalyan suggested that this elf has a prophetic gift. The prince thanked Arsene and said he was free to go. Jan asked what the prince was going to do with the elf. Kalyan replied that he planned to drop him off somewhere near his forest. Otherwise, he might be caught again. The elf asked Arsene if he could travel with them. Kalyan said that they would not investigate the little elf's case, that they must not get involved in this story and stay here. They needed to send a message to the nearest lord so that he could take care of the elf. Jan said that they would be at the Latran estate by evening, and the lord would be informed. Urin reported that they had searched the stranger and found something unusual. The knight commander handed over a scroll they had found on the elf. Kalyan asked if it was among the elf's belongings. Urin confirmed this and asked if the prince knew what it was. Our hero naturally knew that it was a bottle with white cubes. He had already tried one of these cubes after talking to the queen. Kalyan asked the commander of the knights where the man was now. The man was standing near a tree with his hands tied. The man said that he had assumed the young man was just a pathetic lord, but it seemed that there was more to him than meets the eye. Our hero declared that he was much nobler than this criminal could imagine. Kalyan showed him the white cube from the bottle and asked if the man knew what it was. The stranger replied that he would like to know himself. He had taken one just in case. Kalyan asked what they were after. The man replied that he didn't know. The stranger added that he didn't know these people either, as they had hidden their faces. The prince suggested that the man didn't care about those people. So what did he want? Kalyan said that if the man helped them, they could try to solve his problem. Kalyan added that he could be trusted. He was not like the other lords. Perhaps he had enough power to give the man what he wanted? The man said that his wife was currently in the village of Hansen, and those people knew it. Kalyan replied that he was willing to provide her with protection. The man said they were looking for a small ball the size of a fingernail without giving any further details. Only the priests of Tansila could recognize it. Kalyan thought, priests, a sacred object. Could they really need a divine artifact? Priests can draw magic from such artifacts instead of divine power. This is one of the reasons why the sacred objects of Tansila are being searched for across the continent. If the artifact had been stolen, it was only natural that hunters would be sent after it. However, one thing remained unclear to our hero. Why did they need this poison? This poison in cubes is used by Sikrisha spies if their mission fails. He went to the White Eagle because he knew that no one else could get it. The man repeated that he did not know who these people were, but they called their leader by a strange code name. They call him Blue Singer. Our hero remembered that in his previous life, he had asked his father about it. It was one of his birds, a bird he always kept locked up. What could it be doing here? The Latran estate. Due to the evening downpour, the prince had to stop. At first, he thought it was a blessing. The man said it was a great honor to finally welcome the prince into his home. It was Count Heil Latran. The rain came just in time. It must be a sign from above to look after the prince. Jan asked if His Highness remembered the Count. Jan reminded him that the Count was one of those who had sent gifts. Kalyan remembered seeing the name on the list. But hadn't his gift been sent back? Jan confirmed this. The Count had previously supported Prince Randall's faction. However, 6 years ago, after the war between the Great Dunes and the Holy Tansila, he switched sides to Prince plans, and now he is trying to win Kalyan's favor. Apparently, he is a hypocrite. Count Latran said he had been waiting for His Highness's arrival with bated breath. This news had been weighing heavily on his mind. Our hero thought that a year ago, this count had said the same thing to the second prince. Now it was clear how he felt about his servants. The count's butler was nearby. It was Marsom Kedish. Arsen apologized for the intrusion, saying he had a message for the prince. Hertz said they had intercepted the messenger bird. Our hero already knew this. Of course, the count would try to tell the blue singer about his whereabouts. Usually, birds were not sent out in such weather. Undoubtedly, the count was a master of his craft. Latran suggested a drink, just what was needed in such weather. Kalyan asked the count what the priests of Tansia were doing in these parts. The count apologized and said that he seemed to have had too much to drink. Latran called the priests arrogant charlatans. What could they possibly be doing in such a remote village? He repeated that these priests were heartless villains, corrupt to the core. They must be surrounded. Kalyan used his magical abilities and ordered the count to fall asleep. The count immediately dropped his head onto the table and passed out. The prince said that the count lacked manners and that it was offensive. The master noted that the apprentice had been drawn into a story involving stolen artifacts and a secretive spy, putting him at an unnecessary risk. However, he was still alive. The prince decided to see where this would lead. The mentor said that he could stop caring about his student and leave for the warm south. Kalyan replied that the master was worrying over nothing. If the blue singer was who he thought she was in no danger. Manasol noted that the young man had too many acquaintances. Our hero said that in her past life, the blue singer had never failed a mission. She must have recognized Prince Karam's in him at first glance. But that didn't stop her from coming out of hiding and firing a volley of arrows. However, there was something else behind it. The master came to the rescue. The young man said he needed to find out exactly where this priest was. It was necessary to understand what the blue singer wanted from her meeting with the priest. The door to the bar opened and a man appeared in the doorway. The prince greeted him and said not to pay any attention to the people standing outside. They had come with him. The woman behind the bar replied that there was nothing to worry about. She had no intention of sending mercenaries against someone who was not involved in anything. Kalyan was surprised. He thought that, knowing him, she might have ordered an ambush on his man. The woman said she knew who he was and had warned them not to act rashly. In the dimly lit bar, people were sitting at tables, but they were all unconscious. The woman behind the counter noticed that, unfortunately, they had done everything backwards. Kalyan approached the woman and asked if he had gotten himself into this mess. She suggested that he had. The woman discreetly reached for the knife lying nearby, assuming that the young man would not make her task any easier. Kalyan asked if the elf she had been chasing had been killed. The woman replied that he had disappeared into the thicket. If she had known how things would turn out, she would never have gone after them. She admitted that it had not been the most pleasant encounter. She added that if they had not harmed each other, they could part ways peacefully. The woman assured him that the child was in no danger. Kalyan was surprised. Did she really think that after coming all this way, he would leave empty-handed? He would not leave her until he got answers. The protagonist asked why she wanted the divine artifacts. The young man pointed out that she was not a priestess and could not use them. The woman put down her glass and looked intently at her companion. The blue singer said that the divine artifacts were worth a pretty penny. Our hero suggested that she was supplying them. She replied that it was a side job. People in her profession rarely had a steady income. Kalyan asked if her client lived in Latran. The young man could think of no other reason why she would do this in such a small village. After all, she could always find clients among the priests of Ceres. The blue singer said that her client always paid a fair price, and generous people were hard to find these days. Kalyan thought that they had not known each other for very long. Only one thing could attract the attention of a secretive spy: information. She was offering divine artifacts in exchange for state secrets of Ceres. Kalyan said he would like to know more. The king asked if the mage had come at such a late hour just to ask a question. Did he really enjoy humiliating his king? Manasol said that his majesty was usually still awake at this hour. Besides, the king had the answer he wanted, and he preferred not to waste time. Elon asked how many priests from Tansila were in Ceres and where exactly they were. The king asked if Elon knew anything or if he was just curious. He said it wasn't that important. He was sure that the mage had heard about the envoys from Tansila. At the moment, there were 14 priests in Ceres. The saints were not recalling all of them, except for one who remained to serve at court. They even made it clear that any request for additional priests would be rejected. This was amusing, since they were the ones who had sent their priests under the pretext of performing sacred rituals, and now they were giving the impression that they had been forced to serve by force. Manhwa said that if they are recalling their priests, it means they are facing an internal crisis. The mage added that it looked as if they were trying their best to attract as many people as possible while hiding the emergency from the public. When asked how he had responded, the king replied that he had allowed them to take the priests home. The king was surprised that Elon was asking about this. The mage said that Prince Kalian wanted to know where they were. The king remarked that the question was simple, meaning that Kalian probably already knew the answer. And that was precisely why he had gone to Latran. Kalian asked the woman if the Count of Latran was her client. The blue singer replied that it was not necessary for the young man to know. Kalian hurried back. The teacher said that the Count had deceived him. All this time he had a priest under his wing, and he was selling state secrets of Cirrus to a spy of Secretia in exchange for divine artifacts. Kalian agreed that this sounded true. He declared that he needed to return to the castle immediately. The young man added that there might be problems there. The Count had drunk too much and caused a scene during dinner, so they had to put him to sleep with a spell. The prince remarked, "What if the Count wasn't drunk at all? Maybe he didn't drink at all." Jan said that was disrespectful. The prince went out for an evening walk. The butler said it would not take long. The Count wanted to apologize for his inappropriate behavior at dinner. Could the assistant tell him which way the prince had gone? Jan replied that it was a very poor attempt at an apology. Since when has it become normal for a butler to pry into the whereabouts of a royal person? Jen was actually worried about where the prince had gone. The butler persisted. Could he then find out when His Highness would return? Jan said he didn't know. The butler had to get back. Where were his manners? The door opened slightly and Kalian appeared. Our hero noticed that he was not being given a moment's peace. The prince said that Jan was of no use, as he should have sent the old man away. Jan apologized to the prince and explained that the gentleman had no desire to leave. Kalian went back into the room and closed the door. The butler begged for forgiveness through the door, saying that he didn't know His Highness was resting and would leave immediately. John noticed that the prince had returned earlier than he expected, and through the window. Kalian replied that it was a long story. The prince asked if anyone suspicious had appeared while he was away. Jan said that only the butler had been there. Kalian had already left the room through the window several times. Jan warned him that it was the third floor. The prince asked why the assistant was so angry. He had not been rude in the palace. John said that the prince did not listen to him. As agreed, he immediately told the butler that the prince had gone out for a walk. However, the butler kept asking when the prince would return. Moreover, he was much more interested in the exact time than the location. Our hero suggested that the Count was beginning to worry that someone was meddling in his affairs. The young man relayed this thought to his mentor. Manhwa confirmed that they were right. The Count was not drunk when he staged that scene. Kalian asked why the Count needed to put on such a show. The teacher replied that it was a common ploy to divert attention from the deal with the blue singer, which was supposed to take place that night. This also explains why she appeared in the first place. The wine was supposed to serve as an excuse for the Count to slip away unnoticed, but his plan failed because he had been put to sleep by a spell. It all sounded convincing, but one question remained. Why was the Count so desperate to get his hands on the divine artifacts? Ellen suggested that it was the perfect gift with which the Count could win over the Holy Kingdom of Tencel. This kingdom was the homeland of Randall's mother. To sum up, the Count maintains close ties with Randall's faction, while also playing games with Plance's faction. In addition, he showered the third prince with gifts behind their backs. The mentor added that the Count had passed on state secrets about Carice to the spies of the Secreta. Kalian thought that fate itself had brought him together with that boy, to lead him to the necessary clues. The man who had been hunting him pointed to the blue singer. From her, he learned that Latran had sent the divine artifacts to the Holy Kingdom in an attempt to win over the first prince. Kalian decided to try to expose them all. The Count shouted that he should have guessed there might be problems with the prince when he sent the gifts back. The prince must have cast a spell on him. Only magic could cause such a deep sleep. The Count said that all his plans had been ruined because of this boy. He declared that the young man was reveling in false arrogance only because the Archmage was on his side. This boy did not deserve a place among princes. Why didn't Cilicia destroy him before this mess began? The Count said he had spent a fortune to win the favor of Marquis Brisson. Now all his connections with the highest aristocracy would be ruined. He shouted that he had been promised a rich estate not far from the capital, but the scandal caused by the queen had ruined everything. The count asked the butler who had appeared if he had managed to contact their friend. The old man replied that he had not yet, and that they would receive an answer a little later. The count became even angrier and threw a glass at the butler's head. He asked if the old man was capable of doing anything right. It was raining heavily outside, which meant that the prince would have to spend another night there. The butler asked if it would be better to postpone the deal. The count replied that they had no other choice. They couldn't take any risks while the prince and his men were there. They would have to send a message and reschedule the meeting. The count said he would teach this prince a lesson that would put him in his place. The count and the prince dined together. The count looked at the young man and thought that this mask of calm did not suit him at all. Here in Karis, the title of count commanded respect. The nobles would rise up in an instant if they found out that magic had been used against him. Royal blood would be no protection. The count decided that he was dealing with a foolish prince who would soon be begging for mercy. He asked His Highness for forgiveness for his behavior the previous night. The prince replied that it was no big deal. The count asked if it was a spell. Kalyan said that he had put the count to sleep with a spell because his behavior had gone beyond all bounds. The young man added that it was all water under the bridge and not worth dwelling on. The count was a lord of the provincial lands. It was likely that this was his first visit from a member of the royal family. Latran must have simply been overexcited. Latrun agreed that he had indeed overreacted. He was greatly puzzled when he heard about the spell. The count thought that this prince was very cunning. In this situation, only the host looked bad. The third prince told the count that he had exhausted himself dealing with the ambush. Latran asked who he was talking about. Was it the man who had been brought here in serious condition? Kalyan confirmed this. He added that he had also managed to obtain some interesting information. The count decided that he must find out more about this. The prince said that he now knew the name of a species of bird. Kalyan noted that they still had to delve deeper into the details, but thought that the count would be interested to hear about what was happening on his lands. Latran replied that he was ready to do everything in his power to help His Highness and would not allow the prince to come to harm on his territory. The count pondered how he could get the prince out of the castle. Yurin whispered something in our hero's ear, and the prince declared that the count was incredibly lucky. Latrun wondered what other information the prince now had. Kalyan informed the count that the man had finally decided to speak. The count and the prince, along with their subordinates, descended into the dungeon. Latran considered this place beneath his dignity. Why had the prince brought him here? Our hero knew exactly what Count Latran was thinking. However, the game was already over. Checkmate. Behind bars sat a man searching for a little elf. He asked what these people had done to his wife. Kalyan said that his family would not be harmed, for he had promised it. The prisoner asked why they had come here in that case. The prince said that this man was to be executed because he had attempted to take the life of a member of the royal family. As soon as the investigation was complete, he would be taken to Kairos, where he would be publicly hanged. But even if he is spared without proper treatment, his days are numbered. His wounds have already begun to fester. Kalyan offered to help the prisoner escape. The man would have the opportunity to start a new life far from this estate, with a piece of land and a modest dwelling where he could live with his wife in peace and quiet. The prince clarified that all this was possible only in exchange for help. If the man fulfilled his request, his punishment would end there. The man agreed and asked what was required of him. The prince explained that the person known as the Blue Singer was a secret spy who had come here to sell some items to his client. The man said that they had known each other for a long time. This, he said, was worth thinking about, because friendship with spies was hardly acceptable. Kalyan agreed, but clarified that an exception could only be made in the case of double agents. However, in Kairos, this was considered treason. The prince turned to the count and asked if Latran agreed with him. Our hero noticed that the count was in despair. Would he make his move? The butler fell to his knees and begged for mercy from His Highness. He declared that he had only been following his master's orders and begged for mercy. The young man knew that Count Latran would break down, but he did not expect such a turn of events. Kalyan asked the butler if he was a priest of Tencel. After all, only priests were trusted with the acquisition of sacred relics. Count Latran, in turn, gained the upper hand upon learning a secret that only he should have known. The butler said that the temple would have his head as soon as it found out that he had sold sacred relics. Kalyan was surprised. Had he really sold them? Wasn't the point to collect relics for Tencel in order to gain his trust? Kallian asked who had bought them. The butler replied that he was ready to tell everything. The old man declared that it was Queen Silesia's brother, Viscount Renan Brisson. The Viscount had offered the relics to the temple. Renan Brisson had been trying to win Tencel's favor all this time. He betrayed the second prince and joined Randall's faction. In short, he betrayed not only his sister, who was willing to do anything to get her son on the throne, but his entire family. Kallian told his teacher that the trap set for rats had caught someone bigger. Ellen noted that this would inevitably cause unrest and suggested talking to the king first. Kallian agreed that this would be best. The prince asked his mentor to write to Count Latran on his behalf. Kallian ordered Uran to take care of the prisoner's wound in the dungeon. It was very serious. The prince noted that without proper treatment, there was a risk of severe infection in the arm. After that, the prisoner was to take the medicine. A white cube lay in Kallian's palm. Duran replied that he would do as he was told. The prince ordered Kiri to go to the village and find the prisoner's wife to bring her to a safe place nearby. An elf entered the room and greeted them. He said that Heine had come to clean up, and he had come to look at the bird. The elf said he knew everything, but didn't want Hinu to be punished. Kallian was surprised because he hadn't had a chance to ask him anything yet. He thought that this elf was Arsen's concern, not his own. The elf greeted the pigeon sitting in the cage. Yan asked what they should do with the bird. Did the prince want to keep it? Kallian said he was waiting for the right moment to return the bird to its owner. He promised Hina he would buy her another one as soon as they returned home. The prince told Hana that the bird would fly away that evening. Hina said that it was no big deal. Marilyn might not like having a bird in their room. Kallian asked her to release the bird after dinner. The prince also asked the girl to keep the windows open. They were expecting a guest. In the dark, the guest appeared on the porch. It was even earlier than our hero had expected. He said that the letter was truly touching and had touched him deeply. The letter said, "Come to me if you don't want the people in the Dovecote on Taynash Street to find out what she did." The guest turned out to be the blue-eyed singer. She suggested that the young man had a good reason to blackmail her with this message. Kallian said he needed proof that Count Latran was involved in the sale of the sacred relics. In that case, the blue-haired singer's secret would remain a secret. The woman said she hated complications, and that was her answer. The next moment, our hero was attacked. The young man realized that these were magical projectiles. The third prince was surprised. The blue singer he knew used a sword, not a hidden weapon. After the attack, there was an explosion, and the veranda was destroyed. The prince asked if the blue singer really wanted him dead. What else was she hiding up her sleeve? The woman drew her sword and approached her opponent. She said she had nothing else to hide. Kallian blocked the blow with his sword, but thought that the blade was made of ordinary steel and would not withstand his aura. He had to end it quickly without using his aura. The prince knocked the blade out of his opponent's hands. The blue-haired singer was left without a weapon. Something glinted between the woman's fingers. Kallian was surprised. She had said she had nothing else to hide. He thought his opponent's attack was too fast. Without using his aura, it would be impossible to avoid injury. The prince swung his sword and parried another attack from the blue singer. The woman was surprised. Was she really facing a master swordsman? But that was impossible. Our hero asked his unarmed opponent what he should do now. The young man called her by name, Ayla. The woman was surprised that this guy knew her name. The blue-haired singer asked who he thought he was. Kallian squeezed his rival's face, and she opened her mouth. He asked if she really didn't have a cube of poison. Weren't the spies of Secretia required to keep it in their mouths at all times? The protagonist let the woman go and told her to tell him everything. The blue-haired singer asked if he would let her go if she told him. Kallian had heard that the members of the Secreta were renowned for their endurance, but she seemed to be an exception. Perhaps this was not quite the version of her he had known before, or something had caused her to change. The woman said that it would be better for the young man to let her go in peace. She noticed that his sword looked much cruder than that of a simple guard, even though he was a master swordsman. It was as if he did not want anyone to know about his true abilities. Ayla added that if he let her go, he would keep his secret, or she would leave and tell the knights what she had just witnessed. In her previous life, the blue-haired singer had been loyal to Secretia, a skilled swordswoman who had devoted herself to the blade. Now she was not the person our hero had known. Kallian grabbed the woman by the chest. If she valued her life so much and clung to it so desperately, it was not worth provoking him. He let her go and told her not to expect to see him again. His secrets weren't worth using as a bargaining chip. The guy demanded once again that the blue-eyed singer tell him everything, and then he would spare her further questioning. Callian added that someone else would be asking questions. The White Eagle, for example. Count Latran was furious. Where had that butler Malcolm gone? The man said that first the damn mercenaries had appeared, and now this letter. It said that if the Count wanted to convince everyone of his innocence, he should come up with a defense strategy. In that case, the author of the letter would present his version to Her Majesty. The Count must be assured that there was no cause for concern, regardless of what he had encountered and what had led him into such a predicament. The author of the letter was the mage Elon Manasil. The Count assumed that Manasil had somehow learned about his dealings with the divine artifacts. Latran reasoned that the mage already knew everything about him, since he had sent such a letter. However, he would not be intimidated by such petty blackmail. Latran decided that he would no longer humiliate himself before a boy who was pretending to be a prince. The Count thought that he would not give up so easily. He had not gotten involved in this affair without thinking through an escape plan. Latran stood at the threshold of the room with the jewels. He realized that all his efforts had been wasted because of some insolent boy. The man went to the closet and took out a box. He said that at least he still had his most precious treasure. The box contained white balls that looked like pearls. The Count said that with so many divine artifacts, he could start all over again and amass a huge fortune. He had hoped that the deal with Renan would make him rich, but the young man turned out to be more trouble than he was worth. The Count heard someone behind him express gratitude. Latran had made his job easier. The Count turned around in alarm. Arsene Hertz was standing in front of him. He realized that an invisibility spell had been cast. The young man said he was the magician of His Highness Prince Callian and gave his name. Arsene didn't even know how to thank the Count for obtaining such convincing evidence, and with his own hands no less. Arsene said that his lord need not worry. The third prince would certainly learn how actively the Count had assisted in this investigation. The box contained the artifacts that Latran had hidden. Arsene said that he had also received a complete list of the Count's transactions with the Blue Singer and a list of state secrets that he had sold. Callian noted that it was excellent work. All of this would save them from unnecessary trouble. John entered the room and informed the prince that people had gathered outside. Callian looked out the window and saw many knights on horseback in the square. It was the king's personal guard, the Kyra. The third prince was surprised, as they were supposed to be guarding the king in Karis. What could have brought them here? Manasil was stunned. Had the king really sent his elite guards to Latran? Why hadn't he sent ordinary knights? The king said that it was too dangerous for the knightly order. He could not take such a risk, knowing that there were agents of Barrison among them. The king added that those who wield a foreign sword do not deserve his trust. Ellen said that His Majesty must be aware of the whole situation. Such concern would not help the third prince. Manasil noted that every gesture of love cuts short one of Callian's life paths. His rivals will make noise and quarrel. Was that not why the king had been so cautious before? The king replied that he understood everything and that it would not happen again. Therefore, the third prince's brothers would join him for breakfast. His Majesty added that he wanted to see how they would get along with each other. The butler asked if His Highness was already leaving. The prince said that his duties were calling him. Kiri would take care of the rest. The criminals would be taken to the capital to await justice, where a decision would be made. The prince noted that one of the criminals had already died without waiting for trial. Norton, the man who had fallen into the trap of the Blue Singer, was allowed to return home. He was listed as dead in the documents. Right now, he was on his way to the Viturin estate with his beloved wife. The butler asked what would happen to him. The third prince admitted that the butler's debts had forced him to serve Count Latran. However, this did not change the fact that he had been trading divine artifacts. The butler again admitted his guilt and added that he had committed a serious crime. The prince noted that the butler had played an important role in capturing the traitor to the kingdom. Thus, the throne would show him mercy in exchange for his loyalty to the third prince. Callian said that from now on, the old man would be his butler at the Latran estate. Our hero once again dared to set off along the path to Cispanian's chambers. News of the consequences of what had happened reached him on the way. Count Latran had been stripped of his titles and privileges and sentenced to life imprisonment. The blue-eyed singer met her death on the scaffold. The young man said that today all the streets were covered with renacita leaves. They are usually called leaves because of their similar shape. However, they are actually the spines of the renacita cactus, adapted to absorb moisture. They are used to cover the square in the capital so that the white tiles do not become stained with blood. The second prince thought his brother was testing him. This was his way of finding out if their mother had anything to do with the woman who tried to destroy Kalyan. Plan said that his brother's suspicions were unfounded. The older brother had heard that since Kalyana's departure, Plans had given up wine. Plans was surprised. Did his brother really miss his drunken breath? The first prince replied that now that the days of drunkenness were over, it was time to learn to keep quiet. Plank became angry and threw the fork he was holding on the floor. He asked if his brother was still not quiet enough. Urin told our hero that it was too risky. Kalyan saw that a landslide had come down ahead due to the rain and damaged the road. The prince asked the knight commander how long it would take to clear the road. Urin suggested taking a detour. Our hero thought that he had already spent enough time in Latran, and now a landslide was blocking his path. The journey could be delayed. Kalyan decided to set up a portal after returning to Karis. The elf suggested that our hero accompany him to the elf village. He suggested that the commander stay in the village for the night and leave in the morning. Kalyan admitted that this was the most reasonable thing he had heard from the elf. The expedition decided to head to the elf village. Kalyan said that the elf village was truly a unique place. He never would have thought he would end up here. The elves approached the young people, and one of them asked who the king of the humans was. Kalyan replied that it was a grand title. However, there was no one here who held such a high position. He added that he was the eldest in this small group. The elf said his name was Cher, that he was the elder of the village, and that he would like to ask a favor of the king of men. The protagonist introduced himself as Kalyan Rainkiris. He needed more details before he could give an answer. Cher explained that 3 elves from the village had recently gone to a nearby human settlement. When they did not return after 10 days, scouts were sent to look for them. Now those scouts were also missing. The elven elder asked for help in the search. He added that the elves living here had only a superficial knowledge of the human kingdom. Kalyan thought the elder was too pushy and demanding. Were all elves like this? He asked why he should agree. Cher replied that it was because the young man was the king of the humans. Our hero thought that this elf was repeating himself. He said that he was not the king of men, but only Prince Karis. The young man added that kings and princes existed in different worlds. Cher declared that he would not have asked the prince for such a favor if he could not offer something in return. After all, this expedition was headed for Siegfried's estate, wasn't it? Cher added that the journey would take a long time by human roads. Elves, however, know forest paths that can speed up travel fourfold. Kalyan thought that the journey would take about 2 months, considering the time already lost. If these paths really exist, the journey to Siegfried's lands would be reduced to 2 weeks. Kalyan said he would help find the 5 elves. After some time, Urin reported to the prince that they had found no traces of the slave trade mentioned by the prince. These forests border 2 cities, Nurika and Steen. Many mercenaries were found, but none of them were involved in criminal activity. Our hero was pleased to hear this. Kalyan suspected that the disappearance of the elves was the work of slave traders, but it seemed that the reason lay elsewhere. The prince suggested starting with a search of the nearest towns, as planned. Steen is located directly on the way. Both towns are similar in size, so it makes sense to start with the one that is closer. Urin suggested that there was rivalry between the cities. Their lords were about the same age, so perhaps that was the reason. Kalyan said that healthy competition promotes development. We need to try to get a new sword in one of these towns. One of the city's experts said that they did not have any swords. The prince was surprised. Weapons were sold here. How could they not have swords? Kalyan explained that he was a mage and had a mercenary behind him. However, swords are not only needed by mercenaries. The man replied that these strangers were wasting their time here. All weapons are secretly sent to the mercenaries in the Lord's castle. The shop's supplies had already been confiscated. If the guests were looking for a good deal, the castle would be their best option. Kalyan said that he was not looking for deals or rewards. He needed the sword for personal use. Our hero added that there was also Nurika beyond the forest, and they could check there. The man replied that it was useless. Kalyan thought that the lords of the 2 cities were gathering mercenaries and weapons. It was obvious that war was brewing. As for the elder of the elf village located between these warring cities, it is now clear what his motives are. Our hero ordered letters to be sent to the lords of Stina and Nurika. This should temporarily disrupt their plans and give the missing elves a chance to return home. The prince told the elders Sheru that he and his people would leave at dawn. The elf must try to fulfill the agreement and lead them to the forest pass. Kalyan added that he could turn a blind eye to many things, since he was dealing with an elf, but the elder had deceived him, even though he knew about the impending war. It turned out that the 5 missing elves had gone to Steen Castle to work as merchants. Even the inhabitants of the elven village suspected that war was about to begin. It couldn't be that the leader knew nothing. The prince declared that Elder Sher had taken advantage of him. He knew that the prince had to stop the war in his kingdom. The young man added that they did not need forest roads. The deal was off. The elder said that the young man must stand up. Was he just going to stand there and watch war break out in his kingdom? Kalyan replied that people did not fight without reason and would not argue forever. If the village was dear to the elder, he would do everything to protect it without relying on foolish tricks. Kiri said that the blame lay with the merchants of Barrison. Only the caravans of Barrison dared to travel so far, but now they had stopped here because of the events at the Latran estate. The third prince thought that Lannan Barrison was reappearing. Because the soil in the cities of Stein and Nerica was unsuitable for growing wheat, the citizens had no choice but to buy it from the merchants of Barrison. When Barrison refused to sell, the people of Stein went to Nerica to buy wheat and survive the winter. However, Nerica demanded an exorbitant price, which led to conflict. The prince noted that first they completely took over the food market and then closed it with impunity. Did they really think that this would increase their pride? Did they not understand that in the end it would lead to famine and the death of people, not the Lord? Elder Sher bowed his head and asked for forgiveness. The elf said that Luca had dragged the man into this. Because of this, a war had broken out between the cities. He couldn't tell the truth because he didn't know how the prince would react. Sher admitted that Luca was his son. The lost elves were somehow connected to him. The elder expressed his hope that the prince would forgive him and his son. Sher said he was asking too much, but they needed the prince's help. The elf added that they did not have enough equipment to handle the situation on their own. Kalyan told the elder to go to the lords and deliver the letters. The prince decided to find out what else they needed besides wheat. He would meet with the lords after the elder brought back the information. Our hero added that he was not doing this to help Shrew. The elder said that the elves kept their promises sacred and would never forget this kindness. The prince contacted his mentor through the ring and said that it was time to clean house. Barrison is becoming a constant nuisance. Marquis Evan Barrison is the head of the Barrison family. An assistant asked if his lord would be returning home immediately after the meeting. If so, it would be best to wait for the carriage. Barrison replied that there was no need. The Marquis added that he would stay and ordered the guest to be shown to his study. The assistant thought that the Marquis seemed different today. What guests were they talking about? They weren't expecting anyone. Besides, the Marquis never missed a council meeting. The Marquis always preferred to receive visitors in the drawing room. A carriage drove into the estate grounds. The carriage stopped at the main entrance. Who could it be? Ellen Manisel said that they had not yet met in person. Marquis Barrison confirmed this and added that if the magician had arranged a meeting, the reception would have been organized more appropriately. Manisel explained that he had arrived unannounced to spare his host any unnecessary trouble. Manisel said that he had something that might interest the Marquis, his second son. He had taken a strong liking to the king's son. The Marquis replied that Renan would not have the courage to dare such a thing. Manisel noted that Evan Barrison did not think very highly of his son. The guest added that he had something that would prove far more convincing than the Marquis's verdict. The Marquis examined the papers provided by Manisel and asked what the magician meant by this. Manisel suggested that the Marquis had long since decided to get rid of Renan. Barrison declared that this was not a matter for a mere court magician to meddle in. Manisel replied that it was amusing to hear such words from a common thug. The Marquis was outraged. How dare this magician Smith insult him in his own home? Those who perfect the art of the sword turn their anger into a weapon as sharp as a blade. Manisel replied that those who had mastered the secrets of magic could not fail to be a threat. The Marquis could dare if he dared to turn fear into his main weapon. The primal fear inherent in every living creature is something they carry with them wherever they go. Manisel said that he did not fight as willingly as his student, but the Marquis would do well to remember his manners for his own good. The Marquis tried to calm down. Elon thought that Barrison had withstood the pressure of the 8th Circle Mage's aura. He had not become a master swordsman overnight. He should not be underestimated. Manisel noted that he had no doubt that the Marquis was capable of taking care of his son, but he could suggest a more effective approach. The mage said there was a way to discreetly distance Renan from the Marquis's inner circle. Kalyan instructed the teacher to suggest to the Marquis that he wanted to acquire a trade guild. When it was revealed that the Queen was behind the poisoning, the Brayson Trade Guild suffered the greatest losses. The guild is only staying afloat because Renan is defending its profitability. However, the Brysons are first and foremost a house of knights, and the trade guild was founded by the second son, who showed no talent for the art of swordplay. His father is probably already thinking about how to get rid of the guild, which has ceased to be profitable and cast a shadow on the honor of the entire family. The Marquis asked what sense it made to play into the hands of their prince. Why give him such an advantage? Manasil knew that Barrison would say that, but the buyer would not be His Highness. Kalian informed his teacher that he did not intend to purchase the guild himself. They already had a suitable candidate. Marquis Barrison asked who would take on this task. Manasil replied that it was the head of the second largest trading guild in Kairos. He had sufficient grounds to target his rival. The mage added that all the Marquis had to do was find a convincing reason for the sale. Manasil added that the buyer would offer quite favorable terms. The man tending to his houseplants thought that the arrest of Count Latran had upset him, but it had not affected him in any way yet. Perhaps the Count had not said anything unnecessary. The man saw a hooded figure and wondered why he had come here. The owner of the house had been attacked and taken prisoner. Soon, rumors spread throughout the capital. The sacred kingdom of Tensel had acquired an impressive collection of divine artifacts. And all of this would have been impossible without the help of Renan Brayson. Renan shouted from behind bars that his father would make them pay for this. Shortly thereafter, Renan disappeared without a trace. At first, the Marquis suspected Manasil and Pollen, but it soon became clear that they had nothing to do with the incident. The process of acquiring the guild was in full swing. Melfier was taking care of the details. Manasil reported that, according to the agreement, the items requested by the prince had already been sent to him. Elder Cher asked the prince if he was ready. The Mother Tree responded to their plea, and soon the prince would be able to set foot on the forest paths. The elder added that his son, Luca, would be their guide. Kalian thanked him but said he would prefer the company of Shiarus. The prince asked if Shiarus could guide them through the forest paths. The elf agreed. Kalian warned that no one would accompany him on the way back. Shiarus said he could find his way, even with his eyes closed. Kalian noticed that Shiarus was speaking quite normally now. The elf asked the commander what was going on. Kalian saw a mysterious stone in the elf's hand. The prince took the stone and asked what it was. Had the elves stolen it along with the holy relics? Luca replied that he did not remember. Arson suggested that this stone was also a holy relic, an item found on Luca when he returned to the village. A black stone lying next to the other relics. There is a possibility that it is one of the relics. Urin said that it was too dangerous for a holy relic. It gave off too strong a smell of blood. Our hero thought that Arson couldn't sense it yet, but he felt an ominous feeling coming from the stone. A strong life force that had been forcibly taken away, and the energy of blood. In other words, the owner of the stone had been destroyed by someone. Our hero decided to investigate. Kalian returned the stone to Shiarus and told him to keep it for now, as they would need it to communicate on their journey. The elf said he would keep the stone with him and return it as soon as they reached the other end of the trail. Urin asked the prince, what about this child? Does the fact that Shiarius answered before he was asked questions mean he can see the future? Kalian reminded him that the elf had said it wasn't foresight, just that the future was coming a little faster for this child. The future, a distortion of time, a stone that neutralizes the skills associated with it. Our hero thought that perhaps it was related to the axis of time. The first prince, as always, watched the rose bushes. The young man was silent and did not utter a word. There was not a single bud on the bushes. The first prince remembered how his younger brother had said that the roses would soon bloom. This time, Kalian got rid of Renan. The first prince took a necklace from his wrist. In one hand, the young man held a rose branch, and in the other, the necklace. The pearl on the necklace glowed and began to affect the rose branch. Young leaves appeared on the plant. The leaves began to grow in size, and a pink bud appeared. The bud blossomed and turned into a beautiful rose flower. The first prince said that it was still pleasant to watch this plant. At that time, the third prince was in the forest under a tree, meditating in the lotus position. Our hero's aura spread around him. Manasil, connecting with the young man through the ring, congratulated His Highness. The prince did not receive an additional circle, but a stronger aura. Manasil told his student that it was not easy to get rid of the habit of holding a sword, even for a moment. Therefore, his mana did not become a new circle, but transformed into an aura. Kalian replied that he understood. Although mana and aura have different principles, he had plenty of mana, so why did it subconsciously turn into aura? The mentor told him to prepare himself. He would not return to Karis until he had an answer to that question. The little elf shouted that he had found the end of the forest path. At the edge of the forest, our hero saw the land of elephants before him. He said that they had reached the duchy of Siegfried. Sheros said it was time to say goodbye. The young man held out the stone and asked the prince to take it back. Kalyan asked if the elf really needed to return to the village. The elder was not thrilled that Sheros would be their guide. Kalyan added that even he had noticed how the villagers kept their distance from Sheros. It could be assumed that things were even worse in the absence of guests. The prince said that if the elf's condition was a problem, he could present his case before the will of Sisfanian. Sheros admitted that the villagers disliked him. However, the World Tree said that he is who he is. And it added, just because someone is different doesn't mean they need to be changed. The prince shouldn't worry about him. Kalyan told the elf that they would see each other again. Sheros replied that he would wait eagerly. The massive walls of the castle rise up to protect the lands of Sisfanians. Kalyan thought that every prince of Kairi standing before them was thanking fate that the Siegfried family had never claimed the throne. The prince said that while they were here, Jan didn't have to be at his beck and call. Being the object of hatred of 20 angry knights was hard enough. Inside the castle, there would be many more such people. Here, Jan's role as a servant ended. Jan told the prince that he was confident in himself and would manage everything. Jan showed His Highness the map and said that they were still only at the entrance gate. The prince thought that their journey was over. The inner gates of the castle were still 2 days away. The prince did not expect the castle to be the size of a city. Kalyan had assumed that he would be able to see the head of the family today. Indeed, this land of elephants was a huge duchy. Our hero looked at the magic stone and thought that perhaps his mana had changed into an aura, but the essence remained the same. He had always believed that these were two different energies, but everything was different now. The habit of turning mana into aura had not left him. In that case, he would simply use the aura as fuel for his magic. Arsene peeked into the prince's room and thought that his mana, which left a trail, was now flowing like a river. It no longer radiated warmth and tenderness. Now the mana was cold, chilling him to the bone. The prince's skill knows no bounds. Where is the limit of his power? Finally, our hero achieved what he wanted. It was the magic of the fourth circle. The question of magic has been resolved, but that's not the end of the problems. Yan showed the prince where he should go. Currently, there are 6 sword masters on the continent. In the world of masters, those with stronger auras can sense weaker ones. The master rode out of the gate and greeted His Highness. He said that the prince had traveled a long way and must be very tired. The Duke, John's father, was the second strongest sword master. His level was significantly higher than that of our hero. Kalyan also greeted the Duke and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. One glance was enough to understand that he was a true sword master. The Duke noted that the third prince had grown a lot since their last meeting. The master of the house remarked that he was looking at a real man. The Duke said that much had changed in the young man. Kalyan replied that it was just a small change, nothing drastic. The Duke, however, said that he would not call it just a small change. The Duke offered to escort his guest to the castle. Yang remained standing alone. The master of the house said that the magician had chosen a worthy apprentice, a talented young man with magical abilities, and the 6th strongest swordsman on the continent. The Duke declared that regardless of his position, he had not wasted these years. The Duke said that he could easily discern the third prince's aura. He saw magnificent progress. The prince's mentor must be enjoying every moment, watching his student's brilliant development. The Duke informed him that he had inspection duties and would therefore be unable to dine with the prince, asking him to forgive him. Kalyan replied that it was all right, as he had arrived earlier than expected. Manasil informed his interlocutor that Prince Kalyan had arrived safely in the land of elephants. The king said he was not sure when the right moment would come to light the flame of Camelon. The magician asked if this meant that the king had not decided who to appoint as his legitimate heir. The king declared that Kalyan would be the last of his sons to complete the initiation rite. All 3 would be considered mature enough to claim the position. Randall was a reserved and cautious man, but his secretive nature made it difficult to understand what was going on in his head. Plank was the strongest of the 3, but his stubbornness and rebellious streak knew no bounds. Kalyan is just beginning his journey to maturity. The king added that he cannot help but worry about this. Manasil suggested that the king declare the most unpopular of the 3 as heir. The other 2 would simply eliminate him in the struggle for the throne, and the problem would be solved. Elon suggested that Randall would continue to remain in the shadows until Prince Kalyan decided to leave the palace. The time would come when the king could see into his secret thoughts. However, until then, His Majesty should remain silent, regardless of which side he chose. We cannot allow concerns about the future to disturb the present. When the flames of Camelon burst forth, they will be reserved for those who prove their worth. The third prince walked along a path that seemed to go on forever. He had not seen an exit for quite some time. How deep was this cave? Suddenly, an open space lit by the sun appeared before our hero. Kalyan even squinted. What is this place? The protagonist felt the purest magical power, surpassing all conceivable limits. There was also a piercing aura that instilled fear in anyone who dared to look at it. This was something more than just will. Kalyan bowed and said that he paid his deepest respects to the almighty Sisphanian. It was Sisphanian herself in the flesh. The protagonist thought that the mere appearance of her will would have been enough for this meeting. What made her reveal her true form? Our hero felt an oppressive magic and suffocating pressure. The next moment, it all stopped. Sisphanian said that a child had come to her, a stranger to this place. This child carried within him the memory of another, distant reality. He had accepted her blessing and turned it into a dangerous weapon. What had driven the child to do this? Sisphanian explained that this was why the young man had been summoned here. A powerful beam of light connecting the earth and the sky aroused considerable interest among the people. Arsene said that it happened at the very moment when it was time for the prince to undergo the initiation ceremony. What was going on there? Nothing like this had ever happened before. Jan was worried about Prince Kalyan's safety. The Duke suddenly approached his son and asked if he was really worried about this boy. Jan asked if his father shouldn't be inspecting the estate. The Duke replied that he had only just returned. A girl approached the Duke and introduced herself. Her name was Veronica Manisil, and she was Elon's granddaughter. Rachel Grace, Elon's daughter-in-law, was also nearby. Sisphania approached the prince, touched his face, and said that she would look into everything. At that moment, images of fighting knights appeared around them. Sisphanian said that now everything was clear to her. Then she continued speaking in an incomprehensible language. Kalyan did not understand what was happening. He could not make out a single word. Sisphanian said that the young man had not heard her words because she did not want him to. Kalyan asked if Sorrenti could be involved in this. Sisphania admitted that that was her name. Sorrenti was the queen of the gods. She had fought face to face with the Voidbringer during the Great War of the Two Gods, side by side with the 8 heroes of Elda. Kalyan said that Sorrenti fell into a deep sleep as soon as she sealed the Voidbringer's tomb. She simply could not do otherwise. Sisphanian replied that even in her sleep, her essence continues to live on. Sisphanian asked if she was only alive because she had allowed her will to be her embodiment. The young man should consider other, more important questions that needed answers. Kalyan asked when the artifact known as the Axis of Time was in the kingdom of Sakrisha. Our hero wanted to know why Kairos had tried to claim it. Sisphanian answered, but the prince was again unable to make out her words. Kalyan began to get nervous. Why wasn't he allowed to hear it? Sisphanian said that his impatience was contrary to Sorrenti's will. She explained that the young man was seeking answers to questions about what would happen after his death. If he learned this too soon, the natural course of events could be disrupted. The protagonist thought that such a powerful deity was hiding information from him. Did that mean that something had happened that required her direct intervention? Kalyan decided that everything was much more serious than he had imagined. How exactly was the axis of time connected to what was happening? The young man asked if his brother had decided to use the axis of time to bring him back to life. Sisphanian replied that he was first and foremost the king, not his brother. Did the young man really think he was so foolish as to disrupt the order of things just for him? Kalyan thought that in that case, Chase was not the one who had used the time axis to interfere with the flow of events. Sisphania asked the young man to show her what he had. Our hero handed her a stone. She examined the stone and said something, but Kalyan was again unable to make out the words. The stone told the young man to always keep it with him. Today, he may not have found all the answers he was looking for. Sisphanian added that this was only the beginning of the journey, and that time would put everything in its place. She told the young man to come back when he felt ready for this meeting. On that day, countless carrier pigeons took to the sky, carrying their mission to their masters. A pillar of light, so bright that its glow could be seen even from the outer walls of Siegfried, shot up into the sky when Prince Kalyan entered Sisphanian's empty lair. The Duke never imagined he would see so many birds in the air at once. Had they all been hiding on his land? Demiria Siegfried, heir to the Duchy of Siegfried, approached the Duke. The Duke told his daughter that it was an incredible sight and that he was in a position to appreciate it. His daughter replied that great power always attracts the gaze of envious people. The girl added that no matter where these birds were flying, their paths would cross sooner or later. It was necessary to find out which houses had dared to place their watchers on their lands and to remain vigilant. The Duke laughed and said that he had always known he had married the right woman. Dmitri could thank his mother for the sharp mind she had given her children. It certainly wasn't something he had inherited. The Duke noted that his daughter had missed one important point. Excessive caution could be interpreted as an attempt to get involved in political games. Their family did not seek power and did not elevate kings, but remained an unshakable pillar of support. The Duke suggested that this time they would have to act decisively. Father and daughter looked up and saw the third prince at the window. The Duke said that his daughter's fears had not escaped his attention. If it was necessary to find out whose spies were hiding here, they would do so without delay. They would not demonstratively increase security measures, but they would take them nonetheless. His daughter could be sure of that. Besides, her brother was watching over the prince. Jan asked his father if he had seen so many birds. The Duke replied that the birds filled the sky. Kellyan remembered Sisphania's words that he could come back when he felt ready. Our hero wondered what else she was ready to reveal. Jan told the prince that he had been standing there for quite a while. The assistant asked if the prince had noticed something interesting. Kellyan replied that there was something interesting in the garden. The young people looked down. There were Kiri and Hina. The girl was playing with a poodle puppy named Jan. It was the Siegfried family's pet. Jan couldn't believe that his father had named the dog after him. The prince said that they looked alike, but the puppy had better fur. Hina spent quite a lot of time with the puppy. She liked dogs more than birds. Jan, watching the girl, said that the gesture she made meant charming. Kellyan thought that the dog would need to be taught sign language if Yang really planned to keep it. Kellyan asked how Yan had learned sign language. The assistant said that he had a brother, but he had died of an illness. Yan added that it was in the past, and besides, he now had a prince. Yang said that if the prince got a dog, his brothers would not be thrilled about the idea. Our hero said that in that case, he would simply move to Camelon. Yan reminded him that Camelon was the residence of the crown prince, His Highness. Yan suggested that Kellyan was the only person on Earth who wanted to become crown prince just to get a dog. The prince added that he was the only one who had seen Sisphania in her true form. Jan was surprised. Was that really possible? Celia asked her assistant if there was any news. The man said that her letter had been delivered safely and that they had just received a reply. Celia said she couldn't wait any longer. The young man apologized for the delay. He had been looking for a place where Sisphanian's power could not reach. Manasil, thanks to the ring, asked if they had managed to find such a place. Kellyan said he was standing right on top of one. It was the Siegfried family cemetery. Jan said that the place was beyond the reach of the Sisphanians. The prince informed his companion that they could talk here without being overheard and far away from the Sisphanians. Manasil asked if Rosalita had arrived safely. Kellyan replied that everything had gone well. Manasil couldn't believe it. Had the prince really seen Sisphania in her true form? How could he have missed it? Kellyan replied that he was also surprised. Kellyan said that Sisphania had told him to find her when he was ready. Our hero rejoiced in the hope that his mentor would join him at that moment. Kellyan asked his teacher if the queen had noticed Renan's disappearance. Elon said that he had not heard from him in 10 days. It would be strange if he had. That morning, Evan Brayson had paid her a visit. The prince asked what Bryson might have told the queen. Manasil replied that Bryson had not mentioned him. Manasil added that everything they had said was bound by oath. Kellyan asked if this was not too risky. The mage assured his student that there was no need to worry. The mage added that one of his students had outsmarted him in this matter and served as an example. Manasil told the prince that in any case, Renan Brayson was no longer their headache. Kellyan concluded that they had only one cause for concern left. Renan was Celestia's agent outside the palace walls. He did all the dirty work for the queen. The queen would surely find a replacement for him. There was no doubt about that. The mentor reported that a very interesting letter had come into his hands, one that the king would be better off not seeing. Kellyan guessed that the letter was from the count, and he was right. The count had written to him, noting Renan's disappearance. Grey Brayson was the eldest son of Marquis Evan and Lord Marshal, with an estate on the outskirts of Tensel. He is also one of the 6 master swordsmen on the continent. Manasil reported that Grey was looking for a temporary administrator for his estates, as he had been wounded in battle with a savage tribe and planned to seek treatment in the capital. The mage added that this was a convenient excuse to come to the capital. He and the king would try to delay his arrival by postponing the appointment of a steward. Kalyan said that another swordmaster was entering the game. Something interesting was brewing. The young man was looking forward to the meeting. The Duke suggested that the prince join them and take a break. Kalyan said he would prefer a bench, but a log would do. The protagonist said that Sisfania had granted him an audience today. The Duke asked what it was like to meet her. Kalyan replied that it was not his will. The Duke was surprised. Had the young man really seen her in the flesh? The prince confirmed this. The Duke said that he had known all along she was still alive. People say that the Siegfried family wasted half a millennium guarding the empty lair of a dragon that may not even exist. But the family was right after all. The head of the family said that it had not been in vain. Kalyan declared that he still had to meet her. Our hero added that a teleportation portal between Kairos and Siegfried would be very useful. The Duke said that now he understood why the prince needed him. But would the king allow it? Building a new road to the capital was like cutting a window for an attack. If it was a matter of security, he had land not far from the capital. It was ideal for a portal. The portal in Siegfried would be built at the bottom of the road from the outer walls. Kalyan said that the portal would only be accessible with special permission. If the Siegfried's possessions were threatened, the Duke would have the right to destroy it. The Duke said he could not refuse the prince. The young man said he had one more request. The Duke was delighted. Had the third prince finally matured enough for sparring? Kalyan replied that he would not call it sparring. Kalyan showed the core and said he had created it with his aura. The Duke thought that there were no conductors here. The prince had created a magical core from his aura and was using it as a sword. The core in our hero's hands had indeed turned into a sword. The Duke asked if the prince wanted to test the strength of his blade. The man drew his sword and told the prince to attack. Kalyan prepared to attack with his magical weapon. Among all those who chose the path of the sword, there is hardly anyone on the entire continent who can match the Duke's skill. Kalyan thought that, as expected, the Duke was a formidable opponent. His blade was capable of withstanding all the power of its owner while maintaining incredible speed and attack. Siegfried attacked the young man with lightning speed, but to no avail. The Duke was surprised, just a moment, but even that was not enough to catch his opponent off guard. The prince's thin physique noticeably affected the power of his blows. However, at the same time, it made him surprisingly agile. The Duke thought that maintaining the aura in the sword must require a considerable amount of mana. Perhaps this sparring was designed to force the young man to fight to the limit, and yet he still stood confidently, skillfully parrying and responding to attacks. Siegfried thought that this guy was a real talent. The Duke couldn't understand how this frail young man had become so strong. For a real test of strength, it looked like child's play. The man said it was time to move on to the next stage. Kalyan declared that this was what he had been waiting for. The Duke said that in that case, the young man must meet his blow and move to attack. However, our hero counterattacked his opponent and aimed his magic sword at him. Our hero's sword lightly touched his opponent's neck, leaving the Duke with a bloody wound. Kalyan thought that this was not good. The Duke said that such a powerful burst of aura was pure madness. The battle continued, and our hero held his own against the second swordmaster. Kalyan noticed his opponent's attack too late and realized he couldn't dodge it. Our hero also received a small scratch on his face, which began to bleed. The Duke was a little taken aback when he saw the blood on the prince's cheek. At that moment, Urin burst into the room with his knights, who had come running at the sound of the commotion. Urin asked what the noise was and why the Duke had a broken sword in his hands. Why did the Duke have a fresh cut on his neck? Urin couldn't believe it. Had the Duke really lost? That evening, there was a formal dinner attended by many guests. The Duke performed a solo on the violin. Kalyan said it was an excellent performance. Who would have thought that the Duke was as skilled with a bow as he was with a sword? The Duke replied that he had been at home with the violin since birth. Siegfried said he would always be at the prince's service if he ever wanted to hear him play again. Kalyan expressed his hope that the early hour would not prevent the Duke from playing the violin again. The Duke said that the blow had struck him right in the heart. Jan was dissatisfied with his father's behavior. How could he have disfigured the prince's face? Kalyan said he was sincerely grateful for the sparring. It had been a very valuable lesson. The Duke replied that such praise was music to his ears, especially when it came from a student. Now our hero knew how much power his sword aura could withstand before dissipating. It was the missing piece of the puzzle he had been searching for. The prince said he understood this when the Duke released that flash of aura. He still had a long way to go. The master of the house asked how the young man was feeling with the cut on his face. Kalyan replied that it was just a tiny scratch and that he would be fine. The Duke admitted that he hadn't expected that and had gone a little too far. The prince's sword speed was certainly impressive, but the young man tended to use his back to increase the force of his blows, especially with side strikes or when stopping after a series of attacks. The Duke acknowledged that it was barely noticeable. However, it is a very common technique among the Knights of Sakricha. Our hero remained tense and silent. The Duke watched the prince's reaction closely and said that it was difficult to imagine that someone trained in Kairos would develop such a habit. The art of fencing in Kairos is based on footwork. Balance depends on the hips, which is especially important for side strikes. But in the prince's case, it was the arch of his back that provided the rotational force. The Duke advised the prince to be a little more vigilant. People like Grey Brazen would not let something like that slip by. Kalyan asked if the Duke wasn't even curious about who he really was. The master of the house said that in Siegfried's domain, they, the elephants, valued strength. Whether the prince was skilled or a skilled pretender was of no concern to him. The man smiled and said that all he cared about was whether they would have a chance to cross swords in battle again. Kalyan thanked the Duke and asked if Grey could sense his aura. The Duke said that Grey had long since settled in the borderlands, far from the influence of the Bracens. Rumor had it that his father, the Marquis, had disowned him, unable to accept his son's decision to devote his life to the sword. Be that as it may, Grey was a master swordsman, and it would be easy for him to recognize the prince's essence. It was important to be prepared for any surprise. Kalyan thought that he would need serious preparation. 10 days passed. The prince enjoyed the fresh air on Siegfried's lands. Manassel said that some people had gotten too carried away with vagrancy. Kalyan replied that he needed to settle some business. The young man added that he would set off as soon as everything was finished here. He asked if Grey Brazen had left for the capital. The mage replied that he had done everything he could to delay him, but had only managed to gain 2 weeks. The mage added that he would try to do something else in the time remaining. The protagonist thought that he was a wizard and a master swordsman at the same time, a secret he had no intention of revealing to the world. If Grey Brazen, who knew nothing about him, discovered the presence of his aura, it would inevitably raise a wave of suspicion. That is why, on the morning after the banquet, our hero turned to Arson to find out how best to hide the traces of mana. Hertz replied that there were spells suitable for this purpose that were easy to learn. With fourth circle magic, it would be no problem. Both magic and the aura of a sword come from the same source, pure mana. Arson offered to help the prince with this matter. Kalyan asked what exactly he should do. Inspired by their mentor's advice, the young people began studying the circles of teleportation. Manassel asked if Rachel and Veronica had arrived yet. Ellen said that Rachel was his sister-in-law and an outstanding mage who had devoted many years to studying teleportation magic. This had saved Duke Siegfried a lot of time when inspecting his estates. Manassel was sure that her knowledge would be of great benefit to the prince. Kalyan said that he had invited them here because he had a proposal concerning the vast lands of Kairos. The girls were to focus on creating teleportation circles. They should also teach the prince how to hide his mana. Kalyan thought that the spell itself was not that difficult to learn. But Duke Slayman was the only one who could tell if the aura was leaking. Therefore, our hero could not leave the castle until his training was complete. After countless hours spent researching and training, the day finally arrived. Slayman said that everything was perfect. He could no longer sense the prince's aura at all. Looking at the prince now, it was hard to imagine that he had ever held a sword in his hands. The protagonist believed that all preparations were complete. As he took his leave, the Duke told the prince that next time he would not be so lenient. Kalyan replied that the Duke should not worry. He had no intention of remaining easy prey. The third prince declared that they were setting off. Kairos was waiting for them. The man studied the letter and said that he understood everything. So this was the messenger he had been looking for? So much time had been wasted waiting for nothing. Was this all he was getting? The man rose from the bed and said that in his absence, the court had become much more cheerful. He looked at the old man and asked if the messenger really thought he was mistaken. Count Grey Bryson said that it was time to return to the capital. Ellen Manassel approached the wardrobe and thought that every time it was like the first time. Behind this wardrobe was the entrance to the treasury. Such riches had been gathered from the estates of Witherin, renowned for having the most fertile wheat fields in all of Karis. The guild that once served the Brayson family now diligently filled his pockets. Manassel said that he had adapted well to this bottomless gold mine. The mage asked the maid to close the door behind him. Manassel met the second prince on the stairs, and their eyes met. The mage greeted his highness and said that they had not seen each other in a long time. The second prince was curious what had caused such a change in Manhwa, or had Kalian's new self prompted him to turn to the magician. Plank said that no one would give him a straight answer. Perhaps the magician knew something? Manhwa replied that he could ask the prince the same question. Was he now feeding himself with crazy ideas, having given up drinking? Or did the prince stop drinking because he realized he was no longer able to control his own mind? Plank said that he was looking at another soul longing for the old him. What a pity. Manhwa replied that we are all subject to change. The mage remarked that change catches up with everyone sooner or later. How and when is not really important. Manhwa wished his highness a good day. Time flew by unnoticed, and 20 days had already passed since Kalian left the lands of Siegfried. Kiri asked, "Is this Lake Reddington?" "It is so beautiful and peaceful here." Kalian said regretfully that they would have to leave soon. This small detour was the only thing that brightened up the unpleasantness with Veronica's horse. Kalian had not expected Rachel's speeding magic to be so effective. Our hero suggested that the lord of the region was himself no stranger to the charms of these places. Viscount Reddington had always been known for his calm and reserved manner. Jan suggested that this was exactly what the prince needed before they returned to the capital. There, his highness would not be able to find time to rest. Kalian agreed with his assistant. The young men heard a carriage stop near the porch. Kalian said that this was just what they needed. The prince sent Jan to deliver a message. Jan should inform the prince whether his highness would be pleased to inform the guest of his arrival. Reddington thought that he might be far from the social circles of the royal court, but even he knew that the third prince and the House of Brazen were ready to destroy each other. They must be sent away immediately. After all, the prince had arrived here first. Jan told the host that if Count Grey Brisson was in the carriage, his highness would be delighted to invite him for tea. Servant announced, "His Highness Prince Kalian is entering." Reddington jumped to his feet before the prince. Count Bryson remained seated in his chair. Grey said that he was still recovering from his injury, so he was unable to stand and bow, as was proper. He hoped for his highness's indulgence. In Kyrus, only one nobleman was allowed to remain seated when the prince entered. That person was Slayman von Siegfried. The prince said he understood. The count thanked him for his understanding and added that he should try to stand up when the pain became unbearable. The prince said that in that case, the count should bow his head. John thought that the prince should not have spoken so bluntly. Jan stood behind the door and thought that the prince would not be able to defend himself if the count suddenly flew into a rage and attacked him. He had to find Arsene immediately. Anything could happen. Arsene and Rachel were passing by and asked in surprise what Jan was doing there. Jan said that they had arrived just in time. They couldn't do without their help now. Arsene said that they had prepared several proposals for the prince regarding the portals. But what was the matter now? Jan said that his highness was in the living room. The young people saw Hina running toward them, tears streaming down her face. Yang asked her to take a deep breath, calm down, and tell them what had happened. Hina began. Her brother, the knights, the horses. Yang suggested that something had happened between Kiri and the knights of the Brazen House. Arsene said he would check everything right away. Yang advised him to start with the stables. Yang warned Arsene, whatever happened, they shouldn't act rashly. Hertz replied that he realized there was a lot at stake. John thought that this was all for the worse. It was only a matter of time before the situation in the living room escalated. Grey Brazen became very angry when the prince told him to bow his head. The prince called it unheard of insolence. The count heard that the prince had told him not to open his mouth. Brazen jumped to his feet. The third prince asked if the count had not heard him. Grey Brazen must bow. Kalian asked John if he had ever met Grey Brazen before. Jan suggested that they had, but before he entered the prince's service. Callan thought that if they had met before, the count must have been shocked by what he saw. Even if the queen had warned him honestly, the queen had written in her letter that Grey should not underestimate the third prince. He was no longer the defenseless boy he had once been. The hero wondered what the count would do now. Would they clash in an aura battle? Or would the count draw his sword and dare to attack? Whatever the count chose, it would turn out badly for him. After reading the letter, Bryson thought that Celicia had gone mad with age, but now he saw that she'd been right to worry. Could the rumors about the third prince be true? The count couldn't accept it. In this game, Count Bryson was a pawn doomed to defeat. The master of the house shouted for the count to show respect to the prince and return to his place. Kalian thought that Reddington was an insignificant viscount who dared to raise his voice to a lord who protected the borderlands. but his bravery was wasted on Bryce. After all, the Count didn't even realize that Reddington had saved him from certain death. Bryce thought the Viscount was a worthless creature and decided to knock him down a peg. But first he had to deal with this boy. The Count knelt down and said that he had no idea how much the third prince craved recognition. As His Highness wishes, Bryce expressed his deepest respect for the great Callian Reign Kairos. The third prince said he was tired and wanted to rest, so he would leave first. The Count thought that the prince had the audacity to ignore him as if nothing had happened. Callian instructed the host to ensure that the Count was given proper attention during his rest. He looked terribly unwell. Brazen shouted, "Who do they think I am?" At that moment, there was an explosion outside the window, followed by a bright flash. The hero realized that it was Arsen's magic. He was skilled in ice magic. It was not like him to resort to noisy spells like a fire explosion. Perhaps he used it to send a signal. Arsen said he didn't know what was going on, but one thing was certain. Kiri and the prince would not be pleased. Kiri replied that he was well aware of that. The knight of the House of Brazen was indignant. "What have they done? Do they even know whose carriage they just burned?" Arsen declared that the knights themselves were to blame. They had provoked the young man, knowing whom he served. The knight asked, "Is he one of the third prince's lackeys?" Arsen admitted it and asked who these knights were. Grey's lackeys? The knight persisted. Does this magician even understand who he is talking to? The third prince came out to the quarrelers and called the knight a brainless dog. Arsen bowed to the prince, and the knight was surprised to see Callian. Callian asked if they would have to compensate the Count for the damage. Arsen replied that he would pay for it out of his own salary. Callian said that everything was fine then. He had begun to worry when he saw the gathering of servants, but it seemed that nothing serious had happened. The third prince noticed that for some reason he couldn't see his maid. The prince noted that the girl was usually always with her brother in the stables. Where had she gone? Arsen said that the knights had tried to grab the girl and take her away, thinking they had found an obedient girl for the Count's entertainment, not suspecting that she was part of the prince's retinue. Callian looked at the Count and said that wherever he went, there would be worms like that crawling around. Brazen saw the remains of his carriage and retinue and asked what it all meant. The Count declared that they were his knights and that the prince had no right to cut out their tongues. Arsen replied that the knights had been stripped of their titles for harassing the prince's maid and attacking his servant. The Count called his knights brainless fools. Brazen thought that they dared to disgrace him before the whole world and all these worthless servants. The prince said that Lord Manasil would compensate the Count for the damage to the carriage as soon as he reached the capital. Brazen was angry and thought that the third prince would pay dearly for this insolence. Kiri bowed and thanked the prince for his support. Callian asked Kiri if he wanted to offer an explanation. The young man replied that he had been through this more times than he could count. Kiri remembered how the knights had insulted him and his sister, saying that they were giving her a chance to earn the Count's favor. Kiri thought it best to wait it out. Everything would pass, as it always did. He believed that it should hardly concern the prince. The prince told the young man that he could do as he saw fit. The Viscount was glad that the prince liked his estate and asked if everything had really been reasonable. Reddington noted that the Count was beside himself with rage. What if he decided to threaten the prince's safe return to Kairos? After all, Count Bryson was a renowned swordsman. The prince had easily recognized the Count's aura when they first met. This meant that the Count's skill was comparable to the prince's, if not superior. Callian decided that he could knock the Count to the ground whenever he saw fit, and replied to the Viscount that there was no need to worry. A confrontation with the Count was bound to happen sooner or later. The Viscount thought that there was not the slightest sign of concern on the prince's face. This was remarkable self-control for a young man who had just emerged from adolescence. Reddington said that there was something else that bothered him. The Viscount pointed to Kiri and added that the servant had been running laps around the training ground for several hours. Was the prince really going to leave him there all night? Callian replied that the young man needed to be taught a lesson. The Viscount considered this too inhumane. The prince declared that he would not trust someone who couldn't handle such a minor task to watch his back. Our hero added that everyone must bear their own burden and that it was time for Kiri to realize this. The Viscount understood that it was not just a matter of punishment. The magician responsible for setting fire to the carriage had not been held accountable. Therefore, the young man's fault lay not in his actions, but in his excessive caution. The prince expects absolute trust from his servants. The Viscount almost envied the young man who had been honored to serve such a noble master. He said that Grey had asked the Viscount for a carriage to replace the one that had been burned down by the servant's fault. The young man asked if the Viscount could not provide the Count with a carriage because of the breakdown. All the wheels of that carriage had suddenly become unusable. The Viscount thought that the prince already knew that this was only an excuse, and realized that he did not wish to receive the Counts on his estate, even at the cost of part of his property. Reddington decided that the prince had known everything from the beginning, and as the owner of a modest estate, could not afford to carelessly give away priceless carriages. The prince said that he knew that the Viscount's family lived in Caris, and although the place had a special charm, did the Viscount not long for the warmth of his loved ones? Reddington replied that he did not understand His Highness. The prince handed the Viscount an envelope and said that with this seal, he could request an audience whenever he wished. Callian suggested that the Viscount accompany him to the royal capital. The Viscount expressed his hope that the repairs to the carriages would be completed by the time the prince's horses were ready to travel. The queen said that Callian would return soon. Wherever he went, rumors followed him. She added that she could not wait to see him. Planck thought that 5 long months had passed since his last conversation with the queen, and the first thing she wanted to discuss was the third prince's affairs. He wondered why the queen was here if she missed her stepbrother so much. Silesia replied that Gray would be arriving soon. Plans asked how that related to him. The queen said that it was difficult to understand her son's discontent. He was destined to follow this path, and whims would not change that fact. He had no other choice, so he should abandon his adolescent stubbornness. Plan said that it was annoying. Who exactly had planned this path for him? The queen asked when her son would stop behaving like a child. If he thought that sarcasm would have any effect, he was deeply mistaken. Celia repeated that Gray would soon arrive in the capital and that he should keep his mouth shut on that day. The young man remarked that he barely recognized some people and that some were incapable of change. The queen told her son not to worry too much. Planck replied that he would like to say the same to his mother, that he wanted to spare her the trouble and do nothing as she wished. Callian informed his mentor that Viscount Reddington would arrive no later than next week. The magician replied that this was somewhat reassuring. In that case, Pollen would not be sent to join his ancestors. Serving the prince was not easy when he was constantly getting into trouble. He asked what the king thought. Manasil replied that the king had decided to speed up the formation of the Balkans. What had happened at Siegfried's estate had made him the center of attention, which would drive Bryson crazy. The king noted that now that Bryson had been publicly humiliated, there were more reasons to worry about the third prince's endeavors. He added that he would transfer the barracks in the Knights' territory to the Balkans. Manasil told the king that this was tantamount to declaring war on the House of Boyson. The king replied that if it would distract attention from the third prince, so be it. Callian said that this would put the king in a vulnerable position. Manasil replied that the king was aware of this. The magician added that the Balkans would be officially declared after the prince's return, and the ceremonies would take place the following week. Callian thought that it was not that simple. Even if the mentor was in the palace, it was not enough. There was no knight in Caris who could match the swordmaster in strength. If Gray reached Caris first, the king's life would be in danger. Callian asked John if this was the only way to the royal capital. The assistant confirmed that it was, unless the prince wanted to go around in circles. Callian stopped his horses and told his mentor that he would cause him a little more trouble. Our hero declared that he could not allow Gray to enter Caris. Gray Brayson couldn't accept that he had to ride in a lady's carriage. The count kicked the wall and shouted for the coachman to spur the horses on. How did it happen that the other carriages suddenly became unusable? The coachman replied that someone was chasing them. Brayson looked back and saw that his carriage was being overtaken by the third prince. What was this boy doing here? He wondered how the boy had managed to close the gap so quickly. It must be some trick his mentor, a magician, had taught him. In any case, he was just a worthless royal heir. Callian said that the count still didn't understand how to greet royalty properly. The count shouted from the carriage, "How dare this boy teach him manners?" Gray declared that today the royal family would be cleansed of the stain left by his mother. The third prince did not stand on ceremony with the count. He grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. The count began to choke. Gray did not understand what kind of power this was. The young man asked, "Where did these malicious intentions and ridiculous insults come from?" The count started it all. Our hero said that he must defend his honor. Did Gray not agree with that? The count was attacked by the prince's magic sword. He fell to the ground and begged for mercy, admitting that he was wrong. The third prince remained unyielding. The young man asked if Gray had ever wondered why his brother had disappeared so suddenly. Callian reported that the Marquis of Brayson had been paid a large sum to remove Renon from the road, and Renon had disappeared. The prince said that after that, an idea came to him. Should he try to convince the Marquis to get rid of his firstborn, who was seeking to take his place? Callian warned that he was about to ask a question and that it would be best if Gray answered wisely. What was the name of the man who had defeated him today? Gray replied that it was the Marquis Evan Bresson, his own father. Callian was surprised. How could a father be so ruthless toward his own son? The prince told the knights and the coachman that they knew what to say when they were questioned about what had happened. The coachman said that the count would return to his estate immediately. The knight confirmed that he understood everything. As he drove away with the count's lifeless body, the coachman remarked that it was only a minor disagreement between father and son. Kiri emerged from behind a tree. The prince asked the young man if he had been watching them. It had been instructive for Kiri as well. Kiri noticed traces of blood on the prince's face. Kalyan suggested that the young man had changed his mind. Otherwise, he would not be here now. Kalyan said that Kiri used to know him better than he knew himself. Kiri did not understand what the prince meant. During the transition, the prince told Kiri the part of the truth that he deemed necessary. It was announced in the city that Prince Kalyan had returned. It was said that Sisphanian herself had bathed him in sacred light at the coming-of-age ceremony. His brothers had never received this blessing. The great Sisphanian was on his side. His Majesty the King was too. The townspeople said that Prince Kalyan would inherit the throne. The servants announced that His Royal Highness Prince Kalyan was entering. Kalyan greeted his brothers and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The young man apologized for being late. Plank said, "Welcome back, Kalyan." Our hero was surprised. Had the second prince just greeted him? This came as a complete surprise to everyone present. What was Plank up to this time? The servants announced that His Majesty the King was entering. The king asked Randell if he had read the treatise by Sirtea. The king added that he would be pleased to hear his opinion on what he had read. His Majesty said that the second prince's efforts had borne fruit. He had gained muscle. They should go hunting together. The king suggested going further and organizing a hunting trip. Callan couldn't remember the last time he had felt so uncomfortable. The king was not at all like he used to be. It was hard to believe that he had once been indifferent to his children. What a remarkable change. The servant apologized and reported something to the king. His Majesty ordered that she be invited in. Callian thought she had been wise not to waste any time. He was beginning to feel nervous. The servants announced that Her Majesty Queen Silesia was entering. The third prince said he was glad to see Her Majesty. The queen said that Callian looked wonderful. Had he arrived safely in the capital? The young man replied that everything had gone perfectly. Celia added that she was worried that the third prince had caught a cold like last time. She hoped that the journey had not taken too much of his strength. Callian replied that the trip had been comfortable. Besides, his recent bout of cold had done him good. Our hero added that he had fewer worries outside the palace. Celestia replied that she was glad to hear it. The queen said that the impressive news from Siegfried's lands had made her seriously concerned about the safety of the third prince. She added that the praises sung in honor of Callian had even reached her chambers. An undoubtedly incredible event. Celia admitted that she was troubled by the insistent whispers wandering around. The queen asked directly, "Did the king really intend to make Callian heir to the throne?" Callian thought that Celicia was no longer hiding her intentions. Was she really that desperate? The king said that he had recently spoken with Lord Manasil, who had told him one thing. Manasil advised sending the son who cared least about him to Camillum. That way they could get rid of the problem child. The king remarked that he had no son for whom he did not feel concern. He added that, thanks to the queen's efforts, he was tempted to consider the idea. The queen jumped up from the table and said that the king would regret treating her this way today. After that, she left the room. The king apologized to the second prince and asked him not to misunderstand. He did not mean plans and bore no ill will toward him. The young man replied that he knew this. The king said that all the princes knew very well how their uncle was doing. The father added that he would not wish such a fate on any of his children. His Majesty declared that they could not afford to make the same mistake. Upon reaching the age of 20, all princes, except for the heir to the throne, must leave Kairos. Each of them is granted land, and their visits to the capital are limited to only 5 days. They are also strictly forbidden to form their own armies. Yang said that these were quite reasonable restrictions. The assistant added that the prince's uncle had disagreed with this. Asnan raised a rebellion as soon as the current king ascended the throne, but his plan failed. Now he is imprisoned in a tower in the most inaccessible wilderness of the Varekan Valley. Kalyan said that this was precisely why His Majesty was so eager for the princes to forget their quarrels and make peace. Then none of them would have to shed blood. Yan asked if the prince really thought that was possible. Kalyan replied that, given the current state of affairs, it was difficult to imagine such a thing happening. Kalyan saw a lone rose growing, which glowed as soon as the prince approached it. Jan showed the prince that something in his pocket was also glowing. Kalyan took the mysterious stone out of his pocket. It was also glowing. All the flowers had been cut, but this rose continued to bloom as if nothing had happened. The young man was surprised. What was this strange glow? Could the flower really be reacting to the stone? Kalyan touched the rose petal and heard a crunch under his fingers. The petal immediately crumbled and fell apart. The prince said that the rose had dried up. It was as if time itself had frozen, holding its breath, and in an instant, it broke free and rushed forward. Time, stone, rose, elf, the axis of time. Sisphanian and Serenti. Sisphanian said that the young man's impatience contradicted Serenti's will. The prince did not understand how he could remain patient when time was slipping through his fingers. Yen asked the prince if he planned to go to breakfast tomorrow, since he had already missed it for 2 days. Kalyan, lying on his bed in his room, said he was still exhausted from the long journey and would skip breakfast. Left alone in the room, the prince got up from the bed. He sensed that someone was on the veranda. Plank said that Kalyan was indeed a magician. He even jumped out of bed at every little noise. Kalyan noticed that it was late and that Plank had come without an invitation. Why was he here? Plank said that a rose had disappeared from the garden. The second prince wondered if it was the work of his brother. Kalyan replied that only one flower was missing. Why all the fuss? It must be very important to plans since he had come at this hour. Plank said that his brother couldn't have failed to notice that it was a special flower. He suggested that this was why Kalyan had skipped breakfast. Kalyan thought that plans knew everything. It was a rose from Randall's garden. His mother was from Tencel, so our hero assumed that what he had seen was somehow connected to the holy power in his blood. Plan said he had asked Randall if he knew anything about the rose in the garden that never wilted. Randall always replied that he didn't know. Callan was surprised. Did Plans really expect his older brother to one day say that he knew? Plank remarked that only someone with holy power could prolong the fleeting life of a rose. But why did Randall feel the need to hide his powers? Kalyan wondered, could Randall really use holy power? Plank warned his younger brother. He had told Randall that he had burned the rose. He added that now Kalyan could pretend to be a fool for as long as he wanted. Kalyan asked his brother why he was doing this. Plans replied that Kalyan had skipped breakfast so that no one would notice how much it bothered him. Kalyan asked why Plans was acting out of character, trying to shield his younger brother from Randall's scrutiny. As far as he could remember, they had never been close enough to do such favors for each other. Plank smiled. Did Kalyan really remember? He said that no matter how powerful Randall was, he couldn't defeat him. Plans added that he himself couldn't win either. Kalyan asked if he understood correctly. It sounded as if Plans had decided to help him when he realized that Randall had no chance against his mother. Kalyan said that he probably understood. Plans had never wanted to become crown prince from the beginning. The third prince was left alone in the room. He remembered his older brother's words. No matter how powerful he is, Randall cannot be defeated. Flowers supported by holy power. A black stone reeking of blood, resonating with these flowers. Kalyan began to understand how Randall was connected to this. He had to provoke him into making the first move. Kalyan decided that by provoking Randall, he would force him to reveal himself and his secrets. The only way to do this was to strip Celicia of her power. However, time was running out. Celicia refused to believe what she had heard. What had really happened to Count Grey? The maid repeated that the Count had been seriously injured and had returned to his estate. The Queen understood what had happened. It was obvious when the reports had stopped coming in just before his arrival in the capital. Celia asked if he was really wounded. The maid replied that shortly before arriving in Karis, he had been attacked by Marquis Evans' men. The Queen wondered why his father would do such a thing. The maid said that the Marquis had warned the Count never to return to the capital. There were rumors that Count Bryson was planning to get the title of Marquis. The Queen wondered if her father had found out about their agreement. In her letter, she had asked her brother to help Plank become crown prince. In that case, her father's title would go to Grey. Celicia was not sure that no one could have known about this. Besides, the timing was wrong. At such a vulnerable moment, her father could not intervene directly. Gray was a master swordsman. Who could have wounded him if the attacker was not her father? The maid suggested that the Count had coped well with his previous injuries, but during the attack he was unable to defend himself properly because of them. The Queen said that medicine should be sent and the extent of the Count's injuries determined. She was also interested in the identity of the attacker. She thought that whoever this rival was, his little game was doomed to failure. He must have thought that pointing the finger at her father during the attack was a brilliant idea. It was a pity because she had told Gray to use his injury as an excuse. The Queen handed him the bag of money. He took it and asked how long the list was. The Queen replied that there was only one item on it. The knight said that one item was too generous. It was Tail, the deputy commander of the fabled knights. Behind his charming mask, no one could see his true nature. In reality, he was a cold-blooded killer who took lives for a minimal price. The knight asked how he could be of service. The Queen said that a man had been assigned to accompany Prince Callion to his coming-of-age ceremony. He needed to find out if he had crossed paths with Gray and what might have happened. She added that if Tail could silence him, he would receive another bag. The knight asked for the man's name. Celicia said his name was Arson Hertz. He was a mage. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that Callion was behind it all. Rumors began to spread among the courtiers that Evan Breeson had attacked his own son. Now the Marquis was desperately searching for the source of these rumors. Moreover, the Marquis had not appeared at court for a long time. He was also absent from the next meeting. But why had the king summoned all the nobility today? His Majesty said he had an important announcement to make. The king announced that for generations they had turned away from magic, relying on the power of swords. To correct this mistake, he had decided to form his own squad of magicians. Those present were surprised. Would a squad of magicians really be stationed here in Kairos? Did His Majesty not understand how many places were occupied by knightly families? And where was the Marquis of Brisson now, when such things were happening? The king added that they would be called Vulcan. The ceremony to mark their formation would take place in a week. His Majesty said that arrangements had already been made to transfer the barracks and training grounds of the Knights of Fable to the Vulcan. After that, the meeting was adjourned, and the king announced that everyone was free to leave. His Majesty told his servant that he needed some time to be alone. When he met with the king, Callion asked if everything would be all right. His Majesty replied that he had everything under control. Callion informed his father that he planned to visit the knight families. Would that be a problem? The king suggested that the third prince was going to secure his allies and asked if he considered them a threat to the reign. He noted that his younger son's actions were very bold and did not object. His Majesty said that his son could do as he wished. Callion thanked him. Callion added that he would have to avoid the Brisson family. How did the king feel about the joint hunt he had promised the second prince? John thought that his youngest son had finally gained his own power. Now Callion had his own squad of mages. Our hero noted that he was not officially affiliated with Vulcan. John replied that this was no reason not to celebrate. Arsene entered the room and said that he had finally found a solution to the teleportation circle problem. The principle was similar to how oath seals worked. This would allow contracts to be made for the use of the circle. Control over it would remain exclusively in the hands of His Highness, the third prince. Callion said that this was incredible. He was ready to discuss all the details later. Arsene needed a rest now, and they would all celebrate during the ceremony. Arsene said he had to meet with Mr. Rhinassel after dinner. Callion said he would take care of it himself. Arsene needed to rest while he had the chance. Hertz thanked the prince and said he would heed his advice. Callion wished Hertz to be careful and not fall asleep on the way. Arsene, as expected, dozed off while riding in the carriage. In his dream, the third prince reminded the mage not to fall asleep. Arsene woke up with a start. The carriage had stopped. The coachman said that there was an ambush ahead and that there were more attackers than their men. Arsene looked out of the carriage and saw that they were being pursued by a whole gang. Arsene told the coachman to speed up and not look back. He himself jumped out of the carriage. Arsene prepared to use his unique magical abilities. He told the attackers that he was the deputy commander of the Vulcan Mage Squad and that his name was Arsene Hertz. This time, the banquet was quieter than usual. Manasil asked our hero, "Is Arsene Hertz absent?" Callion said he could only guess what the magician was doing at the moment. The prince noted that early in the morning, news about Count Gray had reached the queen's ears. She would not sit idly by. Manasil suggested that Hertz was a decoy. The mentor thought that his student was using Arsene to the fullest, probably still harboring resentment toward him from a past life. Our hero was sure that the queen now doubted Count Grey's loyalty to her cause. She was well aware that his decision to help was not born out of familial love. Grey could only inherit his father's title after the Marquis's death. Therefore, the queen certainly does not rule out the possibility that Marquis Evan may have learned of his son's plans and decided to act first. Manhwa suggested that the queen would need time to gather her thoughts. Callian agreed. Celicia had never encountered Arson before, so she knew nothing of his magical power. Most likely, she would send only a few skilled knights after him. The prince said that Arson was quite capable of dealing with these knights on his own. The mentor suggested that his students' faith in the magician had been strengthened after the successful completion of the initiation ceremony. Callian said that Arsen's face was the last thing he saw before being transported to this time period. The attackers were counterattacked by magical power and had no chance of escape. Tail couldn't understand what was wrong with this mage. Don't spellcasters need time to choose their targets and cast spells? Why was this mage throwing spells without pause? The leader of the attackers said that spellcasters were weak in close combat. It was necessary to dismount immediately and attack the opponent, closing the distance. Fear of money would not help, and this mage was worth a fortune. Tyre urged his subordinates to think about the reward for this mage's head. Arsen created a magical barrier and became untouchable to the attackers. The villains couldn't believe that the barrier had been created so quickly. Tail thought he shouldn't have taken this job in the first place. The mercenary now had no idea how to defeat an enemy of this caliber with only a dozen men. The attackers were taking damage. Tyler decided he wasn't going to die here like a stray dog. The mercenary couldn't get far. The mage was right in front of him. Arsen said that the last criminal was left. Tyler begged for mercy and said he had information and was ready to tell everything he knew. Arsen replied that he needed more specifics. Tyler showed him the bag of money and said that the queen herself had ordered him to kill the prince. The mercenary added that he had also been paid to kill Prince Callian's maid, whom the queen had sent to him. He could testify if necessary. Arsen suggested that the prince would prefer to forget that incident forever. Tail added that he knew exactly where the Marquis got his money. The Marquis owned a secret gambling business in Caris. There, people bet on fights without rules, and he could take him there. Arsen said that the mercenary had almost intrigued him, but the prince already had someone who knew the place very well. The mercenary stated that Marquis Brisson had not touched a sword in many years. Tyle added that he had seen fragments of a sword, but his son Grey had tried to hide them. The mercenary added that this might pique His Highness's curiosity. Tyler also stated that he had seen Grey arguing fiercely with his father about obtaining the title of Margrave. Arsène grew tired of listening to these stories and cut off the criminal's head. The mage said that a talkative person loses their value once they open their mouth. Arsène was confused. He didn't know how to get back to the palace. The carriage had left, the horses had scattered, and there was no one on the road. Arsène felt someone approaching from behind and turned around. The bag of money from the mercenary lay in front of our hero. Kiri stood nearby. The Marquis was outraged. How could this be? Was he being accused of kidnapping Arsène Hertz? The assistant said that the royal guards would arrive by noon. The Marquis assumed that the king believed him to be connected to Vulcan. The Marquis did not understand how that magician had interfered with Tail. The assistant said that Tail had been seen at noon that day in the palace. Perhaps the queen had summoned him. The Marquis said he should go to the palace immediately. The assistant asked if he should inform the queen of his visit. The Marquis was furious. Did his assistant want him to destroy that stupid woman as soon as she came into view? He was not going to meet with Silesia, but with her son. During breakfast, the first prince said that the deputy commander of the magicians, Vulcan, had gone missing. Was Callian worried? Our hero said that he had grown accustomed to Arsene's company since his initiation. However, the king and Manhwa's mentor were much more concerned. The first prince couldn't hide his surprise. Plank said that the date for the end-of-term hunting competition had been set. Was his brother ready to join? Randall replied that he didn't think so. He believed that the king had planned the hunt specifically for Plank, so he would not participate. Plank advised him to get some fresh air at least once in a while. The older brother thanked him for his concern. Callian thought that even though Plans knew that Randall didn't like hunting, he still invited him to make sure he wouldn't come. Callian noted that Plank was helping him in this way. However, it was not like him at all. Our hero experienced strange feelings. Could it be a connection with his teacher? What could have made him so angry? A little earlier, the Marquis had met with Manhwa. He noticed that Arsen's disappearance did not upset the mage in the least. His calm expression spoke volumes. Is Kalyan now his favorite? Manasil added that the Marquis had recently lost a dozen men, but even in this case, there was no sign of concern. Apparently, his grandson is definitely not a favorite. Manasil asked if it was not the duty of a true leader to honor the memory of his fallen servants before appearing at the palace. The Marquis replied that he had no intention of listening to such moralizing. Such insolence was familiar to Manasil. Without rank or title, he remained here only by the grace of the king. The mage said that it was not for the Marquis to judge the king's generosity. The Marquis remarked that showing favor to the mage signaled that the king's decisions could no longer be trusted. The Marquis added that as for Kalyan, he had not strayed far from his teacher. The influence was evident. The mage remarked that the king and the third prince deserved more trust than a knightly house that had lost 10 warriors because of a single mage. Manasil inquired how much the Marquis had paid the thugs this time. The mage added that it was probably peanuts compared to the fortune they had received from selling their own son. The Marquis was furious. Could the mage really say such a thing? Manasil reminded him that he was far from weak, but the Marquis had a strange tendency to forget things. Manasil asked how the Marquis could stand on his own 2 feet if he couldn't remember his place. The Marquis was attacked by magical forces. The Marquis felt the flames engulf him. Manasil advised him to learn to think before acting. The Marquis should also consider who he is dealing with in the future. The Marquis began to choke and grabbed his throat. The coughing did not stop. The Queen's father remarked that while this magician might be powerful, he would not last long alone. Manasil objected that his opponent was mistaken, for he was not alone. The magician asked if the Marquis had considered why Gray had gone to the capital. What did he hope to gain, and on whom did he rely? Gray would not have gone to the capital if he had not received an offer he could not refuse. For example, the opportunity to obtain the title of Marquis. Come to think of it, Renan had turned his back on his family and bet on Randall. The Marquis thought, had the Queen betrayed him too? The Marquis was angry. He had to deal with his daughter immediately. The assistant told the Marquis that a lot of time had passed. Was his master planning to visit the prince's chambers? The Marquis intended to go to the palace of Shermal to find out how Plank and his mother were getting along. However, the situation had now changed. The Marquis told his assistant that they were returning. The meeting with his grandson would take place when it was clear whose side he was on. Our hero looked out the window. The rain was still falling. It wouldn't be long before the hunt was canceled. Kalyan asked Plank what he thought about it. Plans replied that he had sensed the mage driving away the knights that morning. Kalyan was surprised. So Plans had sensed a surge of mana? Apparently, their father had not exaggerated the second prince's skill with the sword. Kalyan asked his brother if he often communicated with the Marquis. Plank replied that he had never spoken to his grandfather alone. Kalyan smiled. Their family was so close-knit that even a hug could break it apart. Kalyan suggested that the Marquis wanted to strip the Queen of her title and have Plank take the place of the Crown Prince. Our hero added that if Plank's goal was to bring down his mother, there was no need to continue supporting him. If Plans wanted to become the next king of Kairos, he should meet with Evan Brisson. Plank reminded his brother that he had already given his answer. Kalyan said that in that case, there was only one thing left to discuss, Cilicia. Our hero declared that this time, the worst outcome awaited her, because that was the fate he had in store for her. Plans replied that he had no intention of protecting her from the consequences. Kalyan held out his hand and told his brother not to take it if he wasn't ready for what was to come. Plank remarked that their mother had gone to great lengths to pave her way. If that was the result of her efforts, then so be it. He shook his younger brother's hand. Jan was surprised. Had Kalyan joined forces with Plank instead of Randell? John added that in that case, the second prince had turned his back on the Queen, but he shouldn't have any reason to do so. Kalyan said that Plans had not turned away from anyone. He had simply closed his heart to his mother. Unable to reconcile himself with Cilicia's atrocities for the sake of his ascension to the throne, Plans hid behind the guise of a rebellious son. His body was saturated with wine, but his breath never smelled of alcohol. Plank behaved terribly toward his younger brother. However, he only demonstrated this behavior when witnesses were present. Most likely, he believed that portraying himself as a troubled child would cause his mother to abandon him or at least stop harming others. However, Plans eventually came to realize that Cilicia had already passed the point of no return and that only death could stop her now. Jan asked in surprise why Plans had behaved this way toward his younger brother for so long. Kalyan replied that he hadn't asked. Even if there had been a reason, the only person who could have understood and forgiven Plans was already dead. It was already too late. The king was informed that Arsene Hertz had not been found on the Brisson estate. The neighboring buildings had also been searched, but there were no traces of him there either. An assistant reported that they had managed to find the prisoner in the dungeon. This prisoner was most likely Renan Brisson. Manhwa, who was in the room, asked if this was really the best course of action. The king said that now was not the time to be picky. Elon had not forgotten who he was, had he? Even if only temporarily, Manhwa was considered the commander of the Vulcan mages. With this appointment, the king wanted to show the power of the new squad of mages in this palace. Manhwa asked if that was why His Majesty had raised the royal guard and intensified the search. When the guards arrived, the Marquis was surprised. Was he really being accused of kidnapping and holding a mage captive? The officer replied that it was the king's order and that the Marquis would be better off not resisting. The king added that those who saw only regalia and titles would consider Manhwa to be just another mage until they realized their mistake through their own experience. Manhwa thought that the king was aware of how Evan perceived him. The king asked, "Surely Elon became a viscount in Ribérine?" Manhwa confirmed this, but added that he was known to most as an archmage. The mage added, "Viscount in Ribéry, Baron in Secretia," but he liked the title of mentor to the prince best of all. The king agreed to leave him the role of tutor to the third prince. His Majesty said that the title of Count of Caris should also be added. The king looked up at the mage and asked what was going on. Manhwa remarked that it sounded very mundane, as if they were talking about the weather. Callian looked out the window and said that the rain had finally stopped. That meant the hunting competition would not be cancelled. Yan greeted the prince and asked if he had been outside unaccompanied again. Callian replied that he had taken a short walk to deliver something. Jan said that he should be grateful that the outing had happened in the morning and not at night. Jan added that His Highness should take a look at something. An assistant reported that gifts had arrived from Baron Pollen. Horses were waiting outside. The prince remarked that it was a very fine horse. The Viscount of Reddington had arrived in the capital safe and sound. Jan noted that there was a cat among the gifts. Callian said that it was very timely. He wondered whether to buy a dog or a bird. A cat would also be suitable. The prince took the cat to Hein and said it was a gift for her. Our hero added that cats were allowed in the Shermal Palace. They just had to be well cared for. Hina was very happy and thanked His Highness. Yen reported that the royal guards had searched Bryson's house the previous night, but Arsene was not found there. Callian said that his subordinate was not so easy to defeat. Arsene was fine, wherever he was. The prince added that he would not let it go so easily. The disappearance of the deputy commander of the Vulcan mages was a serious problem. This problem must be dealt with appropriately. House Bryson must be paid back in kind. It is time to go hunting. This year, the royal hunt is being held in honor of the second prince. However, the prince himself is nowhere to be seen. Could he be skipping the hunt again? Some of the courtiers suggested that the second prince's health had deteriorated. However, this was not the first time they had heard such an excuse. Callian asked Plank not to take part in the hunt today. The third prince told his brother that he would be in bed with a terrible cold for everyone's sake. Plank said that he really would be unwell on the day of the hunt. Callian told Plans not to worry. He would talk to the king so that he would understand everything correctly. Plank didn't know what his younger brother was up to, but if Callian wanted him to stay out of the spotlight, then so be it. Plank saw the girl running after the kitten. He thought she was his younger brother's maid. Plank became alert because that road led to the rose garden. The girl shouldn't go there. He remembered that Randell was usually there at that time of day. He was always there with his guards. The first prince looked back at the noise. What was going on there? Randall saw the head of the guard pointing his sword at a girl. The knight asked the frightened Hina who she was and how she had ended up there. Hina was scared, but she knew she had to tell the knight that she was the third prince's maid. The girl was afraid that the knight would not understand her gestures. Maybe she should write it down in her notebook. The knight shouted at the girl not to move and pressed his sword against her chest. One more move and he would consider her a spy. Suddenly, someone asked in surprise who these guards were. Hina looked back and saw the second prince. Plank said that these guards were not even able to recognize the third prince's maid. Could their eyesight be failing? The knight apologized. He didn't know that this girl was a maid working in the palace of Shermal. Plank told Hina to get that cat out of his sight. Randall noted that Plans had invited him to go hunting, but had not gone himself. Plank replied that he had no idea his older brother would be there and wished him a good day. Randall said he saw an improvement in the relationship between the younger brothers. During the hunt, the king expressed uncertainty. Would this be better for his sons? He asked if Manhwa could be trusted. His Highness remarked that archery requires more than just strength. The magician replied that the king needed to concentrate. The assistants noted that this was a strange hunt. Since when did hunting take place in groups? How were these groups formed? This group consisted of families allied with the House of Bryson. The magician shot his bow and missed. He looked at the king and said that he saw no reason to laugh, for he was a magician, not an archer. In magic, he had no equal. The assistant said that whatever His Majesty thought, with only one mage on the hunt, success would not be achieved. However, an unexpectedly wounded bird fell right at their feet. The assistant was surprised. How did that happen? He hadn't even seen any arrows. The assistant added that it didn't count. One said that magic could be used, while the other pointed out that there were no rules against it either. Manhwa wondered what the king would say about this. His Majesty replied that this would not do. Was the mage really going to hunt everything in his field of vision? Those present were frightened, as the spell could have been aimed at any of them. It was definitely a warning. It was an ultimatum for those who sided with the Marquis of Brisson. Manhwa said that birds sitting on high branches were easy targets. Kellyan said that soon he himself would hunt for his prey. And it would not be an eagle or a lion, but a beast he had never hunted before. Therefore, he needed the help of those present. The third prince said that he was ready to meet them at the palace. The maid noted that the letter from the Margraviate contained something terrible. She returned and reported that Margrave Grey did not seem so badly wounded from a distance, but she was asked to leave, as Grey needed absolute silence and peace. The queen was furious. Why couldn't she use her aura anymore? Why had her maid been asked to leave immediately? Silesia considered this to be very rude. The queen asked what had brought the prince to her so early. It was rude to assume that she would want to spend time with him over a cup of tea. Kellyan showed her the bag and said that it had been found not far from where Sir Hertz had disappeared. The third prince noticed that there was a considerable amount of money in the bag. Celia said she knew nothing about it. Kellyan asked if she remembered the day she met Tail. Celia confirmed that she remembered nothing. A magician had disappeared. After that, the prince burst in as if a disaster had occurred. Had Kellyan done something to Grey? What had the prince promised in exchange for help? Kellyan was surprised. Did the queen really think he would ask Grey Brisson for help? Such a degree of delusion was insulting. Kellyan declared that he did not need her sympathy. Silesia told the prince to watch his tongue. Had he completely lost his fear? Kellyan declared that the queen would soon regret daring to touch his man. Our hero added that thanks to his efforts, the queen's days were numbered. The queen was furious. She said she was ready to end this once and for all if that was what Kellyan wanted. Silesia threw the bag of money aside and it fell to the floor. Coins spilled out of it. Plank was sleeping in his bed at night when he sensed that someone was nearby. The prince jumped out of bed and told the man that he must have a lot of free time if he had canceled Sisfanian's warning spell. Kellyan said that his teacher had done it, but he would not do it again. Our hero added that after that night, he would never enter those chambers again. Plank asked what had brought his brother here. Kellyan said he had 3 things to discuss. First, he would ask if Randall knew that they were working together. Plans confirmed this. Kellyan hoped that this would remain a secret for as long as possible. People were too quick to understand things. What did Randall say to that? Plank recalled that Randall had mentioned improving relations with his younger brother. Plank then asked if this bothered Randall. His older brother replied that he didn't care. Plank told Kellyan that Randall hadn't said anything special. Kellyan thought that whichever of the two renounced the throne, Randall would lose nothing. The only reason for him to be wary was the unification of their factions. Kellyan said that from now on, it would be wise to be more cautious. Kellyan went on to say that he would like to thank his brother. Plans replied that it wasn't necessary. Perhaps someone had told him that he had gotten Kellyan's maid out of trouble. Plank added that he didn't need her gratitude because she had already surpassed his brother. Hina wrote in her notebook that she was grateful for being saved. Kellyan said that in that case, there was only one question left. Tomorrow was the ceremony for the creation of Vulcan. Would Plank mind staying sick for another day? Plank told Kellyan not to cross the line. Kellyan remarked that in that case, plans should not interfere so that nothing unexpected would happen. The maids were tidying the queen's hair. The maid combing her hair wondered if the queen's mood had improved. She had been in a terrible mood lately. It was exhausting to tiptoe around her. Suddenly, the hair caught on the comb. The girl apologized to her mistress. The queen dismissed the maid with a wave of her hand. The girl knelt down and said she had been careless. She humbly begged for forgiveness. The senior maid said she apologized. This girl should have been better trained. A punishment would be chosen for her immediately. The queen said she knew where the maid was. Perhaps she would find her useful. Manasil thanked everyone present for coming to witness the birth of Vulcan. Manasil added that it was a great honor for him to announce the creation of a squad of magicians in the heart of Kairos. By the grace of His Majesty the King, and with the support of many at court, Vulcan will open a new chapter in history. All three princes were also present at the ceremony. Manasil wished that the wonders of magic would bless these lands with prosperity and harmony. He did not have time to finish his speech before an explosion rang out. It was clear that the explosion had come from the Queen's chambers. Someone among those present said that it was the work of Arson Hertz. He was the one who caused the explosion. But wasn't that mage missing? Arson Hertz was a subordinate of the third prince. Kalyan understood everything. Silesia had decided to make her move by accusing him of attempting to assassinate her. Who would emerge victorious from this situation? The king called for everyone to calm down. Perhaps the criminal was trying to cause chaos and confusion. Panic would only hurt everyone. The king said that they couldn't be sure of anything until they found the cause of the explosion. The queen said that she had seen the criminal with her own eyes. Kalyan said that they had all heard the explosion. What a relief that the queen was unharmed. Celia said that it was very shameless of the third prince to speak as if he himself were surprised. The queen added that the third prince was behind the explosion. Kalyan suggested not jumping to conclusions. His Majesty would certainly find out what had happened. The queen said that before the attack, the magician claimed that she had organized an assassination attempt on him. According to the magician, Prince Kalyan had told him about it. Silesia added that there were no witnesses or evidence. The queen told the maid that she had been too harsh with her. The girl was not without sin and certainly owed the queen a favor. The queen gave the maid a purple ball and told her to put it in a box at the entrance to the living room. The maid did as she was told, and then there was an explosion. Celia said that if Kalyan was so sure that Arson had not set fire to her estate, then he should bring him here. If she pointed to Arson, the prince would have no choice but to track down his magician to prove his innocence. The third prince said that at the moment, Hertz was considered missing. Celia said that the truth didn't matter. In that case, they would have to find the mage. She had seen him cause the explosion. If the magician is absent, he cannot defend himself. This is a trap from which Kalyana cannot escape. The Marquis suddenly appeared and asked if they were referring to him when they spoke of the mage. Arson Hertz was standing next to the Marquis. Arson personally greeted Her Majesty the Queen. The magician introduced himself and gave his name. Silesia was surprised. What was this man doing here? Celia did not understand why he had appeared in her father's company. Kalyan asked the queen if she could see him. That was the end of it. Arson Hertz never disappeared. Kiri then arrived on a horse that had been given to him. After that, Arson was given 5 days' leave for repelling the attack on himself. However, Arson's disappearance sowed seeds of doubt in one person regarding Grey Brisson, in someone who could neither ignore the false accusations against him nor let the instigator go unpunished. That person was the Marquis de Brisson. Arson said that Prince Kalyan had warned him that the queen might use his disappearance to her advantage. He was ordered to remain at the Marquis's estate until the day of the ceremony. Manasil then told the Marquis during their meeting that he should take action against the prince so that he would no longer have to bear the burden of false accusations leveled against him. Kalyan simply took advantage of this. The third prince told the king that an investigation must be conducted immediately. The queen demanded the presence of the magician, and he appeared before everyone. The king agreed to this. Kalyan reminded the queen that he had warned her not to act rashly. Silesia thought, her father, this foolish king, the knights, they were all against her now. The queen said that she remembered Kalyan's mother also had that insolent smile until the very end. The third prince was indeed her son. Celia grabbed the hidden dagger and seized Kalyan by the shoulder. Everyone present was frightened. The queen plunged the dagger into him, and drops of blood splattered her face. Kalyan said that he had warned them not to interfere so that nothing would happen. Why didn't Plans listen to him? Plans managed to protect his younger brother by standing in front of him, and the dagger pierced his chest. The queen was surprised. Had Plank betrayed her? The king rushed to help and shouted for Silesia to stop immediately. The guards rushed to stop the queen and take her prisoner. The king told Silesia that it was all over and that she must release the prince. Celia dropped the dagger from her hands and crouched down. Her hand was attacked by a sword of aura. Kalyan said, "Didn't the queen hear the order?" The king said to release Plans. The order was given to arrest the queen. Those present were surprised. It was hard to believe. It turned out that the third prince had been a master swordsman all along. Callian lifted Plans and asked how he was feeling. Plank was surprised. Could Callian really use his aura? The king ordered the knights to bind the queen and take her away. Plans continued to bleed profusely. Those present shouted that a healer must be brought here and that the king must be protected. Callian told the guards to take the king to a safe place. Manasil said that the king must leave. It was not safe here. Manasil added that the king must be protected and that his highness would simplify the situation if he left immediately. Manasil told the king to let the prince take care of the rest. The healer had not yet arrived. Callian held his hands over the wound and said he needed any rags he could find to stop the bleeding. Callian had to save his brother at any cost. The third prince told Plans not to treat him that way. Even Sisfanian's blessing was not enough in this case. Nothing worked. Callian told Kiri to bring the healer here immediately. The young man replied that someone had already been sent for the healer. Yan was also heading to the prince's chambers. Yan said that it would be much faster to bring Hina here. Callian remembered that there was a healer here and called for Randell. However, the first prince, Randell, stood silently aside and did not react to what was happening. Only in the turmoil does a person's true nature reveal itself. At his core, Randall turned out to be cold and calculating. The first prince turned and left the square. Callian wondered, was Randall really willing to let his brother die just so that no one would discover his secret? Callian mentally urged his brother to hold on, open his eyes, and not give up. The prince was informed that the healer had arrived. It was Hina. Callian asked the queen, who was sitting behind bars, if she wanted to see him. Silesia said that the question had been on her mind for a long time. The queen asked if Callian was hiding something from her. The third prince said that every person has secrets they are not ready to reveal to anyone. Silesia said she knew that. Callian said he also had a question. Callian asked Silesia if Queen Aisha's death was her doing. Celia smiled and said that she would never forget the first life she had taken with poison. Callian turned away and said that the audience was over. Celia reminded him that they had agreed to be honest with each other. Wasn't that right? The prince stopped. Callian said he had assumed Silesia's first question would be about her son's well-being. Celia said that Plans had been an obstacle in her path until the very end. However, she had really tried for him. Plank had decided to repay her in this way. He was a fool who made the worst choices possible. She had received no help from him, only obstacles. Callian said that people tend to run to those they want to protect with all their might. Silesia remembered how Plans had rushed toward her. Did he really want to help her? The queen's blow was slow. She had obviously never even practiced. Our hero didn't need to block it. He could have just stepped aside. Besides, the teacher had raised his shield before Silesia got close to him. Plans couldn't have not known that, but he did it anyway. Celia couldn't believe it. Was Callian trying to say that Plans wanted to protect her? But why would he do that? Callian said that it wasn't necessary to follow the chosen path. Celestia could have stopped and turned around at least once. Then she would have understood her son's actions. Plans had previously said that she was meddling in his affairs. Plans said it was funny. He hardly recognized many of the people around him. Meanwhile, some people were completely incapable of change. Silesia said she had no regrets and would not apologize for anything. The nobles, who had previously been loyal to the House of Brisson, quickly turned their backs on Silesia in accordance with an agreement reached through threats during the hunt. The king's wife's serious crimes became public knowledge, but no one ever found out who had revealed this information to the world. Celia's execution took place immediately after the sentence was pronounced. No Renaissite leaves were laid on the stone slabs, as the execution was not carried out with steel instruments. Instead, the queen met a slow and painful death. On that day, no red flowers were thrown into the river to bid farewell to her soul. Observers said that they had started a week ago, but the dismantling of the greenhouse was still not complete. This was yet another indication of how extravagant the former queen had been. Young people decided it was better not to talk about her because anyone found to have had ties to her was either in chains or in exile. However, it is now the hottest topic of discussion. No one could have imagined that Prince Callian was a master swordsman. He is only 15 years old. He is the youngest master swordsman in history. On top of that, he also possesses magical powers. However, he has not left Prince Plance's side since that day. Plank finally regained consciousness after being seriously wounded and asked what Callian was doing there, with his mouth full of fruit. Callian replied that he was still thinking about how to explain his sword skills without arousing suspicion. Callian added that Plans should not pay any attention to him and rest. Plans said that Callian could get ready and go back to his quarters. Kalyan was surprised. Where had his brother's hospitality gone? After all, he was the one who had caused this mess. Plank said that Kalyan had revealed his aura in front of everyone. Kalyan thought that he would not leave until he came up with a plausible explanation. Manasil saw the third prince and said, "Finally, they kicked him out of the chamber." Kalyan added that plans had kicked him out with a look of utter contempt. Manasil assumed that the student would hide for at least another week. Kalyan replied that that was the plan. Those around them noticed the third prince and immediately began to discuss him. They say he possesses the sword of the aura. Manasil said he doubted that his older brother's anger had forced him to leave the prince's room. Perhaps he had decided to stop hiding. Kalyan said that he was a terrible liar, but there was one person who must not be allowed to learn the truth about this body. The prince peeked into the king's study. Hearing the mage's explanation, the king was surprised. Had Kalyan really been blessed with a spark of enlightenment in the lair of Cisphanians and taken up the sword after sparring with Slimon? To confirm this, our hero showed the king a clump of magical energy in his palm. Kalyan said that now that he could emit both mana and aura at the same time, he could perform a certain trick. The king only now understood why he had been in greater danger in that situation. Kalyan apologized, as he should have told the king about this earlier. His Majesty understood the reasons that had forced the young man to remain silent. His Majesty added that many people had witnessed the event and were now demanding answers. Soon, the refounding ceremony of Vulcan would take place. It would be the perfect moment to reveal the prince's abilities. The king said that in any case, Manasil could have at least given him some kind of hint. The magician said that he had hinted at it more than once. Kalyan remarked that even he would not have understood such hints. The mentor said that the student had decided to side with his father. Kalyan declared that he was completely impartial. Manasil said that his student was disappointing him. Now that word would spread that Kalyan was a master swordsman. Evan Bryson would be watching his every move. Randall would not stand idly by either. The king remembered that Randall, the first prince, had been terribly reserved that day. He did not regard his brother as family, but only as a rival. Manasil summoned the king. His Majesty asked if they had been discussing anything. The magician suggested that the king had overheard everything. A week later, the king announced the official creation of the Vulcan Mage Squad. The founding ceremony was held again. The king announced the birth of the sixth master swordsman on the continent. Meanwhile, the Bresson house closed its doors, hiding from prying eyes. The prince was told that a lot of time had passed, but even his body would not be able to withstand it if he did not rest. Plank trained hard and often. However, the scent of flowers that Celicia had so enjoyed no longer lingered in the air. The coming of spring heralded a new beginning. His Majesty was congratulated on his birthday. The king said that he was truly pleased to receive so many congratulations. His Majesty said that spring was the season of new beginnings. This day should mark the start of something new for each of them. A man hiding his face under a hood approached the third prince. It was Baron. The young men met face to face for the first time.